Chapter 11. Choosing a Path, Part 1. After their near-death adventure, the baby and the goat immediately fell asleep. William only woke up when Anna bathed him while he was asleep. What's wrong, little baby? Anna pinched the baby's disgruntled chubby cheeks. Did I interrupt your sleep? Yes. Ah, what a cute little boy you are, Anna cooed as she scrubbed William's body with a soap. Don't worry, you can go back to sleep after I bathe you. Anna playfully tickled the baby's armpits. To her surprise, the baby actually giggled, which made her continue her teasing. Ella woke up due to William's giggling. However, seeing that Anna was taking care of him, the goat closed her eyes to sleep. Although William had healed her injuries, she was still exhausted after that skirmish with the goblins. After William finished bathing, Anna wrapped him in a clean cloth. She then placed him beside Ella so that he could drink her milk. The baby had long gotten used to his routine and immediately helped himself to his mama Ella's milk. At Nobleman at Daily Quest. Drink milk has been completed. Closing square bracket. Rewards. 6 express points. Closing square bracket. Current express. 365 1366. Shepherd LVL1. Job express. 86 200ths. My experience points increased by 1 point. William thought as he looked at the experience points he gained after his daily quest. This might be the effect of Gavin's blessing. If I remember correctly, he said that after gaining a job class, I will get a 20% increase in experience points. The little baby was quite happy with the gains he received from his first encounter with the goblins. However, he was still a bit scared at the thought of fighting goblins to gain more experience points. He came from a peaceful world. Although he had read many fantasy novels, experiencing it firsthand was different from reading a story. The ring that was hanging on his necklace had the ability to bring them to a dungeon. According to his appraisal, it was the Ring of Conquest. The description of the artifact stated that it allowed the user to go to a dungeon that had been recorded inside the ring. The name of the dungeon where they encountered the goblins was known as the Goblin Crypt. It had 20 floors and was considered as a Grade D dungeon. Just as the name suggests, the dungeon's inhabitants were mainly goblins. William shuddered when he remembered the gruesome creatures that had almost sent him back into the cycle of reincarnation. Let's see my skills first. Maybe I got something useful. William decided not to worry about the goblins for the time being. I gained 1 level in my job class. William was quite happy with this development and immediately opened the skill tree on his shepherd job class. There were 4 skills that were available. The first one was called Staff Mastery. Staff Mastery. Passive. Increases damage of any staff-related weapons by 10%. This skill is actually not bad, William mused as he looked at the 3 available job points in his status screen. Let's read the other skills first before I make the final decision. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Passive. Increases all stats of the herd by 1. This is a very good skill. William looked at the skill description with sparkling eyes. This would definitely help his mama Ella increase her battle prowess. Magnum Burst. 5 mana points. Deals AoE damage up to 3 square meters around the caster. Damage dealt is equivalent to Strength x2. Knockback effect. Parry. Passive. Increase chances of parrying attack by 5%. Requirement. Only works for staff and pole type weapons. 1 active and 3 passive skills, William thought. Getting the Magnum Burst is ideal. Because it gives me an offensive skill. As for the others, they are more of a support type skill. After careful consideration, William decided to pick Magnum Burst and Wolf in sheep's clothing from the list. He placed 1 skill point on the offensive skill and 2 skill points in the supportive skill. William knew that if he would challenge the dungeon again, he would be relying on his Mama Ella's help most of the time. Strengthening the support skill to help Mama Ella would ensure his safety. As for the offensive skill, it would be his last resort when things got out of hand. I need to add points to my strength when I level up. Now time to check Mama Ella's status window. Race. Angorian Goat. Hit points. 100 100ths. Mana. 20 20ths. Strength. 2. Agility. 3. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 2. Dexterity. 2. Available stat points. 2. Available skill points. 2. Current express. 82 hundredths. William noticed that his Mama Ella's current express was the same as his. Without pondering for long, the baby immediately placed 2 stat points on Ella's agility. He deemed that the faster his Mama Ella moved, the greater her chance for dodging the enemy's attack. He didn't want to see her dying in front of him. William would definitely do everything in his power to make sure that his Mama Ella would grow strong. After placing the stat points, he immediately checked the goat's skill tree to see if there were any decent skills available. William didn't know how beasts go stronger in this world. He didn't even know if they could evolve like the ones he saw on TV when he was still back on Earth. However, when he opened Ella's skill tree, he found out that there were two paths that he could choose from. The first path was the strength path. If William were to choose this path, Ella would become a creature that would heavily rely on physical strength. The other was called the spirit path. This allowed creatures to form a magic core inside their body. The magic core's function was to help the creature harness the magic power in its environment. Based on William's experience, creating a hybrid would not necessarily make Ella stronger. It might even greatly weaken her in the long run. Let's go with the strength path for now. William decided. Let's just use the might over magic strategy in the early game. We can choose the spirit path when we reach the end game. Chapter 12. Choosing a Path, Part 2. Steel Armament, Quick Attack, and Horn Assault, William mused while looking at the three options. Dash. Steel Armament. 5 mana points. Make the creature's horn and hooves as hard as steel. This skill cannot be upgraded. Quick Attack. 5 mana points. Charges at the enemy with incredible speed. The speed of this attack will depend on the agility stat x3. Horn Assault. 5 mana points. Deals a powerful blow to the enemy. May cause the target to flinch. Damage is based on the strength stat x2. Dash. William picked the steel armament without a second thought. The horn and hooves were his Mama Ella's main weapons. If it were strengthened, then it would definitely improve her fighting prowess. Let's put the other point on quick attack for now. I'll get horn assault later after Mama Ella increases her level. With this, I am confident that we will be able to handle a one-on-one battle with a goblin. William had seen how Ella handled the 3 injured goblins after he cast the bestow skill on her. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he was confident that Ella wouldn't lose to a goblin if she fought it one-on-one. Even after he made all the necessary preparations, William was still uncertain if he should go back inside the dungeon. At the end of the day, he was still a 1-year-old baby with the mental age of an 18-year-old boy. For William, he could visit the dungeon when he was a bit older and ensure that both he and Ella wouldn't be in any danger. However, the temptation of becoming stronger at such a young age was too hard to resist. I guess I'll discuss this with Mama Ella first. William sighed. If she thinks that it is too dangerous, then I'll wait till I grow a few years older before we challenge the dungeon again. As if waiting for that exact moment, the sleeping goat finally woke up and licked William's face. Aya. Good morning, Mama. Me. Aya. Mama. There's something important that I would like to talk about. Me. Aya. It's about this. While the baby and the goat were having a heart-to-heart talk, Mordred had already left the house to handle the things within their estate. Anna, on the other hand, was cooking their lunch, while the maids did the other chores inside the house. Home sweet home. A booming voice sounded from outside the house. Master, you are finally back. A maid bowed as he greeted the man who swaggered into the house with a big smile on his face. The man had gray hair and above-average looks that would make any teenage girl on Earth call him Sugar Daddy. His flawless smile made the maid blush as he nodded to her with a smile. I heard that my grandson is here, the old man said. Where is he? Master, if you are talking about young Lord Matthew, he is currently in the study with his teacher. Should I call for him? I'm not talking about Matthew. I'm talking about my other grandson. The maid nodded in understanding. Little William is currently inside Lady Anna's and Sir Mordred's bedroom. All right. Return to your duties. The man waved his hand and headed straight to the second floor where the resting quarters were located. Aya, what do you think, Mama? Me. At Nobleman at. While William was waiting for his Mama Ella's reply, an unknown man burst into the bedroom. Aha, there you are, you little critter. The man laughed as he grabbed William off the carpet and raised him high up in the air. You are definitely my grandson. That red hair and those green eyes of yours remind me of your father and mother. William smacked the unknown man on the face with his little chubby fist, but the latter only laughed. Ha. You are indeed a true Ainsworth. So small and yet so brave. The man nodded in appreciation. Listen to me, little brat. I am your grandpa. Grandpa. Say grandpa. Aya. Yeah. No. Take this. A sprinkle of water splashed on the man's face. William's giggle resounded inside the bedroom as his grandpa looked at him with a complicated expression. After a few seconds, the man roared and joined the baby in his laughter. This was the scene that Anna saw when she returned to the bedroom. Their maid had informed her that her father-in-law had returned from his trip. She was mildly surprised when the old man went to look for William first, instead of looking for her husband, Mordred. Anna covered her lips and chuckled at the funny scene in front of her. Her piss-stained father-in-law was laughing with the giggling baby in his hands. "Father, you've finally returned," Anna greeted after recovering her composure. "Ah, Anna, I'm back," James, Mordred's and Morgan's father, replied with a smile. "This brat sure is feisty. William is normally a well-behaved child." Anna grinned. "This is the first time I'm seeing his mischievous side." "Well, boys tend to be mischievous," James agreed. "Also, Ella, stop poking me with your horns." "Hey, I said stop." Ella was stomping her foot on the floor while poking James with her horns. She was very upset about how James was treating her baby. If not for the fact that the one who raised her was this man, she would have already impaled him with her horns using her full strength. "Ella has been taking care of William ever since he arrived," Anna explained. "I think she treats him as her own child. Father, please return William to Ella or else she might really have a go with you." "Me? Oh, you. I just left for a year and you've already forgotten how I raised you. What an ungrateful goat you are." James snorted, but a smile hung on his lips. "Fine, I'll take a bath first. You look after this brat for me." James handed William to Anna and left the room while humming a tune. Clearly, he was in a good mood. "Bad baby." Anna lightly pinched William's chubby cheeks. "That is your grandpa. Don't pee on him, okay? I'll think about it." Although this was the first time that William had met his grandpa, James, he found the old man to his liking. Of course, James didn't look old. In fact, he only looked like a middle-aged man that was still in his prime. William was looking forward to knowing more about his family in this life and prayed that he would be able to get along with all of them. Chapter 13. Cooked Rice. "So, what do you think, William?" James asked. "The first thing I did after seeing you was to write a letter to my old pal and ask him to make his granddaughter your fiancée." Fiancée." The old man grinned as he rubbed William's chubby cheeks. "She's a year older than you," James explained. "Although I haven't seen her, the old bastard always bragged about his cute granddaughter. Since that is the case, making her your fiancée is definitely a good thing. Ah, she's also the daughter of a duke. It's a good opportunity for our family to climb the ranks of nobility. I didn't know my grandpa was a gold digger." The baby's expression clouded over. The old man noticed the baby's disgruntled expression and decided to coax it. "What's wrong with having a beautiful girl as your fiancée? What? You're not satisfied? Don't worry, when you grow up, I'll make sure that you eat the cooked rice as soon as possible. They can't break off the engagement once a little William is inside her tummy." Bastard. William wanted to slap his grandpa for even thinking of committing a crime. Although he was not reluctant to the idea of having a fiancée. Arranged marriages didn't usually end well. Most of the time, it was just a tool for political gains to the nobles. James wandered around the estate carrying William. Ella walked alongside the old bastard and kept a watchful eye on the little baby. An hour later, James climbed a hill overlooking the town of Lant. "William, our family had lived here for generations," James said. "The life here is simple and crude, but it is very peaceful. Far away from the despicable games of the nobility, yet not important enough for the king's watchful eyes." This was the first time that William had seen his grandpa act this seriously. For a brief moment he had forgotten that the old fool wanted him to tumble on the bed with his fiancée and give him a great-grandchild. "Our bloodline is very scant. Aside from me, my 2 sons, Matthew, and you, there are no more Ainsworth in this land. We are the last of a dying breed. We don't have any living relatives." William frowned. "How come?" James sighed as he looked at the distance. William could see sadness and unwillingness in his grandpa's expression. Although he wanted to know why their bloodline only had a few family members, he knew that now was not the right time. A few hours passed and the family had a dinner celebration to commemorate James's safe return from his trip. Matthew, the eldest son of his uncle Mordred and Aunt Anna, sat beside James. William, on the other hand, was lying beside Ella and drinking her milk. His eyes were locked on the family dinner in front of him. He had never experienced this when he was still on Earth because he was an orphan. However, right now, He was wrapped in a sense of belonging. This was his family, and the soul inside the baby felt grateful for being given the opportunity to be born into this warm and caring family. Added Nobleman at. Back then, if I had entered the silver portal, would I have been born into a family that is better than this? William thought. During his 1-year stay at the Ainsworth residence, he found out that his real mother was in the elven continent of Silvermoon. William had no recollection of what his mother looked like. All he knew was that they were forced to separate due to his mother's circumstance. It's fine, William muttered inside his heart. I'll look for my mother when I grow older. There's no need to rush. William had already known that his father had died. He didn't know how he died, because no one in the family discussed it. Like the issue with his mother, he decided to find out more when he had reached a suitable age. After dinner, William was carried to the couple's bedroom. Ella stayed with him as usual. Aya, Mama, do you want to return to the dungeon? Me, Aya, are you not scared? Me, Aya, you want to become stronger. The Angorian goat licked the baby's cheeks in reply. Aya, okay, but we will return immediately if things get dangerous, okay? Me. A few hours passed and the couple was finally in deep sleep. William held the ring that was hanging on his necklace with both hands and activated it. A second later, he found himself at the familiar cavern. Ella stood beside him and was on full alert. Aya, bestow. Ella's body glowed and she grew half a meter taller. Her stats had been raised by 10. However, that didn't end there. William's passive skills, Way of the Shepherd and Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, boosted the stats with 3 additional stat points. While William didn't know if the current Ella was strong or not, he was sure that she could handle a one-on-one battle with a goblin. Name. Ella. Race. Angorian goat. Hit points. 425 425ths. Mana. 150 150ths. Strength. 2 + 1 3. Agility. 6 + 13. Vitality. 4 + 13. Intelligence. 2 + 13. Dexterity. 2 + 13. Aya, Mama, remember our agreement. We will only fight up to 2 goblins at a time, okay? Me. The Angorian goat laid down on the ground. William crawled on Ella's back in order to mount her. For some reason, the moment he sat on the goat's back, he felt that he wouldn't be dismounted even if Ella ran at full speed. It was as if the two of them had merged into a single entity. It was a strange feeling, but he didn't dislike it. Aya, let's go Mama. Me. The baby and goat pair snuck into the depths of the goblin crypt. William's heart beat wildly inside his chest. Although he was afraid, he was also looking forward to the possibility of becoming one of those protagonists that he had read about in the novels back on Earth. Chapter 14. Cheat Codes. 15 minutes after they arrived in the dungeon, William and Ella found their first target. It was a lone goblin that was currently making a weird dance over a bonfire. For safety reasons, William dismounted Ella's back so the goat could fight without worrying about his safety. Aya, Mama Ella, use steel armament. The goat took a fighting stance and her horns and hooves glittered for a brief moment. The steel armament skill had a duration of an hour. It was a very useful skill that ensured that Ella's primary weapons would be as hard as steel. Aya, use quick attack. Me. William watched as Ella's image blurred from where she stood. The next second, the goblin that was dancing on the bonfire leaked out a shriek, as its body flew a few meters away due to the impact. Ella immediately used its hooves to stomp at the goblin's face repeatedly. William half covered his eyes at the brutal scene in front of him. He only stopped covering his eyes when he heard the ringing sound of a notification. Gained Express points. 60. Current Express. 424 1366. Job Express, Shepherd Level 1, 142 hundredths. Ella returned triumphantly by his side. The goat licked the baby's cheeks to assure him that she was all right. Aya, good job Mama. Me. After taking care of 2 more goblins, Ella gained another level. Since Ella and William's skill level is the same, both of them gained a level together. Current Express. 544 1366. Shepherd LVL2. Job Express. 6461st. William went to Ella's stat page and unlocked the skill Horn Assault. Since there was an extra skill point, he decided to place it on Horn Assault as well. As for the 2 stat points, he decided to place all of them in Ella's agility. His battle plan for Ella was simple. He wanted her to be as nimble as possible for both attack and retreat. Since he had the bestow skill and the wolves in sheep's clothing, he didn't need to worry about adding more points to strength for the time being. William's job level had also increased, so he had 3 available stat points in hand. To be honest, he was really thankful for getting the 1 free extra skill point due to Gavin's blessing. He didn't think twice and pooled all of his skill points to Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, giving a massive boost to Ella's stat points. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing 4/10. Passive. Increases all stats of the herd by 4. Dash. Strength. 2 + 1 7. Agility. 8 + 1 7. Vitality. 4 + 1 7. Intelligence. 2 + 1 7. Dexterity. 2 + 1 7. Dash. With each extra stat and skill point in hand, William's confidence also grew. He had seen how Ella fought against the goblin and it took her 4 attacks to kill it. The body of the goblin turned into particles of light and disappeared from the dungeon. No dropped loots. William stared at the space where the goblin died. Even the blood had also disappeared as if it was sucked up by the floor of the dungeon. The two continued hunting for goblins. Half an hour passed and they still hadn't encountered any other goblins aside from the one goblin they had fought earlier. I wish this dungeon had a map, William thought. It's hard to explore Blindle. The moment William thought of a map, a floor layout appeared in front of him. 70% of the map was still shrouded in darkness. Only the places they had explored earlier were visible. Ha! The saying, "Ask and you shall receive," is true. William exclaimed as he looked at the map in front of him. Are there other features that I can use aside from the navigation system? Can I use cheat codes? Greed is good 999,999. William looked around waiting expectantly for gold coins to appear in front of him. However, nothing happened. The baby curled his lip in disdain. William had the never surrender expression on his face as he shouted the cheat codes in the games he had played back on Earth. Debug mode 1. Up, down, left, right, A, B, select, start. Tulip, turtle, off-road, rosebud, power overwhelming, who's your daddy? William panted for breath as he finished shouting the cheat codes he was familiar with. A few minutes passed as an awkward silence enveloped the baby and the goat. So this game needs to be cleared first before I can play the Ing Plus version. Fine. Challenge accepted. William thought as she gestured for his mama Ella to allow him to mount her back. With the map hovering in front of him, William navigated the cave with ease. He accidentally found a stairway that was headed downwards as he was clearing the undiscovered places in his map. Frankly, he was half tempted to proceed to the next floor, but William was a completionist by heart. After a brief struggle, he decided to fully map the first floor before he proceeded to the second floor of the Goblin Crypt. After an hour of walking around, they were finally able to clear 70% of the map. It was also at that moment when William saw 2 red dots in the space in front of them. Finally, William thought, time for round 2. Mama, use quick attack. Me. Sorry, Mama, I got carried away. Ella laid down on the ground so that William could dismount. William crawled to the corner to hide. Ella immediately charged at the 2 goblins to engage them in battle. The baby was so focused on the scene in front of him, that he didn't notice the red dot on the map that was slowly creeping up behind him. Chapter 15. Finding a suitable target. While William was watching the Angorian goat battle the 2 goblins, the wooden staff suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the view of the battle. What's wrong with this staff? William thought. As if on cue, the staff tapped the map on his screen which showed the red dot that was sneaking up behind him. William's body stiffened when he saw that the red dot was almost at his location. Out of panic, he grabbed the wooden staff with both hands. He then slowly turned his head to look behind him. Standing 4 meters away from him, a goblin holding 2 wooden clubs in its hands growled in anger. Mama. Just as the goblin was about to attack William, a white blur went past him and knocked the goblin flying in the opposite direction. Me. Ella stood in front of William with the intent to protect him. The goblin who was knocked away slowly stood up because Ella's attack wasn't strong enough to kill it. The other 2 goblins that the goat had engaged earlier were mostly unharmed and were also headed in their direction. Mama. Let's retreat. Me. The Angorian goat unceremoniously bit the baby's clothes and ran away. While being carried to safety, William realized that he had been overconfident with his ability. He thought that with Ella's new gained abilities, and his map, he would be invincible. I got too conceited, William thought. I forgot that this was a dungeon. Monsters can spawn anywhere at any time. Based on the games he had played in the past, random encounters like this were very common if you walked into a cave or in tall grasses. If not for the staff appearing to remind him that there was danger, William might have already been squashed like a pancake. When Ella finally lowered William to the ground, the baby was still deep in thought. Me, Aya. Sorry, Mama. Me, Aya. I will be more careful in the future. Me, Aya. I promise. Me. Ella nagged at William for 5 minutes before she finally relented. With this, the baby and the goat were in a dilemma. If they don't hunt for goblins, they would not be able to gain experience points. If they don't get experience points, they wouldn't be able to level up. After the incident, Ella was very reluctant to leave William's side. The baby understood his mama's worry, so he didn't say anything else. What should I do? William pondered. If only there is a place where monsters can't attack me. Wait. Is there a safe zone in this dungeon? William opened the map and checked the places that they had unmasked. Unfortunately, there was nothing that looked like a safe zone in the places that they had visited. Wait, there might be another way. William's eyes widened when he remembered something very important. Their current progress was similar to a game. In every game novel that he had read, there existed a mighty existence that helped protagonists make their life easier. What is that mighty existence? It's none other than the Aya system. William immediately closed his eyes. He had a feeling that all he needed to do was call out for it and it would appear. Within the darkness, something bright glittered in the distance. The baby immediately proceeded to that place and found the thing he was looking for. Hovering above 3 altars were the gifts that were given to him by the 3 gods before he left for the cycle of reincarnation. A chess piece, a CPU core, and a lollipop. Although William didn't know what the chess piece and the lollipop could do, he ignored them for now and went straight to touch the CPU core. The moment his hands touched the core, a dazzling light enveloped his sight. Ding. Closing square bracket. System has been activated. Closing square bracket. Preparing soul identification. Host has been identified. Closing square bracket. Now loading. Error. Closing square bracket. Host hasn't acquired the minimum requirement to open the system. Closing square bracket. System will shut down in 3, 2, 1. The light receded and the glow of the CPU core dimmed. William looked in dismay as he used the appraisal skill to check the requirement to activate Gavin's gift to him. CPU core. Activation requirement. Job level 10. Job level 10. William tilted his head. I'm currently at job level 2. I need 8 more to open the system. The baby opened its eyes and sighed. He indeed had a system, but he was unable to open it for the time being. I need to activate the system no matter what. William thought long and hard before coming to a decision. Aya, Mama Ella, let's go back for now. Me. William activated the ring and returned to the living room. Although their adventure ended prematurely, William didn't think that he hadn't gained anything from his exploration. For one thing, he gained a level. Second, he was able to understand more about the item that Gavin had given him. What William didn't know was that the 3 items that were floating in his sea of consciousness were not actually simple items, but divinities. These divinities could also be called God's essence, and they contained power that could affect the laws of the world. Of course, these divinities had certain restrictions as well. When the sun rose, William waited for Mordred and Anna to leave the room before conducting his experiment. He sat on the floor and summoned the wooden staff. The staff hovered a meter away from him as if waiting for his orders. Aya. Magnum burst. The staff tapped the floor and a blast of air pushed Ella a few meters away from William. The carpets and the chair near him were blown away as well. William immediately opened Ella's status page to see if she was hurt, but her HP bar was still full. This meant that the skill didn't hurt her. Of course, he also thought of the possibility that the skill doesn't affect his allies. I need to find a suitable target, William thought. Aya. Mama. Carry me. Me. Aya. I want to go outside. Me. The goat laid down and allowed William to mount it. Just like what happened in the dungeon, William felt that he and Ella had become one. It was a surreal feeling. He even thought that even if he swayed his body side to side, he wouldn't fall off from her back even if he wanted to. As the two left the room, they were discovered by William's grandpa, James. Oh, James looked. Where are the two of you going? Aya. Outside. Me. I don't really understand. But, make sure to not stray too far from the house, okay? Aya. Okay. Me. James watched in amusement as the goat and the baby left the house through the front door. That child reminds me of my childhood, James muttered. Just a year old and already out seeking for an adventure. Chapter 16. A storm is brewing. Aya. Magnum burst. A shower of leaves fell down on William's head as he tried his skill on a tree. The bark of the tree had no visible damage, but the effect of the AoE had activated. Magnum burst. 5 mana points. Deals AoE damage up to 3 square meters around the caster. Damage is dependent on the caster's strength. Knockback effect. So, this skill currently deals no damage because I don't have any strength. William frowned. But, it still has the knockback effect. William checked his stats and sighed. Dash. Strength. 0. Agility. 0+1. Vitality. 1+1. Intelligence. 14+1, at Nobleman at. Dexterity. 0. Current Express. 544 1366. Shepherd LVL2. Job Express. 6461st. Dash. I need 822 more Express before I gain another level to increase my stats, William mused. Killing 1 goblin gives me 60 points. In order to level up, I need to kill 14 goblins. Should I add my points to strength when I level up? After careful considerations, William decided that it was not a good idea. Even if he added his stats to strength, he would not be able to deal massive damage to the enemy. Adding the stat points to intelligence would be more ideal because he could act as support to his Mama Ella. Magnum Burst is a good skill because it allows me to repel anyone that dares to target me. It will also give enough time for Mama Ella to come to my rescue. Although it doesn't deal damage right now, the knockback will be able to keep me safe. Dash. Ayah. Mama. Use horn assault. Me. Ella's horns doubled in size and glowed bloody red. The goblin was skewered and shrieked madly. Ella didn't stop after she impaled her target. Instead, she ran towards the wall of the dungeon with the intention of crushing the goblin to a pulp. Gained Express points. 60. Current Express. 604 1366. Shepherd LVL2. Job Express. 124 161st. Nice. William grinned when he saw the notification. Right now, he was multitasking. While checking the battle, he was also observing the map at the same time. His right hand was holding the wooden staff in preparation to protect himself if a random monster spawned beside him. He had already learned his lesson and he wouldn't allow any mistakes to happen this time. He and his Mama Ella only had 1 life. It was best to be careful and take things slowly. Gained Express points. 60. Gained Express points. 60. Gained Express points. 60. Gained Express points. 60. After killing 13 more goblins, William finally gained a level in his stats and job level. Current Express. 18 2010ths. Shepherd LVL3. Job Express. 439 880ths. Although he was tempted to add the stats to strength, he knew that now was not the right time to do it. He placed the 3 stat points he gained to int and it made him feel a bit more confident. Strength. 0. Agility. 0+1. Vitality. 1+1. Intelligence. 17+1. Dexterity. 0. After taking care of his stats, William placed all of his available skill points to wolves in sheep's clothing. He knew that this was the safest investment he could make because Ella was the one fighting for him. The stronger she became, the safer he would be. Wolf in sheep's clothing 7/10. Passive. Increases all stats of the herd by 7 points. Now, it's Mama Ella's turn. Strength. 2. Agility. 10. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 2. Dexterity. 2. Quick. Attack 2/5. 5 mana points. Charges at the enemy with incredible speed. The speed of this attack will depend on the agility stat by 3.5. Horn Assault 2/10. 5 mana points. Deals a powerful blow to the enemy. May cause the target to flinch. Damage is based on the strength stat by 2.5. With this, the first floor has been cleared. William clapped his hands happily. Time to go to the second floor and see what kind of adventure is waiting for us. Ella licked the baby's cheeks. Clearly, she was in a good mood. She could feel herself getting stronger. For her, it was a good thing. Her only concern was William's safety. As if reading her thoughts, William reached out to hug her neck. Aya. Don't worry, Mama. I'll keep myself safe. Me. Ayah. Let's go to the second floor. Me. William sat on Ella's back with a smile on his face. The Angorian goat walked steadily as it descended, carrying her baby, to the second floor of the goblin crypt. 9 years passed swiftly, like the grains of sand inside an hourglass. For William, those 9 years were filled with close calls as he and Ella walked the thin line between life and death. Of course, he could choose not to use the ring of conquest and live a peaceful and stable lifestyle. However, he didn't choose that route. He didn't want to waste his youth doing nothing but eating and sleeping. His mentality in regards to his second life was largely due to the influence of the novels that he had read when he was still back on Earth. William knew that if he didn't grasp the opportunity to become stronger while he was young, he would regret it for the rest of his life. In a valley located near the outskirts of Lant, hundreds of Angorian goats and sheep were currently grazing in peace. Not far from them, a 10-year-old boy sat on top of a tree branch. He was keeping a lookout for any potential threats to the safety of his herd. The wind rustled his short red hair as he watched his herd with a smile. Among the hundreds of Angorian goats, his herd only consists of 50 individuals. The rest were managed by 5 other shepherds, and apprentice shepherds like him, who lived in the town of Lant. Will, a boy in his early teens, ran towards the tree where William was taking a rest. Your grandfather is looking for you. Gramps. William glanced at his friend, Theo, who was also the son of the most senior shepherd in Lant. Do you know why he is looking for me? William asked. No, Theo answered. But, he doesn't look good. He seems to be very angry. William frowned. His grandfather was a very happy-go-lucky person. Very few things could make him angry. Theo had no reason to lie to him, so something must have happened to the old man while he was away from the estate. All right. William nodded his head. Can you keep watch over my herd while I'm away? If I'm not back before my shift ends, bring them back to our family pen. But, I was supposed to play with the others this afternoon. I'll give you a slice of apple pie. 2 slices. Deal. William grinned. He then shouted at the herd who was grazing at the pasture. Mama, let's go home. Gramps is calling for us. Me. An Angorian goat who was 1.5 meters tall broke out from the herd and ran towards William. The boy jumped off the branch and landed nimbly on the back of his mama Ella. The two traveled back to their residence in haste. What William didn't know was that there was a storm brewing within the Ainsworth residence, and it was all because of him. Chapter 17. Guests from Afar, Part 1. As William and Ella neared their estate, they noticed a luxurious carriage in the distance. He had never seen a carriage like this in Lant, so he assumed that they were having guests from outside their border. Right beside the carriage was a 6-meter-tall creature. This beast had the head and wings of an eagle, and the body of a lion. It was very easy for William to identify this creature that came from myths and legends. A griffin, William muttered as Ella stopped in front of the beast to give it a better look. The Angorian goat raised her head and stared at the griffin. The griffin stared back. William could see the disdain in its proud and sharp eyes. It was as if the two of them were just mere insects passing through and not worthy of its attention. Let's go, Mama, William said as he caressed Ella's neck. It's just an overgrown burb. Me. It's not a bird, Mama. It's a burb. Me. A burb is what you call a bird that is having an identity crisis. The goat looked at the griffin one more time before nodding her head. She agreed with William that this creature was not a bird, but a burb. Since it was a burb, she didn't have to bother with trying to figure out why it had legs instead of talons. Clearly, this bird was having an identity crisis. The goat looked at the griffin with pity before walking towards their house. Me. I agree, Mama. This burb is truly pitiful. The griffin was a very intelligent creature. Naturally, it understood William and Ella's conversation, and it made it very angry. If not for the fact that it was tied to the carriage, it would have already trampled the 2 insects who dared to look at it with pitiful eyes. With a belly filled with anger, the griffin gave a deafening shriek, but William and Ella didn't even bother to give it a second glance. They were more curious about who their guest was. Since they rode such an amazing carriage pulled by a griffin, their identity would surely be not ordinary. Grandpa, I'm back, William shouted as he opened the door. Me. Ella also announced her arrival, which made those who were currently sitting at the living room look at them in surprise. There were 3 people who were seated at the couch, and 4 were standing behind them. The 3 were wearing elegant clothes, while the 4 men behind them were wearing light armors. James, Mordred, and Anna sat across from these guests. William noticed that his grandfather's expression was indeed not very good. He could feel the barely restrained anger that was threatening to explode at any moment. William, please, take a seat, Anna said with a smile. These guests came from the Duchy of Griffith. At Nobleman at. Anna's tone was polite, but William couldn't feel any semblance of respect in her voice. It was as if his aunt didn't treat these people as guests, but pests who came into their territory. Mordred cleared his throat and introduced the guests one by one. This lady is the Duchess of Griffith, Lady Agatha, Mordred said with a smile. And this lovely young girl here is her daughter, Lady Rebecca. He then shifted his gaze at the beautiful woman who was wearing an elegant light blue robe. Her cold features and chilling gaze would make anyone lower their heads in submission. This lady is one of the elders of the Misty Sect, Lady Eleanor. Mordred grinned. They came from far away just to see you, William. Oh. William raised an eyebrow and appraised the guests one by one. The Duchess of Griffith had long light brown hair, and green eyes. She could be considered a beauty, but the obvious displeasure on her face made William think of an old witch who was out to give little kids poisoned apples. Her daughter, Rebecca, on the other hand, made William's eye soften. Although he wasn't completely sure, he guessed that her age was almost the same as his. Her short light brown hair that barely reached her shoulders looked as smooth as silk. She had the same light green eyes as her mother's, but compared to the old hag, her eyes were bright and clear. Her cute and adorable lips were poised in a smile that made her already beautiful face very charming. William sighed at the doll-like girl in front of him. He had no doubt in his mind that if he were a lolicon, he would have already locked her up in his room and treated her like a pet. As for the cold beauty who was staring daggers at him, William didn't even spare her a second glance. Although she was beautiful, the boy could tell that she was the embodiment of bad news. Good day to all of you, William greeted with a smile. My name is William von Ainsworth, Will for short, and the most handsome 10-year-old boy in the central continent. I dare say that you won't find anyone more handsome than me. As for the other boys in the continent, William curled his lip in disdain. All of them can just fight for second place. After William's shameless declaration, the room suddenly became silent. Even the scowling old hag and the cold beauty looked at William with dumbfounded faces. This made the smirk on William's face widen. Clearly, he was very satisfied with this result. The silence was suddenly broken by a boisterous laughter that came from James. Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson. James clapped his hands. The anger that he had been bottling up completely evaporated into thin air as his eyes turned into crescents. Worthy of being an Ainsworth. William flipped his hair and flashed a dazzling smile. He also gave the little doll a, I know you like me, expression. Because he had just come from the pasture, William's clothes were dirty. His face was dusty and his red hair was a mess. Even so, his green eyes that were as clear as emeralds made the little doll, Rebecca, raise an eyebrow in acknowledgement. This should be enough for a first impression, William mused. If I'm not mistaken, this little lowly should be my fiancé. As expected of Gramps, he really did a good job. William found Rebecca to his liking and gave the young girl 2 thumbs up in his heart. The boy knew that, in a few more years, this little doll would grow up to be an outstanding beauty. Marrying someone like her wouldn't be a bad idea, as far as William was concerned. However, before he could even imagine his rose-colored future, the old hag opened her mouth and broke William's daydream. Since you are already here, let us get right down to business, Agatha said in a mocking tone. We came here to break the marriage agreement between my daughter and this unworthy boy who was covered in filth. Chapter 18. Guests from Afar, Part 2. How dare you? James erupted in anger. You dare call my grandson unworthy? Father, please calm down. Mordred held his father in a bear hug. He was afraid if the old man really went all out, the Duchess would have her neck ripped off from her body. The guards who were standing behind their employers drew their swords and stood between the two parties. Sorry, Lord Ainsworth, Agatha replied with a light bow. Although I had offended your family, I will not allow my daughter to marry your grandson. Even if it was decreed by my husband's father. Where is that bastard? James asked. Bring him here. I want him to explain the reason why he is backing out of our agreement. The old duke had gone to explore the desert in the south, Agatha replied. I'm afraid that it would be impossible to get in touch with him at this point in time. James laughed in contempt. I see. So, you took the opportunity while he was away to break this engagement. In short, he is not aware of your actions, am I right, Lady Agatha? Yes. The old duke is not aware of my actions, Agatha admitted. Her stance made it clear that she was not going to back down. She was hell-bent on breaking the marriage agreement while her husband's father was away from their duchy. Good. Good, good. James glared at the woman in front of her. To think that a little baroness would act like this after marrying a duke. Truly disappointing. So, is your husband in agreement to this as well? My husband shares the same opinion. Agatha raised her chin. The current Duke of Griffith doesn't recognize this arranged marriage. If you want to talk to him, then feel free to come to the Dukedom of Griffith. We will be more than happy to give you our hospitality. Hospitality? James sneered. A SLT like you and that bastard better wash your necks. You want me to come to your duchy? Fine, I will bring the Red Plague along with me when I visit. I want to see just how the two of you are planning to give me your hospitality. Agatha and the cold beauty, Eleanor, from the Misty sect had a sudden change in their expression. They looked at the old man in shock because they knew that he was dead serious. What's wrong? James said in disdain. Scared. You think you and your husband have the authority to break this agreement. As for you, Eleanor of the Misty sect, it seems that you and those old hags in your ice mountain have a lot of free time. Do you also want me to give you a visit? I'm very curious, what kind of hospitality will you give this old man? Agatha's and Eleanor's expressions were very grim. Although the possibility of the Red Plague returning to their kingdom was low, they couldn't deny this possibility. Both of them couldn't afford to pay the consequence if the old man made his threat a reality. Gramps, calm down. William patted his grandfather's arm. You are being rude to our guests. You brat. I'm doing this for you. If there weren't other people around, James would have already grabbed the little prick and spanked his bum to oblivion. Don't worry, Gramps, I'll handle this, William said with a smile. Just calm down. I don't want you to get a heart attack. It's just not worth it. Aunt, can you bring Grandpa to his room? I'll take care of our guests for the time being. Anna eyed her nephew with appreciation and nodded her head. Father, let's go. I'm sure that William will be able to deal with these pests, our guests. James snorted and left the living room in a huff. Mordred sighed and motioned for his nephew to sit by his side. Seeing that the dangerous situation had died down, the four guards sheathed their weapons and stood behind their employers. All right, so you came here to break the marriage agreement. William nodded his head. Can you tell me why? Agatha looked at the boy in front of her in surprise. The way he acted was not that of a 10-year-old. Although she didn't feel like she was talking to an adult, she still thought that the one who was taking the lead in the conversation was not a child. Allow me to answer your question, Eleanor replied. Rebecca is a genius that is only born once every 200 years. As her master, I can't allow my disciple to marry a nobody. Ah, I see. William nodded his head. Perfectly understandable. Why you agree? Eleanor frowned. You agree that you are not worthy of my disciple. You are mistaken. William shook his head. I understand your reason, but I don't agree with it. However, since you came here to break the marriage agreement due to this reason, you must surely have made sufficient preparations, right? Agatha was starting to feel that the filthy boy in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. His mannerisms, and the way he acted, made her feel that this marriage agreement wasn't a big deal to him. What do you mean made sufficient preparations? Agatha asked. What I mean is, have you prepared your compensation? William smiled. Since you are planning to break the marriage agreement, you should have brought a suitable compensation to make us agree to your demand, right? Mordred, who was listening to his nephew, had a calm expression on his face. However, deep inside, he was very alarmed. William had never acted like this in front of them before, and for a moment, he was unsure if the boy sitting next to him was his real nephew or not. I see. Agatha nodded her head. You want compensation, right? Very well. How much gold do you want? Gold. I'm not interested in gold, William replied. Do you think we are poor? At nobleman at. Yes, Agatha thought. You are poor, Eleanor mused. Very poor. Rebecca smiled. Actually, we are very poor. Mordred sighed in his heart, but didn't say anything. He needed to act as if gold wasn't a big deal to him in order to support his nephew in the negotiations. My goodness, where is our manners? William placed his hand over his forehead as if he had completely forgotten something. Aunt Helen, please serve our guests some tea. Here, use these special leaves I picked on my way back home. William shamelessly picked the leaves and grasses that were stuck on his clothes one by one. He didn't even spare the leaves that had fallen on his head while he slept in the valley. As you wish, young master. Helen, the maid of the family, took the leaves with a smile. She then proceeded to the kitchen in order to brew the special tea for their guests. Don't worry, tea will be served shortly. William gave his guests a bright smile. I want to show all of you our hospitality. Mordred averted his gaze and gave a light cough. Although he was poor, he was not shameless enough to serve tea made from the wild grasses that the goats of Lant fed on in the valley. Agatha and Eleanor did their best to keep their disgust from appearing on their faces. They couldn't believe that William actually dared to serve them tea made from wild grass. This was a slap to their faces and it made them seethe in anger. Rebecca, on the other hand, looked at William with amusement. She didn't really care about the marriage agreement and didn't think much of her fiancé. However, the more she looked at William, the more pleasing he became in her eyes. Chapter 19. William's Compromise Part 1. Here you go, young master, Helen said as she served the tea in front of William. Thank you, Aunt Helen, William replied. I promised Theo that I'd give him 2 slices of apple pie. Please, hand it to him when he comes later to return our sheep. Understood. Helen nodded her head and left the living room. William picked up the teacup and took a quick sip before glancing at their guests. Well then, let's get down to business. William smiled. So, what kind of compensation did you prepare in order to bribe our family to break this engagement? Like I said earlier, we don't need gold. We're not poor. Agatha glanced at Eleanor before taking the initiative to start the discussion. At nobleman at. Then what do you want? Agatha asked. Treasures, artifacts, William replied. As long as it has value then I'll take it. Eleanor took a small box from her storage ring and showed it to William. In this world, rich and influential people were able to afford these magical artifacts who were able to store items in a separate dimension. According to William's knowledge, the maximum capacity of the best storage ring in the continent was only 2 square meters. Although it made things easier to carry things around, the space was quite limited. Eleanor opened the box and showed its contents to William. This is called the Pill of Growth, Eleanor explained. This is a very expensive pill that is worth 2,000 gold coins. If you agree to break this marriage agreement, I will give this to you. You want me to break the marriage agreement for a pill that is only worth 2,000 gold coins? William asked in a mocking tone. He then glanced at Rebecca and grinned. In your master's eyes, you are only worth 2,000 gold coins. Rebecca frowned, but didn't say anything. Seeing her reaction, Eleanor's face sank. Although the young genius had accepted her to be her master, the two of them hadn't started their apprenticeship. She was planning to take Rebecca to the Misty sect to start her training, but postponed it when she discovered that she was engaged to a country bumpkin. As an elder of the prestigious sect, she wouldn't allow her disciple to have any kind of attachment to a nobody. Agatha and her husband shared her opinion. This was also why they took advantage of the old duke's absence. Both of them wanted to break the engagement that was made when Rebecca was only 2 years old. Of course, this is not the only thing that I am willing to give you, Eleanor said through gritted teeth. This is only one of the things that you will obtain if you agree to break the marriage agreement between the two families. Can I see that pill? William asked. Okay. Elyon passed the box over so that William could take a closer look. The elder of the Misty sect was confident that the boy was ignorant of such a treasure. What she didn't know was that William had the almighty appraisal skill at his beck and call. Dash. Pill of Growth. When consumed, this pill will permanently increase all stats by 1. Dash. William snorted and unceremoniously made a gesture for his mama Ella to come closer. Mama, this is good stuff. William grinned. Me. Try it, Mama. William placed the pill inside Ella's mouth, which shocked Agatha, Eleanor, and the 4 guards behind them. The Angorian goat chewed the pill and its eyes widened in surprise. Is it good? William asked. Me. Just so tilde so. Ella nodded her head in confirmation. Although the pill had raised all of her stats by 1, the taste was not satisfactory for her. Why you? What have you done? Eleanor couldn't believe her eyes. The boy actually fed the pill of growth to a goat. What a waste of resources. The 4 guards glared at William. They felt their heart ache because a pill of growth was worth 5,000 sect credits. They had to work for 2 years in order to get enough points to exchange for it at the Misty sect. What's wrong? William asked back. It's just a cheap pill of growth. Don't worry, since I already used it, you can deduct it from the list of compensation items that you are planning to give me. Eleanor's chest heaved up and down in fury. The pill of growth was supposed to be her gift to Rebecca. In order to make the bastard boy agree to annul the marriage agreement, she decided to compromise and give it to him instead. However, seeing him treat her treasure like it was just a piece of candy angered her. Seeing Eleanor's expression, Agatha decided to intervene and picked a treasure from her own storage ring. Here, this is a magic staff, Agatha explained. Although you don't have an ounce of magical power, you can pass it to other people who are more talented than you. William ignored the ridicule in Agatha's words and took the magic staff from her hand. Dash. Bronze Staff of Learning. A staff suitable for apprentice magicians. Increases intelligence by 3. Dash. William frowned and returned the staff to Agatha. Sorry, I'm not interested in a cheap magic staff. Do you have something better? See cheap. This staff is worth 1,000 gold coins. Agatha almost whacked the boy's head using the staff in her hands. She couldn't believe that a mere shepherd dares to call it cheap. I'm not interested in low-quality items. William shrugged. Oh, they said that you are a genius. Are you a magician? Yes, Rebecca replied. Do you have a magic staff? I do. Show it to me. Rebecca pondered for a bit before reluctantly summoning her magic staff. Unlike the bronze staff of learning, the staff in Rebecca's hand had a dark blue color. You could even call it a spear, but instead of a sharp blade, a big purple crystal in the shape of a rose adorned its tip. William's eyes sparkled because he could tell that the staff was way better compared to the bronze staff that he had appraised earlier. Can I touch it? Don't worry, I won't break it. William patted his chest. I just want to take a closer look at it. Very well, but you can only hold it for half a minute, Rebecca stated. This staff is worth 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. It's that expensive. William held the staff in his hands to have it appraised. However, before he could even use the appraisal skill, a series of text appeared in front of him. Dash. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the Ice Mage job class? Closing square bracket. Yes, no. Chapter 20. William's Compromise Part 2. William froze when he read the notification. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure and immediately chose yes as his answer. Time's up, Rebecca announced as she snatched the magic staff from William's hands. Your half a minute has passed. William was still in a daze. He hadn't heard Rebecca's words because he was busy inspecting the new job class that he had acquired. Dash. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Ice Mage job class. Closing square bracket. Ice Mage job class has been automatically added to the subclass category. Closing square bracket. Ice Mage. A magician that specializes in ice magic. Increase resistance against cold. Host has learned skill. Ice Bullet. Dash. FCK. I got a new job class just by holding a staff. William's heart was thumping wildly inside his chest. He had often wondered how he could acquire a subclass. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that acquiring a new job class was this easy. William's shocked expression made Agatha and Eleanor look at him in contempt. The two older women thought that the boy had been shocked due to how expensive the magic staff was. How ignorant, Agatha thought. At nobleman at country bumpkin, Eleanor mused. Mordred, who was seated by William's side, frowned. He could see William's hands trembling and wondered if he should step in to save his nephew. Do you guys have other expensive items? William stuttered. It's the first time I held something so amazing in my life. If you are able to show me at least 5 items of the same quality, I will agree to annul this arranged marriage. Only show you? Agatha asked. You're not going to take it. I won't take it, William answered while keeping his excitement at bay. I just want to hold it just like I did with that staff. If we do this, will you really agree to cancel the marriage agreement? Eleanor inquired. This was the reason for their visit. If she could make the boy write a letter to renounce the agreement, then the old duke wouldn't be able to find anything amiss. Yes. However, it should be of the same quality or higher, William answered. I will not accept cheap items. Agatha and Eleanor exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. They retrieved the most expensive items from their storage rings and piled them in front of William. The boy looked at all the treasures in front of him and his eyes sparkled in excitement. Dash. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the Fire Mage job class? Closing square bracket. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the Water Mage job class? Closing square bracket. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the Earth Mage job class? Closing square bracket. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the Wind Mage job class? Closing square bracket. The items that Eleanor presented were all magic staffs of the different elements. Since she was a sorceress, all her treasures belonged to the magic type category. William's breathing became heavier with each item he held in his hands. His eyes also became bloodshot, which made Eleanor very happy. She thought that the boy had finally realized that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. A frog that is trying to eat a swan. Eleanor laughed inside her head. See the difference between our social standing. It's time to wake up from your daydream, you country bumpkin. After William finished inspecting the magical weapons that came from Eleanor, he shifted his attention to the weapons that came from Agatha's collection. Dash. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the swordsman job class? Closing square bracket. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the archer job class? Closing square bracket. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the spearman job class? Closing square bracket. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the monk job class? Closing square bracket. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the thief job class? Closing square bracket. Dash. William's body shuddered in ecstasy. His breathing had now become ragged, as if he was about to faint anytime due to exhaustion. William, are you all right? Mordred asked. He was very worried about his nephew's current condition. I never felt better in my life, William replied hoarsely. He took a step back and almost collapsed on the couch. Fortunately, Mordred was paying close attention to him and was able to support his body on time. Are you satisfied? Agatha asked. Will you honor our agreement? Why, yes, William replied. He still hadn't recovered from the euphoria that he had felt earlier. I will agree to the cancellation of this marriage agreement. We need you to write a letter, and it must have your signature as well, Eleanor interjected. It's not that we don't trust you, but this thing must be properly recorded. Understood. William nodded and asked for paper and ink. He then wrote a letter saying that he didn't agree to the arranged marriage that was made between his Gramps and Rebecca's grandfather. The reason he gave for the cancellation of the marriage agreement was due to Rebecca being not good enough for him. He stated that since he was the most handsome boy in the continent, it was only natural that he be paired up with a girl that had the beauty to topple nations. Also, he was not optimistic about Rebecca's growth in her chest area. William felt that the girl would only have a B cup when she reached adulthood. He even politely added that he could consider making Rebecca his concubine if his main wife agreed to accept her into his harem. When Agatha and Eleanor read William's letter, both of them almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. William had listed a series of complaints as to why Rebecca was not worthy to become his fiancée and not the other way around. Agatha even had the impulse to rip the little bastard to shreds in order to eat his flesh and drink his blood. She had never felt so angered in her life, and it almost drove her crazy. Since I have written the letter, then all of you should leave, William shooed the pests away. Don't tell me you plan to stay to have dinner with us. Well, I guess we can spare you some porridge since the Ainsworth family has a big heart. I don't want any rumors flying around that we didn't treat our guests properly. Agatha dragged her daughter towards the front door because she was afraid that, if she stayed a second longer, she would hack the little bastard into pieces. Eleanor also left without saying anything, because she had never experienced humiliation like this in her life. She was the elder of the Misty sect and was treated with respect wherever she went. She cursed William in her heart and even decided to take revenge in the future. Rebecca hadn't seen the contents of the letter and obediently followed her mother back to the carriage. She thought that William was an interesting boy, but not worthy enough to become her fiancé. If Rebecca only knew what the interesting boy wrote in his letter, she might have summoned her staff and used it to beat the crap out of him until he shed tears of blood. Chapter 21. Stormcaller. Will, are you sure about your decision? James asked. He returned to the living room after their guests had left their residence. Although he was still feeling angry because of the cancellation of the marriage agreement, he had a feeling that his grandson was up to something. Grandpa, do you think someone as handsome as me will have trouble finding a wife in the future? William replied with a smile. Besides, someone as great as me is destined to have many wives. Spoken like a true Ainsworth. James chuckled as he brushed the boy's head. Indeed, I have no doubt in my mind that the ladies will line up to have a chance to become your wives. After all, when I was your age, every girl in the village wanted me to be their future husband. Anna did her best not to roll her eyes on the grandson and grandpa pair. She then turned her head to her husband and whispered in his ears. I've always known that father was a narcissist. However, I didn't expect that William would also grow up to be one. Mordred sighed and sipped his tea. He had long known about this bad habit of his father's and had gotten used to it while growing up. It seemed that being a narcissist was embedded in their genes. That SLT and her bastard husband will regret this in the future. James snorted. I bet that old fool will have a heart attack once he hears that it was his family who broke the agreement. James glanced at William, who was happily eating a slice of apple pie. He still didn't understand why his grandson asked Agatha and Eleanor to show him rare weapons. Those weapons would usually cost over 1,000 gold coins if they were sold in a weapon shop. Will, what were you thinking when you asked them to show you those rare weapons? James asked. Anna and Mordred's ears perked up when they heard this question. Just like James, both of them were very curious as well. William smiled and opened his hand. A few seconds later, a small ice cube floated mere inches above his palm. Then, the ice cube disappeared and was replaced by a small flame. William's demonstration didn't end there. The fire disappeared and a small orb of water floated in its place. When the orb of water disappeared, a gentle breeze was felt inside the room. Lastly, a piece of rock hovered above William's palm and stayed there for a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. James, Mordred, and Anna gasped in shock. All of them couldn't believe what they saw. Their eyes landed on the boy who had a smug look on his face as if what he showed them was not a big deal. I have the ability to learn the powers of other professions as long as I am able to hold something that belongs to that profession, William explained. Of course, that doesn't mean that I can instantly become proficient in them. Just like any apprentice, I need to start from scratch in order to make use of these powers and make them my own. William wasn't lying. Although he had acquired several job classes, all of them were level 0. If he wanted to use them to their maximum potential, he needed to raise the corresponding job levels in order to unlock the specialized skills under his skill tree. Do you have an affinity with lightning? James stuttered. Affinity? No. I don't have any affinity with any element, William explained. However, if I hold an artifact or weapon that is related to a particular profession, it is very possible for me to learn that profession. James and Mordred glanced at each other before the older one left the room in a hurry. William, you shouldn't tell this to anyone, Mordred advised. You must keep this as a secret. Uncle, the only reason why I told everyone my ability is because everyone present here is a family member. William smiled. If I can't even trust my own family, then whom should I trust? William took a risk when he showed everyone his ability. However, he believed that all of them would keep it as a secret. He never had a family in his past life. As an orphan, he never understood what it was like to have a family. This was also why he decided to divulge his ability. He was willing to put his trust to the Ainsworth family. Although it was a reckless move on his part, he had a feeling that this was the right thing to do. Will, thank you for your trust. Mordred felt touched by his nephew's sincerity. Anna felt the same as her husband and looked at William with affection. She didn't say anything because she felt that there was no need to say anything. Trust was something that couldn't be expressed by words. Feelings alone should be enough. 5 minutes later, James returned to the room carrying a wooden box. The box had a very intricate design. There were symbols written on it in a language that William couldn't decipher. It was over 2 meters long and a foot wide. William assumed that the thing that was inside the box was a weapon. Seeing that his grandson's attention was focused on the box, James slowly opened its lid. A flash of purple light appeared as soon as the box was opened, and tendrils of purple lightning writhed in the air like little snakes. This is. William's eyes sparkled as he saw the weapon inside the box. Its name is Stormcaller, James said with reverence. It is the weapon of our great ancestor, Claude von Ainsworth. Stormcaller. William looked at the spear in wonder. The spear was at least 6 feet long. The black handle was laced with a streak of gold like a lightning bolt. The blade of the spear was of a purple color, and one look was enough to tell William that this was not an ordinary weapon. Go on, James urged. Hold it. James wanted to see if William would be able to harness the spear's power. He wanted to know if the prophecy of the Ainsworth family would come to pass in his generation. William gulped as he reached out his hand to hold the handle of the spear. Tendrils of lightning crawled into his hands, but it didn't hurt him. Instead, it gave William a ticklish feeling. Dash. Ding. Closing square bracket. System has detected a weapon that can unlock a prestige class. Closing square bracket. Host hasn't met the necessary requirement to unlock this prestige class. Closing square bracket. In order to unlock this prestige class, host must first reach job level 40 in 2 job classes. Closing square bracket. Host is unable to acquire the prestige class. Disciple of Thunder. Closing square bracket. Chapter 22. The Power of the Elements. Disciple of Thunder. William muttered. A prestige class. Is it different from the other job classes? I need to reach job level 40 on 2 separate job classes to unlock this job class. At first, William was confused, but it only lasted for a brief moment. His confusion was replaced with excitement as the hands that held Stormcaller trembled in excitement. When James heard William mutter the words, "Disciple of Thunder," his heart skipped a beat. This was a secret that was passed down through their family lineage, and only those who held the bloodline of the Ainsworth family knew of Stormcaller's importance. How is it?" James asked. His voice was shaking in fear and excitement. William took a few deep breaths in order to calm himself. He then looked at his grandfather with sparkling eyes as if he found a wonderful toy. "Those who are able to wield this spear will be able to gain a profession called Disciple of Thunder," William answered honestly. "However, I am unable to learn this profession for the time being." "For the time being?" Mordred inquired. "Meaning, you can learn it in the future." "Yes," William admitted. "At most, I need 2 to 3 years in order to reach the minimum requirements." "Only 2 to 3 years. That's good." James clenched his fist as a big grin appeared on his face. "Then, from now on, this spear is yours." "Really?" William gasped. "Thank you, Grandpa." "Ha ha ha." James patted William's shoulder. "There's no need to thank me. However, there is something important that I must tell you. Please, sit down." William obeyed and sat on the couch. James sat beside him and looked at his grandson with a complicated gaze. "Let me tell you something about the power of elements," James said after organizing his thoughts. "At Nobleman at. Power of elements?" William asked. "Yes." James nodded his head. "You can ask me questions later. Let me finish my explanation first." William sat properly and stared at his grandpa with a serious expression. Seeing his grandson's countenance, James wasn't able to nod his head in approval. He then cleared his throat to begin his explanation. "Among the power of the elements, the most common one is fire," James explained. "Almost all magicians are able to wield this element. Even those who didn't have an affinity to the fire element can wield it to a certain extent. Of course, there are also magicians who can only use the element that they have an affinity with. Long story short, the most common element that a magician can use is fire. The second one is earth. Those who are able to use the earth element are sought after by many people. Why? Because it allows them to build things." James paused to allow William to understand his lecture. "Castle walls, bridges, houses, and other structures can be made using the power of the earth. It is also a very stable element that is mostly used for defense. Among all the elements, earth is the sturdiest of them all. Then we have wind. This element is mostly used by the elves. You can even say that every elf was born with an affinity for the wind element. Of course, some of them were also blessed with life and light magic, but we will talk about that at a later time. Wind can be gentle as a breeze and be sharp as a blade. It allows those who wield it the power of flight. Of course, if you reach a certain level of expertise, you will also be able to fly freely in the sky. The next is water. Water is the element of life. Just like the air we breathe, we need it in order to live. This element can be as peaceful as a still lake, or as violent as a tsunami. If you meet anyone with an affinity to water magic, you'd better treat them kindly. They are the most supportive friends, and the most viscous of enemies. If you can't befriend them, make sure that you don't offend them." James chuckled. "Your grandma is a sage that specializes in water magic. She's the most wonderful woman I have met in my life." James's lips trembled when he remembered his late wife. William could see the change in his grandpa's expression, so he held the old man's hands to give him his support. "Don't worry. She's now in a better place and watching over us," James smiled, then continued his explanation. "All the other existing elements in the world branch out from the 4 basic elements of fire, earth, wind, and water. Naturally, there are exceptions to this rule, which include space, time, light, and darkness magic. Ice magic is a branch of water magic. Some powers are made from the combination of 2 or more elements. However, among these, there is one special element that stands above all, and that is lightning magic." "A magic that stands above all?" William asked. "Don't tell me." James smirked. Lightning magic was said to be the power wielded by heroes. Anyone who was able to learn this magic would be sought out by the powers in the continent and raised with the utmost care. Naturally, there are also factions who hate these so-called heroes, and among them is the demon race. After all, the first heroes were summoned in order to defeat the demon lords who terrorized the land, more than a few thousand years ago. Of course, the most famous of them all was none other than our ancestor, Claude von Ainsworth. With Stormcaller in his hand, he called out the heavenly lightning to purify the land from the corruption of the demon race. Since then, the demons had gone above and beyond to assassinate anyone who wields the lightning element. So, You little brat, make sure to not use this power lightly. The moment this power was brought to light, will be the same moment that your life will change forever. Remember this and remember it well. I understand. William nodded his head. Grandpa, I will not use this power lightly. As long as you understand, then it's good. James patted the boy's head. The ring on your necklace is also a storage ring. You can store our family's heirloom inside it, but you have to promise me that you will keep it safe. I promise, Grandpa. William patted his chest. As long as I'm alive, no one will be able to touch our family's priceless treasure. Chapter 23. Troll Warrior with Steroids. Ice Bullet. A concentrated ball of ice the size of a baseball ball flew towards the goblin warrior's head. The impact made it shriek in pain, but it was not enough to kill it. 2 more ice bullets collided with the goblin's body before it died, turning into particles of light. Gained Express Points. 240. Current Express. 4,320 91,207. Shepherd LVL 28. Current Job Express. 2,491,207. So this is what casting magic is like, William mused. Amazing. William was so excited to test out his newly acquired job classes that he went straight to his room along with his mama Ella to challenge the goblin crypt. After doing a few rounds of casting his ice bullet, the young boy finally got the hang of using his new ability. However, after the excitement faded, he discovered something problematic. How come my experience points in my ice mage class aren't increasing? What gives? William muttered. System, hello, can you help? What would the host like to know? Closing square bracket. It's about my ice mage subclass. It's not getting any experience points. Can you tell me why this is happening? After William increased his job level to 10, the requirement to activate the other functions of the CPU core became accessible to him. The AI was unlocked and was able to answer most of William's questions. Although the communication wasn't as lively as that of a living person, William was still happy because the system had done a good job in answering some of his questions for the past 9 years. Host, you will need to set how the experience points are distributed. Right now, the experience points setting is set to default. This means that all the job experience goes straight to your main class, which is Shepherd Job Class. I see. William nodded in understanding. How can I change the settings? You just need to tell me what kind of distribution you wanted for the 2 job classes. You have 2 options. The first option is to split the experience points equally, 50-50, to both Shepherd and Ice Mage job classes. Closing square bracket. The second option is to pool all your experience points in your subclass Ice Mage in order to increase its level at a faster rate. Closing square bracket. I understand. For now, pool all the experience points in my Ice Mage job class, William ordered. Order received. Closing square bracket. Experience points settings has been successfully changed. Closing square bracket. Thank you, system, William said with a smile. Although William thanked the system, he didn't get any reply from it. The system only responded to inquiries and commands, and William had already gotten used to its character. William was currently on the 7th floor of the Goblin Crypt. On this floor, Goblin Warriors, Goblin Marksmen, and Goblin Vanguards thrived. These 3 types of goblins were the stronger versions of the goblins that roamed the first 5 levels of the Goblin Crypt. A few years ago, William thought that he would be able to increase his level exponentially by going deeper into the dungeon. This was a mistake on his part because the deeper he explored, the fiercer the monsters became. Not only that, most of the goblins formed a pack of 5 to 6 individuals, which made hunting them harder. William was forced to return to the upper floors because it was too dangerous for him and Ella to fight at that level of difficulty. As the years went by, the two became better at fighting side by side. They were also able to memorize the fight patterns of the goblins, which made their hunt easier. It was only when William reached the age of 8 years old that they managed to reach the 9th floor of the dungeon. When he turned 9 years old, he managed to step on the 10th floor. However, William didn't dare to enter the gates of the boss room. He didn't know if he would be able to activate the ring inside the boss's domain to escape if they discovered that the boss was too powerful for the 2 of them. William had the mindset that it was better to be overleveled than underleveled when fighting a boss monster. This was why he spent his days fighting on the 7th up to the 10th floor every time he dove into the dungeon. He also made a surprising discovery in regards to the passage of time inside the dungeon. A day inside the Goblin Crypt is equivalent to an hour in the outside world. Each day, William was only able to stay for 3 days inside the dungeon before he was forcefully thrown out by an unknown power. Because of this, William made it a point to maximize his exploration time and stayed in the dungeon for 3 days each time he activated the Ring of Conquest. After a day of exploration, William was able to raise his Ice Mage class to level 7. He also gained additional status points which made him very happy. Current Express. 10,535 91,207. Ice Mage LVL 7. Current Job Express. 185 6,197. At Novelban at. Among the skills that appeared in the Ice Mage skill tree, William chose 2 skills to prioritize first. One of them was Mana Regeneration, which increased the speed of mana recovery. William didn't bat an eye and raised the skill to its max level, which was level 10. Mana Regeneration 10/10. Passive. Increases mana regeneration by 100%. The other skill William chose was Ice Armor. Ice Armor 10/10. 5 mana points. Surround yourself in a barrier of ice that reduces damage from melee and projectile attacks by 30%. Enemies within a 1 meter radius of the ice armor are applied with the chilled status. Chilled status decreases their movement and action speed by 30%. If ice armor gets in contact with enemies with the hydro status, there is a 60% chance for the inflicted part to become frozen. Increase resistance against cold by 50%. Skill duration. 30 minutes. For William, safety was his primary goal. If there is a skill that would increase his chances of survival, he would prioritize it instead of a powerful offensive skill. With the ice armor, Ella became a force to reckon with. As the years went by, Ella also grew stronger alongside her baby William. Ella had reached level 28 as an Angorian goat. As a common goat, her base stats were quite low, and was only a match for a single goblin warrior. Strength. 20. Agility. 48. Vitality. 12. Intelligence. 12. Dexterity. 7. However, her pitiful stats had received an unprecedented power-up due to William's 4 skills, namely, Bestow, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Leader of the Herd, and Way of the Shepherd. The Bestow skill gives Ella plus 10 to all stats. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing gives the herd under William's control an additional plus 10 to all stats. Leader of the Herd is similar to the Bestow skill. Once William appointed someone as the leader of his herd, the target gains an additional plus 10 to all stats. But that is not all. The Way of the Shepherd gives another 20% increase to the stats of all the herd under William's control, which made Ella a beast that could trample a dozen goblins with ease. Her final stats with all of William's skills applied to her were: Strength. 20 plus 40. Agility. 48 plus 46. Vitality. 12 plus 38. Intelligence. 12 plus 38. Dexterity. 7 plus 37. Ella's boosted stats made her as powerful as a troll warrior with steroids. Simply put, she was a goat that could hit as hard as a wrecking ball. She was a cheat born from William's desire to get stronger. You can even say that William had done everything in his power to ensure that his mama Ella wouldn't get hurt during their battles. With the addition of the ice armor, William could simply drink tea and eat apple pies, while his mama Ella cleared floor 7 up to floor 10 with ease. Chapter 24. First Boss Fight. We've come a long way, Mama, William said as he stared at the bronze gate in front of him. We have done everything in our power to prepare for this day. It's time to take that final step to the unknown. William and Ella were currently standing at the gates of the boss room located on the 10th floor. After increasing his job level to level 8, he decided that it was finally time to experience his first boss fight. After careful consideration, he chose to put his remaining skill point to the skill Ice Wall. Ice Wall 1/5. Creates a wall of ice at a target location. Ice Wall is 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Ice Wall has a thickness of 1 meter. Skill duration. 25 seconds. Current Express. 4,320 91,207. Ice Mage LVL 7. Current Job Express. 185 6,197. Yosh, let's do this. William gripped his staff tightly and used his other hand to push the bronze gate open. The first thing that William saw when he opened the gates was a spacious area. It was similar to the Colosseum in Rome, where the gladiators fought against each other. Flaming torches lined up the side of the boss room, casting an eerie glow around the battlefield. After William and Ella took a few steps inside the room, the gate shut close behind them. William had already anticipated this scenario, so he wasn't too bothered. Immediately, he buffed up his mama Ella to ensure that she would be able to handle anything that was thrown at her. Bestow. Leader of the herd. Ice armor. Steel armament. Me. Ella pawed the ground and prepared herself to battle. She stood 1.5 meters tall and her horns glowed bloody red. William stood at the edge of the arena, he also readied himself for the appearance of the boss. A ferocious growl reverberated inside the room as a 2-meter-tall goblin jumped off a platform at the back of the Colosseum. It was covered in leather armor, and equipped with a sword and shield. William used his appraisal skill to identify their foe. Hobgoblin leader. After countless evolutions, the goblin race has finally given birth to a leader. The hobgoblin is born from the goblin race's desire to grow stronger. A hobgoblin leader is born to lead the hobgoblins to battle. William had often wondered why his appraisal skill doesn't work the same way as those in the novels. Usually, when one used the appraisal skill, they would be able to see the complete stats of the people and the monsters around them. He had tested his appraisal skill numerous times in the past, but there had been no improvement since then. The only stats he could see were his own and Ella's. After reading the description of the hobgoblin leader, William narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the hobgoblin in front of him. After the hobgoblin let loose another mighty roar, 4 goblin warriors and 2 goblin marksmen appeared on the battlefield. Mama, take care of the hobgoblin leader, I'll handle the rest. William ordered. Me. Ella stomped her foot and charged forward. She used her quick attack skill and rammed herself at the hobgoblin. As if expecting her assault, the hobgoblin raised its shield and blocked her attack. However, Ella's attack was strong enough to push it back a few meters from where it stood. The hobgoblin roared and gave its order to its subordinates. Instead of ganging up on Ella, the subordinates charged at William. The 2 goblin marksmen released their arrows, while the 4 goblin warriors closed the gap between them and their target. Ice wall. A pillar of ice appeared in front of William, which immediately neutralized the 2 arrows. During that brief exchange, the goblin warriors managed to close the distance by 10 meters. William was currently multitasking, he was looking at his map, while observing his surroundings. The goblin warriors split up and attacked William on his left and right sides. Their swords were poised to strike, but William had long been ready to intercept them. Ice wall. Magnum burst. William placed an ice wall at his left and slammed his staff at his right. The 2 goblin warriors got knocked back due to the impact and suffered minor injuries. The L-shaped ice wall offered enough protection for William to defend on one side without worrying about getting a sneak attack from behind. Although he was not as strong as Ella, he had gained enough battle experience to face these lower-tiered goblins in melee combat. As long as he wasn't facing a hobgoblin, William was confident that he could hold his ground until Ella had finished dealing with the hobgoblin leader. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. Ice bullet. William's spittle flew in the air as he fired a barrage of ice bullets at his enemies. Damn, I better learn instant cast or chantless cast soon, William thought. Saying the spell consecutively is harder than I thought it would be. Shrieks filled with pain and anger echoed inside the boss room as the goblins became enraged. They made a wild charge towards William, not caring whether they lived or died. William gripped his staff and swung it forward. Magnum burst. The goblins flew in the air with blood spilling from their mouths. William fired another barrage of ice bullets which turned the goblins into particles of light. Last 2, William grinned as he removed the ice wall in front of him. The 2 goblin archers had chosen to support the hobgoblin leader after their failed attempt to snipe William. Ella dodged their arrows with ease because she had already experienced it countless times before. She was used to fighting against a group of monsters, and her battle instincts had been polished to near perfection. Since the 2 goblins' attention was focused on Ella, they didn't notice 2 ice bullets flying in their direction. Only when the spell had slammed into their faces did they realize that there was still one more enemy in the room. Naturally, William didn't give them any chance to recover and fired 4 more ice bullets to end their lives. After dealing with the small fries, William gazed at the 2 combatants that were duking it out at the corner of the Colosseum. The hobgoblin leader's shield had already been broken to pieces, and its body was already dyed in blood. With one final charge, Ella used her horn assault and successfully pierced through the stomach of the hobgoblin leader. She didn't stop her charge and used her signature move, Wall Slam, to end the battle. The hobgoblin's lifeless hand fell to its side and turned into particles of light. The battle had ended and the boss room was bathed in white light. At Nobleman at. Express gained 12,000. Current Express 16,320 91,207. Ice Mage LVL8. Current job express. 5,988 7,615. After the light receded, a bronze treasure chest appeared at the center of the arena. William ignored it and ran straight towards his mama Ella to check if she was injured during the battle. Both of them gained a level after their first boss fight, but for them, that wasn't too important. What was important was that both of them were safe. Ella bleated proudly as if to announce that it was an easy win for her. William smiled and lovingly hugged his mama Ella's neck. Thank God, you're safe, mama. The goat closed its eyes and rested its chin on William's shoulder. William caressed Ella's back while casting first aid 5 times. Ella had received a few minor bruises during her clash with the hobgoblin, and those same bruises disappeared after William used first aid on her. 5 minutes later, William and Ella stood in front of the bronze treasure chest. I wonder what's inside. I hope it's gold. William grinned as he opened the lid. William and Ella peeked inside the chest to see what was inside. Lying at the bottom of the chest was a pair of boots. What a coincidence, I need a new pair of boots. William grinned as he picked up the boots from the chest. This came at the right time. Now, let me use my appraisal skill. Windborne boots. Wear light on your feet. Go strong in your life. Agility +3. Very nice. William was pleasantly surprised when he found out that the boots were enchanted. For him, every single stat matters. He had received similar equipment from the chests that littered the lower floors. However, a chest appearing in the lower floors was a very rare event. In the past 9 years, he had only found 3 chests, and those 3 chests provided him with 3 accessories that he had worn to this day. Ring of the Goblin Warrior, STR +2. Ring of the Goblin Vanguard, VIT +2. Amulet of the Wise, INT +2. Now, with the addition of the Windborne boots, William had 4 enchanted items that increased his stats. Let's go back, Mama, William said after replacing his old boots with the Windborne boots. The boy felt very happy and the anxiety in his heart finally disappeared. The boss fight went better than he expected. He also praised himself for not rushing to challenge the boss a year ago. Although the possibility of winning against the boss existed, the chances of getting injured was greater. Only 2 hours had passed in the real world when William and Ella reappeared in the boy's bedroom. Instead of lying in his bed, William laid on the carpet and hugged his mama Ella to sleep. He had long gotten used to sleeping in her embrace. The Angorian goat felt the same as him. She had long regarded William as her own child. Soon, the two of them fell asleep. Unknown to William, James sat cross-legged just outside his door. The moment the two of them disappeared from the bedroom, James had felt the fluctuations in the air. He hurriedly went inside William's bedroom to check on him and found no one. With a look of understanding, James left the room and sat in vigil outside his grandson's door. He didn't stir even when he felt William's and Ella's presence return inside the room. Only when the two were sound asleep did he go back to his own room to rest. Chapter 25. Wolf Tide Part 1. William sat on Ella's back as he led the goats towards the pasture in the valley. He was currently pondering the path that he wanted to take in the future. After experiencing the power of having 2 job classes, the boy wanted to do an experiment and change his subclass. For some reason, he was unable to change his main job class. According to the system, the first job class that he learned would be his permanent main class till the end of time. Meaning, he couldn't swap the shepherd job class for any other classes. Although he was disappointed, William thought that having the shepherd job class was also good. After all, if not for having acquired it at the crucial moment, he would be already on his way to his second reincarnation. Still, now I understand how hard it is to have multiple job classes, William thought. It takes time to level up a job class to reach level 40. According to the system, the prestige classes would only be unlocked once William managed to reach level 40 on 2 job classes. What did this mean? It meant that for the archer class to change professions to a hunter, ranger, scout, tracker, or any of its advanced job classes, it first needed to reach job level 40. It took William 9 years to upgrade his shepherd job class to level 28. Of course, the slow leveling process was due to him being cautious. Low-tiered monsters didn't give much experience points, so his level advancement was limited. Even so, William didn't regret his decision to accumulate enough stats and skills before challenging his first boss fight. In most games, it was better to be over-leveled than under-leveled when fighting boss monsters. William didn't want to regret anything. Because if ever that time came, it would be too late for regrets. Currently, His ice mage's job level was 8. The skills he currently had were mana regeneration, ice armor, and ice wall. He had just fought the hobgoblin leader a few hours ago. The 11th floor was uncharted territory for them, and William didn't know what kind of goblins he would be facing when he stepped on that floor with his mama Ella. I'll find out tonight, William muttered as he gazed at the valley in front of him. Oi, William! Theo shouted from a distance. What took you so long? I woke up a bit late, William shouted back. He then dismounted from Ella and hugged her neck. Mama, I'll leave the herd in your care. Me. Ella bleated, and the rest of the goats behind her arranged themselves in 3 rows. She then led them to the area that was assigned to their herd. William walked up to where the other shepherds were resting and sat beside Theo. In the town of Lant, there were 6 senior shepherds and 5 apprentices. Theo's father, Marcus, was the most senior among the shepherds. Theo and William were both apprentices and didn't have many duties aside from tending their own goats and sheep. Since both of them were almost of the same age, the two got along really well. A screech echoed in the distance, and one of the senior shepherds looked up with a smile. In the air, a hawk circled the valley as its eyes scanned its surroundings, looking for any danger that could harm the herd. At Novelban at. The hawk had a wingspan of over 3 meters. It was the animal companion of John, one of the senior shepherds of Lant. Its name was Blitz. The coast is clear. I guess this will be another peaceful day in the valley, John said with a smile. Peace is always a good thing, Marcus replied as he gazed in the distance. A wild boar was lying beside him. This was Marcus's animal companion, and its name was Thunder. True, John admitted. He then looked at the kids who were lazing around under the shade of trees. When his gaze landed on William, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Marcus followed John's gaze. As his gaze fell upon the boy who was laughing with his son, a smile appeared on his face. Well, Marcus raised an eyebrow. It seems that another troublemaker will be appearing after a few years. Indeed. John nodded. The Ainsworth family never fails to amaze me. I guess things are not going to be peaceful for long. Both of them exchanged a knowing glance with each other before returning to their duties. A few hours passed as the sun reached its zenith. All the shepherds gathered under the shade of the biggest tree in the valley to have their lunch. The apprentice shepherds sat together in their usual spot and shared stories of their recent adventures. William listened to his friends with a smile on his face. Theo and the others were bragging about their recent shenanigans. Their stories were filled with exaggeration, as if they were heroes battling against dragons in order to seize the treasures in their lairs. William was half tempted to tell them of his own adventures inside the goblin crypt. However, the boy knew that if he actually did that, no one would believe him. Suddenly, a shrill shriek broke the happy atmosphere in the valley. John, Marcus, and the other senior shepherds immediately stood up. Their expressions became very serious, which was a very rare thing to see. Blitz let out another shriek, and this time, it sounded very urgent. Dire wolves. And there are hundreds of them, John reported. We need to evacuate. Now. Marcus did 2 things after John reported the current situation. The first thing he did was to throw a black ball towards the sky. The black ball exploded and 2 black intersecting swords appeared in the sky above the valley. The second thing he did was to take out a small steel whistle. He blew on it, which caused the grazing herds to raise their heads in attention. Thunder, round them up, Marcus ordered. The wild boar grunted and ran towards the sheep and goats in the distance. It gave a long and shrill squeal. As if hearing a royal decree, the sheep trotted towards their direction in haste. Ava, get the kids back to the village, Marcus ordered. The rest will bring up the rear. Ava, the only lady among the senior shepherds, immediately issued her orders. Theo, William, and the rest of you brats, come with me. But, what about our herds? Theo asked. What's going on? A wolf tide is upon us, Ava explained. We need to hurry. We don't have much time. Mama Ella, William shouted. We are going back to the town. Call the herd back. Me. Ella bleated, and the herd under her command ran alongside her. Theo and the other apprentices looked at this scene with amazement. Even Ava was surprised at William's mastery over his herd. William didn't stand idly and ran towards Ella. He immediately mounted her back, and both of them stood at the rear of their wards. Ava snapped out of her daze and ordered the kids to run as fast as they could. A sea of white goats and sheep started to retreat in an orderly manner. The senior shepherds had grim faces as they listened to the shrieks of the hawk that circled the sky. My God, to think that we would be in the way of a beast tide. John. There are even 2 centennial beasts and 1 millennial beast leading the wolf pack. Aside from levels, there will be instances where monsters will be labeled as centennial, millennial, and myriad beasts in the story. As the name suggests, these beasts are as strong as 100 men, 1,000 men, and 10,000 men. Don't worry, I've already sent the signal, Marcus replied. Even if the herds are lost, we must ensure that the kids return safely to the town. Everyone, none of you are allowed to kick the bucket, do I make myself clear? Old Marcus, the only one who will be kicking the bucket is you. It's been a while since something this exciting happened in Lant. Why don't we have a competition? Same old rules. Of course. You bastards better not step out of line, Marcus snapped. I know those thousands of dire wolves and their alphas doesn't mean sh*t. But, the centennial and the millennial beasts are no pushovers. You can start your rampage when the kids have safely reached Lant. Until then, all of you will hold the rear. The other senior shepherds replied grumpily. Although they were confident that they could easily handle the small fries, the centennial and millennial beasts were a pain in the butt. In truth, none of them were confident that they would be able to survive this battle. They were merely boosting each other's morale so that they could buy enough time for the children to escape. In order to deal with the wolf tide, they needed more people. If the others from the village would arrive on time, then they would be able to survive this disaster. William kept gazing behind him. Since he was safely mounted on Ella's back, he was sure that his safety was assured. However, Ava, Theo, and the other shepherds were running on foot. William decided to stay with them and help if the need arose. A long shriek reverberated in the valley as Blitz dodged a lightning bolt that was shot in its direction. The hawk uttered a shriek of defiance as its mighty figure hovered in the air. William shifted his attention back to the valley. With the eagle eye's skill, his vision was able to see farther than the average person. It was then when he saw a black tide appear at the east end of the valley. The speed of the raging tide was quite fast, and William knew that it was only a matter of time before it overtook them. William saw thousands of 2-meter-tall dire wolves, with black fur, and bloodshot eyes running towards their direction. Theo and the other kids' faces went pale at the sight of the approaching tide of death. Their legs suddenly sprang to life as they ran for their lives. Hold the rear, Marcus ordered. He was mounted on top of the wild boar, Thunder, as he issued orders one after the other. Our priority is to reach the town. None of you bastards are allowed to die before then. John summoned a black bow from his storage ring and jumped high up to the air. The hawk grew in size until its wingspan reached 6 meters. John pulled the string and fired a barrage of arrows at the incoming wolf tide. Blood blossomed in the air as John hit his targets. It was then that another lightning bolt was shot in his direction. Blitz immediately did a nosedive in order to avoid the long-distance magic fired by the 1,000-men beast. The other senior shepherds summoned their weapons as they prepared to protect the herd. All of them were trying to buy as much time as possible until their reinforcements arrived. Chapter 26. Wolf Tide Part 2. **T. Marcus cursed out loud as more than 100 wolves streaked past him. He knew that it was impossible for 5 men to hold back the unstoppable wolf tide on their own. John was holding his ground against the 1,000-year beast and keeping all its attention on him. The rest of the senior shepherds were mauling the wolves with their weapons as corpses piled around them. Just like Marcus, they were doing their best in order to survive the onslaught. Seeing that they were losing their ground, Marcus charged towards his comrades in order to save them. Thunder snorted as its body grew in size. The wolves that stood in its way were impaled by its sharp tusks and were carried along with its charge. Standing 4 meters tall, the wild boar easily reached the other shepherds and allowed them to mount its back. It then made a hasty retreat in order to regroup with the children who were about to be overtaken by the wolf tide. Dash. Ice armor. 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 A shroud of blue mist surrounded William, Ella, Ava, Theo, and the rest of the children. William could see the wolves closing in on them and decided to prepare for the inevitable battle. Ava summoned 2 short swords and prepared to stand her ground. Wind blades circled around her as she floated in the air. I'll buy you kids some time, Ava announced. William, I leave the rest to you. I'll do my best. William nodded his head. Don't die, Aunt Ava. Silly boy, these are just wolf pups. How can they possibly kill me? Stop dawdling and go, Ava ordered. The kids nodded their heads and made a wild dash towards the forest. This was the last hurdle they had to pass before they reached the main road leading towards the town of Lant. Ava knew that it would be a miracle if the kids could escape the forest unharmed. Gripping her weapons, she increased the number of wind blades around her. She would buy as much time as she could. As for whether the kids would survive or not, she could only pray to the gods for their mercy. William also knew that it would be impossible for them to escape the forest with their speed. Out of desperation, an idea suddenly popped inside the boy's head. Theo, take the others and climb that tree. William ordered. Make sure to go as high as you can and don't make any sound. The kids were surprised at first, but they were not stupid. They understood what William was trying to tell them and ran towards the tall tree in the distance. What about you? Theo asked. Don't tell me you are going to face those wolves alone. You're not their match. Added Nobleman at. I know, but if we don't do something, all of us will die here, William replied with a serious expression. Don't worry. I'm too young and too handsome to die. These wolves will not be able to hurt me. Besides, my mama is here to protect me. Me, Ella bleated. She had a determined look on her face as her horns started to glow bloody red. Fine. Please, be careful. Theo knew that William was right. This was a moment of life and death, and if they hesitated, all of them were going to die. William watched as his friends climbed the tallest tree in the forest. He didn't know if wolves could climb, but he was sure that they would be more attracted to the plump sheep than the 4 scrawny human brats. Name. William von Ainsworth. Race. Half-elf. Hit points. 1,951,950ths. Mana. 1,281,350ths. Job class. Shepherd LVL 28. Subclass. Ice Mage LVL 8. Strength. 20 plus 2. Agility. 30. Vitality. 20 plus 2. Intelligence. 54 plus 2. Dexterity. 10 plus 20. William looked at his pitiful stats and took a deep breath. System, I need your help, William said. Waiting for the host's order. Closing square bracket. Is it possible to use mass bestow on the herd under my command? It is possible. Closing square bracket. Creating special skill. Host has learned skill. Mass bestow. Closing square bracket. Mass bestow. 500 mana points. Increase the stats of all creatures assigned to your herd by 10. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration. 2 hours. Mass bestow. William used the skill without batting an eye. He watched as his mana points decreased dramatically. The 50 goats that were part of his herd glowed as their stats were increased. William sighed as he looked at the pitiful mana points that remained in his mana pool. Mana regeneration. I'm counting on you. Due to William's low intelligence stat, his mana regeneration only increased by 1 every 2 seconds. 1 mana every 2 seconds might seem fast, but during crucial moments, it would not be enough to turn the tide of battle. William observed the goats under his command and checked their stats. Thanks to the mass bestow, Way of the Shepherd, and Wolf in sheep's clothing. The Angorian goats were now slightly stronger than the average dire wolf. Race. Angorian goat. Hit points. 580/580ths. Mana. 260/260ths. Strength. 2 plus 2 4. Agility. 3 plus 2 5. Vitality. 4 plus 2 5. Intelligence. 2 plus 2 4. Dexterity. 2 plus 2 4. William knew that his meager army was not enough to contend with the hundreds of dire wolves that were about to descend upon them. He also felt pained knowing that with the exception of Ella, his entire herd would be wiped out. Even so, he gritted his teeth as he ordered the goats to run towards the retreating sheep in the distance. Soon, the ground trembled as hundreds of wolves entered the forest. Their ferocious howls made the hairs on William's neck stand on end. His breathing became ragged as his senses sharpened. Battle formation. William ordered, and the Angorian goats stood in AV formation. He had dismounted from Ella long ago and climbed a tall tree not far from them. He knew that keeping her with him would only hinder her from going all out. Although it was a risky move, he believed that this was the best course of action that they could take. All the goats lowered their heads as their horns pointed outwards. Ella's majestic form stood in front of them like a general leading her men to battle. A few seconds later, the dire wolves came into view. Their ferocious appearance coupled by their viscous teeth made William shudder. If not for his hands firmly holding the tree bark, he might have already fallen from the tree due to the shock. Mama, please, be safe, William prayed. He didn't believe in gods before, but after meeting Gavin, Issei, Lily, and David, his outlook changed completely. The raging wolf tide charged towards the 51 goats with bloodshot eyes. They had traveled for many miles in search of food. Although they had caught some prey along the way, it was not enough to feed thousands of them. The goats in front of them looked very plump, especially the goat with red horns on its head. Like the crazed beasts that they were, they lunged at the goat herd with fervor. Me. Ella gave the signal and the goats under her command charged forward. A collision of teeth, horns, and claws marked the start of a battle between the hunter and their prey. Blood sprayed in the air as both wolves and goats started to slaughter each other. In that initial clash, 10 goats died in battle, while 60 dire wolves were impaled to death. Express gained 18,000. William saw the notification and felt bitterness. If this was a regular situation, he might have danced in happiness due to the massive experience points that he had gained. However, watching the goats that he had personally raised and cared for die in front of him, in exchange for experience points, made his heart ache. His tears fell like raindrops, but they couldn't be compared to the river of blood that was currently dyeing the ground red. He had prepared himself for the sacrifices, but his heart still bled at the reality that had presented itself in front of his eyes. Chapter 27. Wolf Tide Part 3. Me. Ella charged in fury as it knocked off the dire wolf that was about to sink its fangs on one of her subordinates. Only 2 minutes had passed since the battle started and there were only 18 goats remaining in their formation. Taking the lead, Ella led the other goats in a mad charge that cut through the wolves with a vengeance. Their target was the 3-meter-tall gray wolf that stood at the center of the pack. The alpha wolf growled and rallied the wolves to clash with the approaching goats. The clash was brutal as 5 more goats lost their lives in exchange for the death of the alpha wolf. This was the 3rd alpha wolf that Ella had killed. Each alpha wolf commanded 40 to 50 dire wolves each. In order to destroy their chain of command, Ella decided to make these wolves her priority. Her white coat had long been painted with blood. William didn't know whether the blood came from the wolves or Ella's body. All he knew was that his mama had now fallen into a berserk state. Perhaps it was due to the smell of blood in the air, or the death of her subordinates, but the leader of the herd was now out for blood. Even the dire wolves who had initially thought that they had found prey avoided her like a plague. After losing the alpha wolves, the wolves' formation was in disarray. They no longer wanted to fight the crazed goat and her minions. Instead, they ran after the fleeing sheep in the distance. It was at that moment when Ella had recovered from her berserk state and came to her senses. Ella bleated and the 13 remaining goats rallied by her side. Their legs were trembling due to exhaustion, but the fire in their eyes was still burning. William knew that if Ella gave them the order, these goats would charge without fear for their lives and execute her command. Fortunately, Ella didn't do that. After experiencing the battles in the Goblin Crypt, its intelligence had grown by leap and bounds. Although the current Ella wasn't as smart as a human, she was not that far off. Thank the gods. William sighed in relief. He didn't want Ella to fight the dire wolves to the death. The boy looked at the wolves who were now targeting the sheep and tried to count their numbers. According to his estimation, the wolves were still around 400 strong. The only saving grace was that they had left Ella and the other goats alone. They deemed the weak-willed sheep as a safer target. Ella wanted to run after them, but she prioritized the members of her herd. She had already sacrificed many members of her family in order to hold the dire wolves at bay for a few minutes. As the leader of the herd, she deemed that her subordinates had reached their limits and were no longer able to battle. Since that was the case, she only ordered them to be alert and hold their position. Hundreds of wolf corpses littered the battlefield as Ella and the remaining goats stood their ground. As part of William's herd, they also learned the skills Steel Armament, Quick Attack, and Horn Assault. Because of these skills, they were able to overpower their foes and crush them under their hooves. 163,240 experience points. This was the amount of experience points that Ella and her subordinates had gained during their 15-minute battle against the dire wolf pack. All the goats in Ella's party were now level 18. In short, they were no longer the meek and naive goats that used to graze lazily in the pastures. One of them was more than enough to beat 3 dire wolves in a 3-on-1 battle. The helpless cry of sheep being slaughtered reached William's ears. Unlike his goats who received his buffs and skills, the sheeps were truly domestic animals. In the face of the hundreds of dire wolves, the only thing they could do was cry in panic and be eaten alive. At Nobleman at. More than 200 sheep fell prey to the wolf tide, while the remaining animals scattered in different directions. In the middle of the wolves' feeding frenzy, William saw 4 familiar figures running towards the wolf pack from the direction of the town. Isn't that Mr. Sean? William thought. What is he doing here? A man holding a rolling pin in his hands, fearlessly ran towards the wolf pack. He was the baker of Lant, and went by the name Sean. William usually visited his store once a week to buy a loaf of bread before going to the valley. Sean was a very kind and warm person. Just like everyone in Lant, he had a carefree personality and always wore a smile on his face. However, right now, the town's baker was not smiling. The rolling pin in his hand enlarged and transformed into a 2-meter-long silver rolling pin. With a roar of fury, Sean lunged at the feasting wolves and waved the rolling pin of death in a wide swing. The heads of the wolves that were on the path of his attack exploded like watermelons. FCK. William almost cursed out loud at the baker's brutality. The 4 other people behind the baker also summoned their weapons and joined him in his slaughter. Helen, who is often referred to as Auntie Helen by William, was their Ainsworth family's maid. Some of his clothes were sewn by her and all of them were of good quality. Now, this same auntie who had wiped William's bum countless times when he was still a baby, was currently beheading wolves left and right just by waving her hand. William could faintly see golden threads connected to his Auntie Helen's fingers that sliced through the air like a flexible sword. Filthy mongrels, Helen spat. If my little William was hurt by you bastards, I swear that I will hunt down all the wolf packs in this kingdom. Auntie, don't worry, I'm still alive. William couldn't help but feel warm at his Aunt Helen's concern for him. Seeing his Aunt Helen's elegance in the battlefield, he generously gave her 4 thumbs up in his heart. Everywhere Helen went, all the wolves would be cut into pieces. The 2 other people who had also engaged the wolf pack were Lant town's barber and dentist. The town's barber, Mr. Bond, had the most unique hairstyle in Lant. William often wondered if the barber was born with the natural Afro-style hair. There were rumors in the town that he chose this hairstyle because he was too lazy to cut his own hair. Snippy, snip snap, Mr. Bond said as he threw 6 scissors in the air which pierced through the heads of the wolves charging towards him. The name is Bond. Mr. Bond. A man wearing white shirt and black pants jogged towards the wolves with a refreshing smile. He was Lant town's sole dentist and went by the name Jekyll. William, and the rest of the children in Lant, had voted him to be the scariest person in town. Why? Because he was the dentist. Had there been any child who was not afraid of the dentist? The answer is no. Every child in Lant was afraid of him. The mere sight of him taking a stroll around town was enough to make anyone below the age of 15 cry out in fear. Even though he was handsome, looked prim and proper, and always had that dazzling smile on his face, there was no sane kid in Lant that would smile back at him. Jekyll stopped in the middle of the wolf pack and placed his hands behind his back. Thank you for the meal. He then gave the wolves a refreshing smile before opening his mouth wide. The scene that followed next gave William goosebumps. All the wolves that were at least 20 meters around Jekyll were sucked up inside his mouth. A few seconds later, the dentist gave a loud burp which scared the dire wolves silly. Excuse me, Jekyll said with a smile. Don't worry, I still have room for desserts. Chapter 28. William's Secret. The dire wolves growled, not in challenge, but out of fear. Jekyll glanced at these delicious treats with a smile. If one were to look closely at the only dentist in Lant, pieces of wolf flesh could be seen stuck between some of his teeth. However, before he or the dire wolves could even make their move, someone fell down from the sky. His landing created a dust storm that made everyone back away. When the dust settled, a man with gray hair stood at the center of a 4-square-meter crater. James scanned his surroundings as if looking for someone. Soon, his gaze landed on a boy that was standing on top of a tree branch, while hugging the tree bark. His gaze softened a bit as he shifted his attention to the few dire wolves that remained on the battlefield. Helen, clean up these pieces of trash, James ordered. As you wish, master, Helen replied with a smile. The sounds of dying howls echoed through the forest as the remaining dire wolves breathed their last. Seeing that the situation was now under control, William climbed down from the tree and ran towards his mama Ella. The Angorian goat licked William's cheeks as if to tell him that she was fine. Even so, William used first aid on her to help her recover her injuries. Afterward, he also administered first aid to the remaining goats in his herd. These were the survivors of the wolf tide and he didn't intend for them to die after getting this far. Mr. Bond, the town's barber, had located Theo and the other apprentice shepherds. He took it upon himself to escort the kids back to Lant, while the others went to assist their comrades in battle. At Nobleman at. William was so focused on his task of healing the goats that he didn't notice that his grandfather had arrived beside him. The others had already left to support the senior shepherds on the other side of the forest. The battle was still not over. There were still a few thousand dire wolves that were still under the command of the two centennial beasts. Also, there was still the threat of the 1,000-men beast that was equivalent to a one-man army. Go back to the residence, William ordered the 13 goats. Me. The goats pawed their hooves in protest. They felt that William had no intention of going back with them. Since that was the case, they decided to not go back as well. Don't be stubborn. William glared at the restless goats. Ella, make them understand. Me. Emma bleated and the goats stood in attention. Me. After being reprimanded by Ella, the 13 goats reluctantly bowed their heads and started to walk towards the direction of Lant. These silly goats would look back at William every 10 steps with pitiful eyes as if they were little children being bullied. William ignored them. Since he had already made up his mind, he would not take back his word. James watched all of this with amusement. With just a glance, he noticed that there had been a significant change on the goats' demeanor. This confirmed some of his suspicions. William, can I ask you a question? Of course, if you don't want to answer then you don't have to say anything, James said with a smile. William looked at his grandfather's eyes and saw how serious he was. After giving it some thought, he resolutely nodded his head. Do you perhaps get stronger after killing monsters? James asked. This question caught William by surprise. This was one of his secrets and he wasn't sure if telling this to James was a good idea. However, something deep inside his heart was telling him that it was fine to put his trust in his family. If you don't want to answer, that's fine too. James sighed. I might have been too hasty. Perhaps, this was not the right time to ask. Yes, William answered. I get stronger when I kill monsters. William had thought of many reasons to lie, but in the end, he decided to share one of his secrets with his grandfather. James wasn't expecting William to give him an honest answer. But the answer still gave him a shock. His face immediately became serious as he placed his hand over his grandson's shoulder. Thank you. James smiled. Don't tell this secret to anyone aside from our family. Understood, William replied. Come. This is a perfect opportunity for you to get stronger. James beckoned as he ran towards the valley. William wasn't stupid. He understood what his grandpa was trying to tell him. The boy excitedly climbed his mama Ella's back and followed his grandfather to battle. Make sure to pick a strong skill. Something that hits hard, James said without looking back. Don't miss out on this rare opportunity. The corner of William's lips twitched. His grandpa was acting as if he fully understood William's circumstances. William didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, he was sure of one thing. His grandpa was doing this for his own good. I think I need to have a heart-to-heart talk with grandpa once this is over, William thought. James's demeanor had surprised him, but since he was his grandfather, and he had already told him his secret, Williams would just go with the flow for now. Remembering his grandfather's words, William checked his status page. It was time to pick a strong offensive skill. His Ice Mage job class had gained a few levels after the battle with the dire wolves. With Gavin's blessing, he now had several skill points that he could use to pick a skill that could deal massive damage. After checking the available skills in his Ice Mage skill tree, he decided to max out the Ice Spike skill. Ice Spike 10/10. 20 mana points. Create razor-sharp ice spikes from the ground in a line to inflict damage. Has a chance of freezing enemies. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x6. Cannot freeze boss monsters. As for his remaining skill point, he decided to put it on his Ice Wall skill. Ice Wall 5/5. 10 mana points. Creates a wall of ice at a target location. Ice Wall is 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Ice Wall has a thickness of 1 meter. Skill duration. 40 seconds. As soon as James and William exited the forest, a moving black sea appeared in front of them. Compared to the hundreds of wolves that William had faced in the forest, this wolf tide was the real deal. Chapter 29. Arrival of the Boss Monster. William glanced at his grandfather to see his reaction. He wanted to know if they were in grave danger. Contrary to his expectations, the old man seemed unfazed by the sheer numbers in front of him. At nobleman at. Feeling his grandson's gaze, James turned his head as he gave William some words of assurance. They are just small fries, James said like it was no big deal. The real problems are the centennial and millennial beasts. Those bastards are very sly and won't face us head on. They will first use their cannon fodders to tire us out before making their move. A lightning bolt flashed in the sky followed by the shriek of a hawk. John and his sidekick Blitz were having a long-range battle with the 1,000-men beast. James walked up to Marcus to discuss their plan of action. The wolves had regrouped like an army waiting for their general's order. Howls echoed in the valley as thousands of dire wolves made their presence known. "Boss, what's the plan?" Marcus asked. He noticed William and Ella in the distance, but he didn't say anything. Clearly, James brought his grandson with him for a reason. James stood in front of everyone as he surveyed the surroundings. Excluding William, there were 9 fighters present. All of them were looking at the wolf tide with complicated expressions. "It seems that we are fighting the losers of the pack," James replied after observing the wolf tide. "These wolves are the old generation. Is it that time of the year again?" Marcus asked. "If I remember correctly, it had been 3 years since the last beast tide," Jekyll commented. "It seems that the competition this year is quite intense." All of them were thinking the same thing. Since a beast tide had appeared here, it meant that other villages and towns around the kingdom were also suffering the same fate. "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, Lant will be safe from harm," James announced. Everyone present nodded their heads in agreement. This was something that they never doubted. William listened to the conversation with a serious expression. He had been observing the adults, but none of them seemed too troubled by the current situation. What William didn't know was that the only thing that had troubled the adults earlier was the safety of the kids. Since the kids were already back in Lant, the adults no longer needed to worry about holding back. In fact, they were very eager to face the wolf tide like it was some form of special event. "Sir, is it okay for the young master to be here?" Helen asked. James grinned as he gave William a sidelong glance. "Don't worry about him. He's just here to gain some experience. However, let's not overestimate him too much. Stay by his side and make sure that he doesn't become wolf poop." "As you command." Helen bowed. James faced everyone and told them his battle plan. "Let's take out the 2 centennial beasts first, but make sure not to kill them," James announced. "Cut off their limbs, so that they can't run around. Does the old rule apply?" Ava raised her hand. She had a bloodthirsty look on her face as she hovered above the ground. Wind blades danced around her as if they were part of her wardrobe. "Of course." James nodded his head. "Whoever kills the most wolves will get the beast cores of the 2 centennial beasts." "All right. Now we're talking. Haha. Sorry boys and gals, those cores are in the bag." "Shut up, Marcus. Those cores are mine." Everyone started to get rowdy as they prepared for battle. James looked at his grandson and nodded his head. William also nodded his head in acknowledgement. The two of them had discussed a few things along the way. William was not allowed to join them in their advance against the wolf tide. James had explicitly told him to only act after receiving his order. The boy knew that this was not the time to play hero. His grandpa had already prepared the stage for him. All he needed to do was play his part and reap the benefits. James summoned a giant war axe and held it with both hands. A fearless smile hung on his face as he started to run towards the countless wolves in front of him. "Charge!" James ordered as he raised his axe to battle. The others ran behind him with the exception of Jekyll. The dentist shook his head and walked leisurely towards the battlefield. "Such hot-blooded people," Jekyll commented. Even though he seemed to be admonishing his comrades, there was an excited glint in his eyes. "Young master, don't be surprised about what you're going to see," Helen said with a sweet smile on her face. "It's been years since I've seen them this lively." William didn't say anything in reply. He already had an idea of what his Aunt Helen was hinting at. After seeing the battle in the forest, he realized that the people of Lant weren't as simple as they seemed. Right at that moment, a mighty roar echoed in the valley as James jumped high up in the air. The muscles in his body bulged as he dove fearlessly into the center of the beast tide. Like a meteor falling from the sky, James slammed his battle axe on the ground. What followed next was an explosion that blasted the bodies of the wolves into meat paste. A mighty squeal reverberated across the valley as thunder, the wild boar, charged straight through the sea of wolves like a bulldozer. Everything that blocked his path was torn to shreds. Ella watched this scene and bleated. Her hooves pawed the ground as if she was raring to charge into the wolf tide as well. "Calm down, Mama," William said as he patted her neck. "Our time will come." Truth be told, William knew that Ella was still not at the level where she could charge through the battlefield and slay everyone on her path. Even so, he believed that there would come a day where she would be able to walk unhindered across the land. William would strive to make that happen. Ella understood what William was thinking. Although she was disappointed, she stopped pawing the ground. She stood in place to watch the battle with determination. Suddenly, two unique wolves appeared on the battlefield. They were 4 meters tall and their blue fur made them stand out from the crowd. There were 2 horns protruding out of their heads and they were glowing with green light. The 2 underlings have arrived, Helen commented. Young master, take a good look. Those 2 are centennial beasts. As the name suggests, they are as strong as 100 men. If you ever encounter them during your travels, please, run as far as you can. Don't worry, Aunt Helen, William replied. I will only fight them when I'm confident that I will win. The 2 dire wolves roared and a powerful shockwave swept the battlefield. James and the others were pushed back, but they were undeterred. In their eyes, the 2 wolves were not a big deal. Remember, don't kill them. James reminded everyone. Just cut off their limbs. I'm on it. Sean, the baker, laughed as the rolling pin in his hand extended up to 10 meters. The closest centennial beast was hiding behind the cannon fodders, so he decided to use the rolling pin as a pole vault to reach it. William watched with sparkling eyes as Sean flew across 100 meters in the air. Sean was about to unleash his killer move when he saw a purple flash at the corner of his eye. FCK. Sean immediately retracted his rolling pin and used it as a shield to block the lightning bolt that was launched in his direction. A resounding clap was heard as Sean was blasted across the valley. Everything happened so fast and everyone was caught by surprise. Sean's body catapulted through the air and crashed in the forest behind William. As if announcing its arrival, a 10-meter-tall purple wolf howled in anger. 4 horns protruded on its head and tendrils of lightning danced around their tips. A tune played in the background as the system announced the arrival of the last boss. William could only swallow his saliva as he gazed at the boss monster in front of him. He knew that at his current level, defeating this boss was merely a pipe dream. Chapter 30. All your express belongs to me. James clicked his tongue. If it was only an ordinary millennial beast, he wouldn't have any problems dealing with it. However, the beast in front of him had the affinity of the lightning element. This bastard is a bit tricky to kill, James thought as he scanned the surroundings. Even though Sean got hit by the lightning bolt, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. This was the reason why James and the others were not worried. Sir, your orders? Marcus asked. No rush, my son is on his way, James replied. As if waiting for those words, 6 men exited the forest. The one who was leading them was Mordred. Surprisingly, Sean was also in the group. Aside from his clothes being burnt, no signs of injury could be seen on his body. What took you so long? James snorted as soon as his son arrived by his side. I had to appoint people to stay and protect Lant, Mordred answered. Dang. A lightning-type millennial beast. Talk about bad luck. I know, right? James sighed. I could have already dealt with it if it was any other element. But, this bugger had to be the lightning type. A man with white hair, who seemed to be in his early 90s, walked up to the front. He was using his walking stick and his wrinkled face looked at the millennial beast as if it was a pesky guest. At nobleman at. Troublesome vermin, the old man muttered. His name was Owen. He was a life magus and highly regarded in Lant. Everyone who suffered from injuries or diseases would go to his home to receive treatment. He was one of the most important personages that safeguarded Lant from harm. Everyone nodded at the magus words in agreement. Well, since everyone is here I guess it's time to clean this up, James announced. Mordred, Jekyll, and I will handle the millennial beast. Marcus, John, Sean, deal with one of the centennial beasts. Feel free to cut off its limbs, but don't kill it. James paused for a while and looked at the floating woman in the distance. Ava, and the other shepherds, you deal with the other centennial beast. What about us? A man carrying a wok and a ladle asked. His name was Gordon. He was the owner, and chef, of the only tavern in Lant named Sleeping Forest. Gordon, you and the peanut gallery will exterminate the small fries, James said after careful consideration. Peanut gallery. Well, this doesn't sound bad. An elf holding a lute grinned. His name was Ferrite, the traveling bard of the kingdom. The peanut gallery would always watch me perform. Being on the sidelines is also good from time to time. Cleaning up the small fries isn't necessarily an easy thing. The old sir is just too lazy to kill them all. Barbados, the town's blacksmith, lifted his mithril hammer. But, I have to agree. Pounding wolf heads instead of iron ingots is a good change of pace. Owen sighed as he raised his walking stick. Let's just finish this early. My wife will get worried if I come home late. The life magus chanted and everyone was bathed in light. Mass blessing. William felt a gentle breeze envelop his body. He felt invigorated as if a newfound strength had entered his inner being. In order to confirm his suspicion, he opened his status page and was shocked by what he discovered. All of his stats increased by 100. What sorcery is this? William almost screamed out loud. He thought that the skills he used to boost his Mama Ella was already overpowered. Who would have thought that his meager skills couldn't even compare to a single blessing skill from a life magus? However, it was not over. Mass haste, mass protection, mass bull's strength, mass cat's grace, mass arcane agility. William's jaw almost dropped on the ground when he saw the insane increase in his status points. At first, he thought that the mass blessing was already amazing, but the other skills made him realize that he was still a frog under the well. Dash. Mass bull's strength. Spell grants a plus 100 enhancement bonus to strength. Skill duration. 30 minutes. Mass cat's grace. Spell grants a plus 100 enhancement bonus to dexterity. Skill duration. 30 minutes. Mass arcane agility. Spell grants a plus 100 enhancement bonus to agility. Skill duration. 30 minutes. Dash. William looked at the life magus with sparkling eyes. Should I become a life magus as well? William's passion was ignited. This is just so freaking awesome. Even Ella could barely contain her excitement. She stomped her hooves with the intention to battle. If William wasn't mounted on her back, she would have already charged at the wolves to avenge her fallen comrades. James glanced at his grandson and nodded his head. William, you can also join the peanut gallery and wipe out the small fries, James said with a smile. Helen, watch over him. Yes, sir, Helen replied. James then glanced at Owen. Owen, relax, I'll keep an eye on your grandson. Thank you. Just go already, Owen said impatiently. My wife. All right, we're going. Guys, let's hurry up. The henpecked old man might get killed if we dilly-dally. With a roar of laughter, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and Women rushed towards the wolf tide. James, Mordred, and Jekyll ran straight towards the millennial beast. They needed to buy some time for the others to defeat their targets. Mama Ella, let's go. William said with determination. Bestow. Leader of the herd. Steel armament. Me. The Angorian goat carrying William at her back rushed towards the dire wolves like a raging bull. All of Ella's stats were in the hundreds. As long as they didn't fight against the centennial and millennial beasts, none of the dire wolves, including the alpha wolves, could beat them. Helen followed William and stayed a few meters away from him. She watched in amusement as the boy waved the wooden staff in his hand. Whenever he swung his wooden staff, tens of dire wolves would be blown away as if he was sweeping dead leaves. Ella was more straightforward. She just ran in a single direction and anyone who blocked her path would be torn apart by her horns. A mighty squeal resounded in the battlefield. Thunder, the wild boar, saw Ella's relentless charge and felt competitive. Marcus was with the others fighting against the centennial beasts, while Thunder's job was to help annihilate the small fries. Me, snort. Me, snort. The two animals bulldozed everyone in their path as if they were injected with chicken blood. It seemed that both of them had entered a rivalry and were competing against each other. William's eyes, on the other hand, were burning like crazy. In his eyes, all of these wolves were free experience points. It was like a bonus stage in a game. A stage where you could battle to get as many experience points as possible within a certain time limit. If he didn't use this opportunity to the fullest, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. The boy decided to stop being low-key and gave into the battle lust that spread through every fiber of his being. Magnum burst. Magnum burst. Ice spike. William brandished his staff in a frenzy. All your express belongs to me. Razor-sharp ice spikes rose up from the ground and skewered everything in its path. The little boy was hell-bent to squeeze as much experience points as he could during this period of time. Helen and Owen, who were observing William from the distance, raised their eyebrows in surprise. They had known the brat since he was a baby, but this was the first time they had seen him use magic in an actual battle. Chapter 31. Either it dies, or we die. The dire wolves were helpless against William's and Ella's mad rush. Helen's golden threads would decapitate any wolf that tried to attack William from his blind spot. With an expert like her protecting him, William didn't have to worry about getting hurt. Of course, he and Ella steered clear of the centennial and millennial beasts. They only fought the wolves along the outside perimeter. Although they were feeling confident, they were not cocky. Helen and Owen nodded their heads in appreciation. Not every 10-year-old boy would get the opportunity to fight in a beast tide and remain unscathed. Gained express points. 46,176. Gained express points. 70,131. Gained express points. 65,495. William was about to nudge Ella to head a bit deeper in the wolf tide when a few golden strings wrapped around the two of them. Helen didn't want William and Ella to get carried away, so she decided to drag them back to where Owen was standing. Also, she noticed that the tide of battle was starting to get serious from now on. Majority of the small fries had been dealt with. The real battle was about to begin. Young master, things are going to get a bit dangerous, Helen said. Stay here for the time being. William obediently nodded his head. He had already gained decent experience points, so he decided to listen to his Auntie Helen. At that right moment, the wolf tide suddenly had a drastic change. The wolves' eyes glowed red. The Black Sea had now a smattering of red dots and looked more sinister compared to before. Berserk call, Owen muttered. As expected, this is gonna be ugly. The wolves charged at the three teams who were attacking their leaders. At first, Marcus and the rest were taking it easy. Although the wolves had the advantage in numbers, they were more than capable of dealing with them. The centennial beasts, although strong, was not something that they couldn't handle. They were about to completely incapacitate them when a powerful howl descended on the battlefield. Immediately, the two centennial beasts' countenance changed. They entered a berserk state which multiplied their powers threefold. The same could be said for the rest of the wolves that were currently attacking them without fear for their lives. This is why I hate fighting against millennial beasts with lightning elements, James cursed. These critters are full of dirty tricks. It was at that time when a flash of purple lightning bolt streaked towards James's direction. The old man used his giant axe to block the blow like a shield. However, it still sent him hurtling a few meters in the air. Flare explosion. Mordred roared as he pressed both of his palms on the ground. All the wolves within 15 square meters around him were turned to ashes. Hey, are you forgetting that I'm here? Jekyll yelped in anger. He was in the middle of the battle formation and keeping close watch on James and Mordred's situation. Mordred's sudden attack caught him by surprise because he was distracted by the millennial beast's purple lightning. Relax, this little blaze couldn't possibly kill you, Mordred replied with a shrug. I'm not worried about your puny fire killing me. I'm worried about my clothes. Jekyll snapped. I just bought this from the capital a week ago and now it's ruined. Just put it on my tab. FCK. What tab are you talking about? You still haven't paid the debt you owed me and it's been 4 years already. You two bastards, stop arguing and help me. James roared. He wanted to use his axe to slap the two arguing numbskulls who had completely forgotten that they were dealing with a walking calamity. If not for the fact that he was surrounded by hundreds of berserk dire wolves, he would have already beaten the two idiots to kingdom come. The battle continued for an hour and most of the dire wolves had been dealt with. Now, only less than 200 wolves remained of the once formidable wolf tide. The two centennial beasts were also lying on the ground. They were not dead, but they no longer held any threat whatsoever. Although the outcome seemed to be leaning on the side of Lant, everyone had dire expressions on their faces. William noticed this as well and wondered why everyone felt that way. Aren't we already winning? William asked. How come I sense that everyone's mood has turned for the worst? You have good eyes, little Will. Owen chuckled. Indeed. If we were just to look at the numbers then this battle can already be considered a victory. However, until the millennial beast retreats, the victors and losers are still undecided. Retreat. William frowned. Why would we want that oversized wolf to retreat? Wouldn't it be better if it is killed? Of course. Owen nodded. However, millennial beasts with the lightning element have a very disgusting ability. They have this skill called Storm Annihilation. This is a suicide skill that is capable of destroying everything. The last time this skill was used, an entire capital disappeared from the face of the continent. Yuck. Williams almost choked on his saliva when he heard Owen's explanation. Destroying an entire capital, is that a joke? However, one glance was enough to tell William that Owen was not lying to him. He also noticed that his grandfather and the rest were only trying to threaten the beast and not fighting it head on. I'm very worried, Helen muttered. This is an old monster and it might not really care whether it lived or died. Owen, we have to prepare for the worst. Owen nodded his head and began chanting. If the beast was really going to use its suicide move, he would erect a barrier and try to protect everyone. However, he was not confident that he would succeed. At nobleman at. The best case scenario was for the millennial beast to leave on its own. James decapitated the last dire wolf with ease. His giant axe was now soaked in the blood of its victims. The millennial beast watched all of these with indifference. It didn't really care whether its pack died or not. They had already been banished from the Forbidden Land, and there was no going back for them. It raised its head and howled a mournful cry. James and the faces of everyone in the valley immediately paled. They understood what the beast wanted to do. It wanted to have a life and death battle with them. Can I go home now? Jekyll asked. I remember that I still have things to do. Everyone glared at Jekyll, but they didn't say anything. In fact, they were thinking the same. They were cursing the millennial beast in their hearts for being stubborn. All of them wanted to scream and raise their middle fingers at the same time. If you want to die, then just die by yourself. Bastard. Sir, what are we going to do? Marcus asked. Although he tried to hide it, the worry on his face was evident. We need to end this quickly, James replied. Either it dies, or we die. Owen and Helen also made their move. They left William alone and headed to assist their comrades to battle. It was not because they didn't care for William's safety. On the contrary, they made their decision because they cared for everyone's safety. If the beast isn't killed as soon as possible, then the entirety of Lant would be wiped out from the face of the continent. Simply put, there was no safe place to run or hide. Chapter 32. Message from the author. Question in regards to the merging of 10 job classes. The condition for merging the classes is not the basic job classes. It has to be at least the second advanced classes. For example, William's Ice Wizard can be counted as one of these advanced classes. The Ice Wizard is the next evolution of the Ice Mage job class. Of course, in order to meet the requirements for the Jack of all trades, the Ice Wizard class should reach its max level first. All job classes have 3 forms: Basic, Advance, Final. William will be able to fulfill the condition of the Jack of all trades after getting 10 advanced job classes, and they must be all at their max level. At Nobleman at. Naturally, if William will be able to get 10 final classes and merge them together, the result will be a more powerful form of the Jack of all trades. The same can be said for prestige classes. For example, the Prestige class, Disciple of Thunder, and Prince of Darkness. Oops, sorry spoiler. These two are just of the basic job class of the Prestige class. Their respective Transcendence classes are the equivalent for the advanced job classes of the normal professions. As for special classes like Battlemage, this is considered as an advanced job class. The reason is because you need to have a mage job class, any mage types, and a monk job class at their max level to unlock this special class. If you are familiar with Final Fantasy Tactics, some special classes can be unlocked when you meet their respective requirements. Chapter 33. Storm Annihilation Part 1. James gripped the giant war axe in his hand firmly. This axe had accompanied him in many battles and had witnessed his glorious days. He glanced at his son Mordred. This son of his was a very stable individual and had managed to gain the support of everyone in Lant. The Ainsworth family was a dying clan. There were only 5 of them left on the continent: James, Morgan, Mordred, Matthew, Mordred's son, and William. If he failed to finish off this monster, only 2 of their bloodline would be left. He, Mordred, and his grandson, William, would die alongside this calamity. James clenched his teeth. This was something he didn't want to happen. He couldn't allow it to happen. Failure was not an option. We only have one shot, James said with a determined expression. No matter what happens, do not let it use Storm Annihilation. I don't care how you do it, as long as you do it. Do I make myself clear? Everyone present nodded their heads. Words need not to be spoken. Even the always smiling Jekyll was no longer smiling. The dentist had already taken off his glasses, which meant that he was now going to get serious. The 10-meter-tall wolf charged and tendrils of lightning danced around its body. Mordred stomped on the ground and punched the air in front of him. Fire Dragon Assault. A fire dragon emerged in front of Mordred and flew towards the beast with an earth-shaking roar. The 4 horns of the wolf boss glowed. It then shot out 2 streaks of purple lightning towards the apparition that dared to challenge its existence. As the lightning and dragon crashed against each other, a massive shockwave shook the battlefield. Mordred, Marcus, and 2 others were blown away due to their close proximity to the area of explosion. A giant dust cloud emerged and blocked everyone's line of sight. However, even though they couldn't see their opponent, they could feel its mighty presence. A purple figure emerged from the dust cloud and charged in their direction. The wolf boss was not even fazed by Mordred's full power attack. This clearly showed the difference between their powers. James rushed to meet the wolf head on. There were no signs of fear on his face. Instead, One could see his unwavering determination for victory. Die. James growled as the muscles in his body bulged. The axe in his hand swept the air in a mad strike. The wolf didn't meet James's attack head on and dodged to the side. As a creature that had arrived at its rank, it had the ability to gauge the strength of an individual. It knew that James's attack wasn't as simple as it seemed. The axe missed its target and slammed into the ground. The ground was split apart, creating a 10-meter-long fissure. James didn't stop his attack and delivered a backhand strike to the sly wolf who tried to do a sneak attack. A howl of pain escaped the wolf's lips as James's fist hit its target. Everyone knew that it was a crucial time, so Helen joined the battle, leaving William in Owen's care. Golden threads wrapped around one of the wolf's legs and held it in place. Now, Helen shouted. Marcus and the rest unleashed their ultimate attacks at the same time. Fire blast, steel hammer, earth spike, wind storm, at Nobleman at. The combined attacks fell upon a purple screen of light that covered the wolf's body. This ability was called Light Screen. It had the power of elemental attacks. Although it didn't give the beast immunity to the elements, it decreased their effect, allowing the wolf boss to endure the barrage of spells that fell mercilessly on its body. It's not enough, James muttered as he jumped into the air to unleash another powerful strike. The wolf growled and pulled on the golden threads that were wrapped around its leg. Since the golden threads were connected to Helen's fingers, the woman was pulled along with her ability. The wolf sent her flying to block James's strike midair. With a roar of annoyance, James dispelled his attack and caught Helen in his embrace. The wolf knew that this was a good opportunity, so it jumped into the air to swallow both of them whole. Unfortunately, it underestimated the resourcefulness of the humans around it. With a wave of her arm, Ava pulled James and Helen in her direction. What followed next was a shrill shriek that pierced the air as Blitz and John made their move. Using its maximum speed, the hawk fearlessly dove towards the wolf who was in midair. The collision resulted in a howl of pain coming from the wolf. It fell on the ground with a crash. Blitz flapped its wings to soar back into the sky. Traces of blood could be seen on its talons, which proved that its attack was effective. The wolf stood up and roared in fury. One of its eyes was bleeding and it made everyone regain their courage. However, before anyone could do a follow-up attack, an intense flash of light gathered around its body. Damn, it's going to use Storm Annihilation. James cursed. Everyone, brace yourselves. Blitz caught James and Helen with its talons and flew upwards. Everyone else ran behind Owen as the Life Magus prepared his strongest barrier to fend off the wolf's suicide attack. He had already positioned himself in a defensive position with the town of Lant at his back. He would do everything in his power to protect his comrades and the townsfolk from this full-powered last resort by a millennial beast. Blessed Goddess, Redeemer of souls, in my time of need I come to you. Renew my strength so I might live in peace, Owen chanted. I plead this of you as your faithful child, O brightest light. Absolve me with your glorious grace. Protect those who worship your excellence. Aegis. A golden barrier of light that was 30 meters tall burst out in front of Owen. It spread out towards the side until it was almost a kilometer long. The Aegis spell was Owen's strongest defensive ability, but it wasn't supposed to be used this way. At most, the Aegis would form a small barrier that would absolutely fend off any attack. However, Owen stretched the barrier to its limit. Although it wouldn't be as sturdy as the concentrated barrier, he hoped that it would be enough to minimize the damage of the Storm of Annihilation. This was the best he could do for his comrades and the people of Lant. Just as everyone was bracing themselves for the Millennial Beast's suicide attack, they noticed something moving towards the thunder-horned wolf from behind its back. Chapter 34. Storm Annihilation Part 2. It was moving very quickly, but everyone present was an expert in battle. When James saw who it was, his heart almost broke into pieces. William. The old man's shout was deafening. However, William didn't hear it. His concentration was locked on the glowing wolf in front of him. The moment the wolf initiated its Storm Annihilation, William had also made his move. He ordered Ella to use Quick Attack in order to close the gap at the fastest speed possible. Although the Storm Annihilation was truly a powerful move, it was not something that could be used in an instant. The wolf needed to channel all of its life force and energy into its beast core before this ultimate attack could be unleashed. However, who was William? He was someone that had the help of his system. Before the battle started, the system had already analyzed how to block the Storm Annihilation. William knew that it was very risky, but he still decided to do it. Quoting what his grandfather said, either the wolf died, or everyone would die. Since death was already a foregone conclusion, why not struggle until the last moment? When William was only 10 meters away from the wolf, he channeled his magic to his staff and aimed it at a certain location. At Nobleman at. Glacial Lance. A 5-meter-long lance that shone like crystals shot forward with a vengeance. This was the strongest spell that was currently available in William's Ice Mage skill tree. Glacial Lance 10/10. 50 mana points. Hurls a 5-meter-long lance of ice to your enemy dealing piercing frost damage. Piercing strike increased by 50%. Damage dealt is equivalent to intelligence x10. Deals 5x damage to frozen enemies. Has a chance to freeze enemies except boss monsters. William was able to unlock it due to the experience points he had gained from the earlier battle. Simply put, this was William's last hurrah and he bet his life on this desperate last strike. Everyone watched with bated breath as the lance drew near the wolf's body. All of them knew that this wouldn't change the current situation. Once the wolf initiated its suicide attack, nothing could stop it. Many people had tried in the past, and all of them had one ending. They had been incinerated by heavenly lightning until they turned into ashes. Contrary to everyone's expectations, they saw and heard something truly unexpected. The wolf yelped as its massive body bolted off the ground. The glacial lance had embedded itself in the wolf's body, which made it lose its concentration. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What had they just seen? Once the wolf activated the storm annihilation, it covered its body with a light screen. This reduced the effectiveness of all attacks by half. It was also why no one had thought that William would succeed in his attack. Earlier, Mordred and the others had also unleashed their full-powered attacks. However, the wolf endured their attacks with grace. They never believed for a second that William's spell, Glacial Lance, could do better. Compared to the veteran's ultimate moves, William's spell was not particularly strong. Although it looked cool, its power was not even a fifth of Mordred's full-powered fire blast. How can this be? Owen asked. What's going on? No one answered his question. None of them could explain the unbelievable sight in front of them. Actually, the adults had forgotten one thing. Even though the wolf had used a light screen, there were some attacks that couldn't be endured even if your body was made of steel. For example, if you were to be hit in a certain place, the damage would be multiplied astronomically. Indeed, William didn't think of anything complicated. He used his glacial lance to impale the only place that would bring the wolf to its knees. What place was that exactly? Ahem, it was none other than the wolf's B*TT hole. Hey, humans could endure punch and kicks, but if that place was suddenly poked by a long, hard, pointy, and tapered stick, they would definitely be in a world of pain. Of course, there were some experts that were able to take such penetrating attacks by cucumbers with grace. Unfortunately, the millennial beast was not one of them. All of their attention turned back to focus on William and Ella, who were about to have a head-on collision with the millennial beast. Ice spike. Ice spikes materialized on the ground in front of William, creating an icicle bridge. Mama Ella. Horn assault. William ordered. Me. Ella ran over the icicle bridge as her horn glowed bloody red. This was currently her strongest move, but it was a move that couldn't be underestimated. Thanks to Owen's buffs, Ella's strength stat had surpassed 300. William had maxed out this skill at level 10. Its damage output was Ella's strength stat multiplied by 7. Right now, it was as strong as Mordred's fire dragon assault. After channeling its life force and energy to its magic core, the millennial beast was at its weakest. The two bloody horns slammed into the wolf's forehead with a resounding clap. A dying howl permeated the battlefield as the wolf's massive body fell to the ground. Its eyes looked at William and Ella with bitterness. It was unresigned. It planned to bring all of these insects with him to the afterlife, but it was foiled by this little kid whom it treated as livestock. Soon, its eyes became dull and lifeless as it breathed its last. The battle was finally over. Everyone stared at the boy who was mounted on top of the Angorian goat with burning eyes. The boy, on the other hand, had a dazed look on his face as he stared at the dead millennial beast in front of him. That's my grandson. James shouted with pride. He's just like me when I was younger. Ha 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 ha. As expected of my grandson. The hawk shrieked and glanced at his master. He gave John the, "Can I drop this old fool?" expression as the latter only chuckled and shook his head. John stared at the boy on the ground and nodded his head in appreciation. This youngster is very promising. William wasn't aware of the burning looks that the people were giving him. The reason why he was in a daze was because of the notification that had appeared in front of him. Ding. Closing square bracket. Gained express. 1,200,000. Congratulations. You have slayed a millennial beast. Closing square bracket. Special monster first kill bonus express. 500,000. You have acquired Wolf Slayer title. Closing square bracket. You have acquired millennial grade beast core. Closing square bracket. Ice Mage job class had reached its max level. Closing square bracket. Would you like to advance to the next job class? Yes, no. Mama Ella. We struck it big time. Me. William wanted to laugh out loud, but he was feeling lightheaded. The adrenaline rush was now leaving his body and it made him feel very weak. If not for the fact that he was firmly mounted on Ella's back, he might have slipped sideways and fallen to the ground. With a loud thud, James landed beside Ella and happily lifted William from her back. Ha 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 ha. Although you were not as awesome as me when I was your age, you still did well. James laughed as he spun the boy round and round. Me. Ella gave James a grumpy stare. If she could only speak, she would have already nagged at James for handling her baby in a rough manner. Gramps, put me down, I'm feeling dizzy, William pleaded. Hump. Fine. James placed William on Ella's back and looked at him with satisfaction. How could he not be satisfied? His grandson was so bad SS. His grandson was able to stop a skill that was said to be unstoppable. No one had succeeded in the past. Only his grandson was able to achieve such a feat. This was something that he could brag about to his friends when they met again for their joint exploration in 3 months' time. Chapter 35. Looking for a second opinion. A day passed after the great battle against the Wolf Tide. The village of Lant was in a festive atmosphere because they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Unfortunately, some other towns and villages didn't share their happiness. Several messenger birds had arrived at the Ainsworth residence and the majority of them brought bad news. James was frowning as he read the latest letter that had arrived. After a while, he heaved a deep sigh as he carefully placed the letter on the right side of the table. The town of Fuchsia had been overrun by the beast tide. There were no survivors, James announced. This makes it the third town that got wiped out, Owen commented. Those poor souls. This beast tide really came without warning. Helen grimaced. If the defenders of Lant were just a bit weaker, this town would have suffered the same fate as the others. Everyone in the room silently agreed with Helen's deductions. If none of them were here, this town would have already been in ruins. Let's wait for John's reconnaissance mission, Marcus suggested. We can make our move once we get his detailed report. Do you think it's a good idea to open Lant to accept refugees? Sean asked. This was a question that was hard to answer. Lant was a peaceful place and they liked to keep it that way. If refugees were to swarm into this town, then a certain balance would be broken. This was not something they wanted to happen. However, could they really turn away the people who were in dire need of help? Those who had lost everything. Although none of the people inside the room were innocent, and all their hands were covered in blood, they still had a shred of humanity in them. If push came to shove, they would still extend their hands to offer these refugees assistance. After they resisted the Wolf Tide, the town of Lant had entered a state of emergency. No one was allowed to leave town, except for the few elites that were responsible for Lant's safety. The wolves on the battlefield were currently being cleaned up and turned into wolf jerky. This was their way of helping the refugees get something to eat, if and when they arrived in their small town. The thousands of wolves would be enough to feed a lot of people. As for the centennial and millennial beasts, they didn't intend to share them with anyone. They were magical beasts that would help nurture the next generation, and only the original residents would get the privilege of eating their meat. Their fur, claws, and horns could be used to forge weapons and armors. It was a pity that the 2 centennial beasts committed suicide when they saw that their leader had perished. William could have gained a few levels for his shepherd job class if they had survived. Even so, the boy didn't think too much about it. 2 centennial beasts couldn't compare to a millennial beast. If William would have to choose between them, he would pick the latter any day. The atmosphere inside the conference room was heavy. Almost all the towns and villages near Lant had either turned to ruins, or had been wiped out completely from the face of the continent. John and his animal companion Blitz decided to do a reconnaissance mission in order to get a better understanding of the current situation. Lant was located at the western edges of the Helen Kingdom. It was quite far from the capital city, and it would take at least 5 to 6 days to reach it if you were to travel using a flying beast like a griffin. For now, let's wait for John's return, James said after organizing his thoughts. If any refugees arrive in Lant, we can allow them to stay in the town hall for the time being. That place can house up to 200 people. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a few more discussions, everyone left to return to their duties. James sighed for the umpteenth time as he stared at the ceiling. I wonder how the king will react to this calamity. William looked outside the window of his room. The battle against the millennial beast had taught him a lot. He had to admit that it was the second most dangerous experience that he had encountered in his current lifetime. The scale of the battle was very different from the controlled environment inside the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, William had the opportunity to escape. However, in the outside world, there were no second chances. The boy opened his status page and checked the title that he had acquired after defeating the millennial beast. Wolf Slayer. Time to save Little Red Riding Hood. Increase attack against wolf-type monsters by 50%. Strength +3. William gained a lot from that battle. His Ice Mage job class reached max level. Not only that, he was able to unlock the skill, Chantless Casting. This was a skill that William had always wanted. It allowed him to use spells without having to chant them out loud. Now, he had several options in front of him. The first option was to level his Shepherd job class. The second one was to take the next step and advance his Ice Mage to a stronger class. William opened the job advancement menu. There were several choices for him to choose from, but the majority of them were locked. There were even some that were unknown. Ice Wizard. Elemental Lord, locked. Battle Mage, locked. Magic Swordsman, locked. Arcane Ranger, locked. Cryo Lancer, locked. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. The system told him that the jobs with question marks were known as prestige classes. According to the system, these classes required chance encounters and extreme luck to acquire. William didn't think much about it because he already had a prestige class waiting for him to unlock. It was none other than the Disciple of Thunder. Its requirements were very simple. You need to get 2 job classes to reach their max level. It was a very straightforward requirement and William only needed to max 1 more job class in order to unlock it. The basic job classes like Swordsman, Archer, Spearman, Mage, etc., needed to reach job level 40 in order to advance to the next job class. The only question on William's mind right now was, which job class should he choose next? The Shepherd job class was his permanent main class. If he wanted to maximize both worlds, leveling this job class would bring him the most benefits. However, William was very tempted to switch the Ice Mage job class to one of the other classes as well. According to the system, once you reach the max level of a certain class, you would be able to add 1 single skill to your list of permanent skills. What did this mean? Simply put, if William were to swap the Ice Mage with one of the other job classes, he could choose 1 skill from the Ice Mage class to add to his main skill slot. For example, even if he chose the Swordsman as his next job class, he would still be able to use Glacial Lance if he wanted to. He could also choose Chantless Casting, Ice Armor, Ice Wall, Mana Regeneration, etc. Having 1 permanent skill from a job class was a major boon to William's repertoire. Battle Mage and Magic Swordsman sound cool, William muttered as he looked at these 2 job classes. Although they were still locked, William could see their job requirements. Battle Mage. Might and magic are at your disposal. Who said that a mage couldn't fight in close combat? Requirement. Any mage job class level 40. Monk job class level 40. Magic Swordsman. Perfect combination of sword and magic. Nothing is too hot or too cold to those who wield both powers in his hands. Any mage job class level 40. Swordsman job class level 40. William scratched his head continuously. He couldn't make up his mind. The problem with multi-classing was that it took a lot of time to max the level of his job class. The Wolf Tide was a special event that wouldn't happen too often. William knew that killing a millennial beast was not an easy thing to do. If not for the fact that the one he fought was greatly weakened, he wouldn't even stand a chance in killing it. Look for beast tides. That was a very stupid idea. Although the people of Lant were surprisingly strong, he didn't want another beast tide to head in their direction. At Nobleman at. 1 step at a time. William sighed. I don't need to rush. Maxing 1 job class is already good in my current age. William suddenly thought about his ex-fiancée, Rebecca. They said that she was a genius born every 200 years. If the young girl knew that he had already become a full-fledged Ice Mage, what would she think? What would her mother, Agatha, and her master, Eleanor, think? The corner of William's lips curled up into a smile. No good. I am feeling narcissistic again. He shook his head in order to clear his thoughts. What he needed to do now was to decide which job class he should prioritize. Should I advance to Ice Wizard or go for the basic job classes? Arg. Deciding is a pain. William scratched his head for the umpteenth time. I think I need to ask Mama Ella for advice. Maybe she can give me a second opinion. Chapter 36. William's naming sense. William headed towards the back of their residence where the goat pen was located. Right now, Ella was looking after the goats to make sure that they behaved. Mama Ella, I need your help. Me, it's about this. Ella listened to William's dilemma. The boy pointed out the pros and cons of choosing a job class. After a 15-minute explanation, William looked expectantly at his wise and dependable mama. Me, I also think that this is the best option. Thank you, Mama Ella. Me. William happily hugged the Angorian goat and brushed her head with his hand. What Ella told him was indeed the most ideal choice. System, I need you to do something for me, William said inside his mind. How may I be of service? Closing square bracket. I want to change the settings for my experience points. I want to allocate future gains to the shepherd job class. Acknowledged. Closing square bracket. Setting has been successfully changed. Closing square bracket. Thank you, William said with a smile. You're welcome, the system replied before going into silent mode. After William had reached job level 40 in his Ice Mage job class, the system's AI had also gained an upgrade. While its voice was still monotonous, William felt that it was more intelligent compared to before. After getting over his problem, William decided to tackle another one. He looked at the 13 goats that had survived the battle against the dire wolves. William had already had a good talk to Ella and both of them agreed that they couldn't allow the same thing to happen again. Because of this, William decided to strengthen the goats as well. How would he do that? The answer is very simple. He planned to bring them all inside the goblin crypt. But there was an even more pressing matter that he had to attend to. Should I call them 01, 02, 03, 04, etc.? William muttered. No, I shouldn't do that. Naming kids shouldn't be taken lightly. William could still remember the faces of his classmates whenever they were teased due to their names. Some of them even cursed their parents silently for being too casual in their naming sense. The boy didn't want the same thing to happen to his own children, so he made a vow that he would take naming them seriously. Right now, William was still a boy and certainly didn't have any children. However, these goats could be considered as his children since he was the one who raised them. Because of this, he was at a loss on what to do. Maybe I can call them Freedom, Justice, Strike, Destiny, Impulse, Stargazer, Atlas. William crossed his arms over his chest as he tried to remember the names of his favorite G***NDAMS. Me. Sorry, Mama Ella. I was just joking. Me. William sighed as he laid on top of the hay that was bundled up at the side of the pen. He watched the clouds pass by, while Ella laid down beside him. Suddenly, William had a eureka moment. The boy stood up from the hay and motioned for the goats to line up in front of him. Today, I will formally recognize you as the members of my herd, William said with a serious expression. Because of this, I decided to bestow you names. Me. The goats cheered in unison. After the battle, they had already gained enough intelligence to understand William's words. Okay, let's start with you. William pointed at the goat at the far left of the formation. From now on, your name will be Aslan. Me. Next. The goat right next to Aslan took 2 steps forward. Your name will be Balder. Me. Next. Balder returned to his position and the next goat stepped forward. Your name will be Kronos. Me. Next. Your name will be Daedalus. Me. You're a girl. William gave an awkward cough as he thought of a suitable name for a girl. Alright, your name will be Dawn. Me. It took William less than 10 minutes to give all the goats their names. Aslan, Balder, Kronos, Dawn, Echo, Flynn, Griffin, Hades, Io, Jed, Keith, Levi, Myrrh. 9 boys, and 4 girls. These were the surviving members of William's herd. He looked at them with a determined expression. It was at that moment that William started to form his own, small army. An army that would support him until the end of time. Ella stood by his side and nodded her head in satisfaction. She liked the names that William chose for her comrades. James, who was secretly observing William from afar, looked at this scene with a smile on his face. He had a feeling that his grandson would definitely make the southern continent a much more interesting place to live in. Later that night, I have good news to tell everyone, Mordred said with a big smile on his face. He then glanced at his beautiful wife, which made Anna blush. At nobleman at. I'm pregnant, Anna announced after Mordred's urging. Congratulations, Aunt Anna. William clapped his hands. I'm now going to have a little sister. James, on the other hand, roared in laughter as he patted Mordred's arm repeatedly. You did well, son. I don't mind if you keep giving me grandchildren. The more the better. James laughed. Father, my figure will disappear if I give birth to many children, Anna commented. It's fine, Anna, James replied. I'll take care of your kids for you. Everyone could tell that James was truly happy with the news. William remembered that his grandpa told him that their bloodline was too few. This was perhaps the main reason why James found the news to his liking. After congratulating Anna, the family enjoyed their dinner. Anna's and Mordred's eldest son, Matthew, was not around. He was currently studying at the Royal Academy in the capital of the Helen Kingdom. He was the next in line to take over Mordred's position as the overseer of Lant. Because of this, he needed to learn a lot of things in order to improve the living conditions in their territory. Matthew thought that it was best if he studied in the Royal Academy, so that he could help his parents in the future. I also have a bit of news to share everyone, William said after dinner ended. From time to time, I will be sleeping with the goats in the goat pen every night. They were traumatized by what happened. I need to be there so that they will feel at ease. Okay, James replied. Just make sure to stay inside Lant. Although the chance of another beast tide heading our way is slim, the possibility still exists. Don't go out sneaking outside of our territory, understood? Understood. William nodded his head. He really had no intention of sneaking out of Lant. All he wanted to do was to stay with the goats and do a little experiment. Chapter 37. The Dungeon Raid, Part 1. Mama Ella, are you ready? Me. William nodded his head and went to Ella's status page. After defeating the Millennial Beast, Ella had also reached the max level of an Angorian goat. In order to advance, she needed to evolve. However, the system made an interesting discovery. After Ella evolved, she could still return to her previous form, which was the Angorian goat. William was very happy with this outcome because he had grown fond of his Mama Ella's current form. He had seen Ella's evolutionary form and it was quite intimidating. Would you like to evolve Ella to become the Angorian war ibex? Closing square bracket. Yes, no. William chose yes, and immediately, Ella transformed into a 2-meter tall Angorian war ibex. The two huge back-curving horns on her head were 5 feet long, 1.524 meters, and gave her an intimidating bearing. Although her white coat still looked comfortable and fluffy, it was in fact as sturdy as the lightweight metal armor that adventurers and mercenaries usually wore. Overall, Ella's evolution gave her outstanding strength and physical defense. Just like the name of her race suggested, she was a beast that was born for war. The goats, who were inside the goat shed, looked at her with sparkling eyes. With a glance, William could tell that they were all looking forward to evolving just like Ella. At a nobleman at. Me. Ella raised her head proudly. It was her way to encourage the goats to do their best to become stronger. She had the, if I can do it, you can do it too, expression on her face, which made the goats stomp their feet in excitement. Me. The goats replied happily as if to tell her that they would evolve as well. William approached Ella with a big smile on his face. This was what Ella wanted. She wanted to become stronger in order to protect William, and her goal had been met. However, both William and Ella knew that this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning and the journey to the peak was still a long way to go. William checked Ella's stats and the smile on his face widened. Ella's evolution had given her a massive boost in her status points. Her previous form and her current form were like heaven and earth. Name. Ella. Race. Angorian War Ibex. Level 1. Hit points. 2000 2000ths. Mana. 800 800ths. Strength. 50. Agility. 80. Vitality. 50. Intelligence. 40. Dexterity. 30. Current Express. 0 400ths. Mama Ella. Congratulations. William hugged her neck. Me. Ella. Replied. She then rested her chin on William's shoulder and closed her eyes. They stayed like that for a few minutes before William reluctantly took a step back. Although the night was still young, there were still things that they needed to do. If there is any among you that wish to leave a peaceful life, then you can go to that side, William said and pointed to his right. I will not force any of you to endanger yourselves. I'll be completely honest. I cannot guarantee your safety. I don't know what kind of foes we are going to face in the future. All I know is that they will be stronger than the dire wolves that you had faced yesterday. The chances of you guys dying is high. Do you still want to follow me to the unknown? Me. The goats replied in unison. Perhaps due to what they experienced, the goats' desire to grow stronger had superseded their desire to live a peaceful life. Very well. William nodded. Let's all go and conquer the goblin crypt together. Me. William activated the ring of conquest and a blinding light enveloped everyone inside the goat shed. A few seconds later, they found themselves on the 10th floor of the goblin crypt. Is this what you wanted to show me, Father? Mordred asked. Yes, James replied. William is still young and there are things that he cannot do. What you and I can do for him is to give him our full support from the shadows. Mordred glanced at the goat shed with a calm expression. Understood, Father. Good. James nodded his head and walked back towards the house. William is following the footsteps of his father. I just hope that he will be able to overcome the challenges that are waiting for him. The father and son pair disappeared under the cover of darkness. The beast tides were still active in the western part of the Helen Kingdom. Both of them still had things to do and, among them was to ensure that William's secret would be kept for as long as possible. 11th floor Goblin Crypt. Me. The Angorian goats charged at the two hobgoblins as a team. Although the hobgoblins were stronger than the dire wolves, they were no match against 13 crazed goats who were out for blood. Ella was the leader of the herd, but she just stood at the back and watched as her subordinates trampled the hobgoblins with ease. The goats were divided into two teams. One of the teams was led by Elyon, while the other was led by Kronos. Team Alpha. Leader Elyon. Members Balder, Dawn, Echo, Flynn, Griffin, Hades. Team Omega. Leader Kronos. Members Io, Jed, Heath, Levi, Myrrh. One team against one hobgoblin. This was the strategy that William had devised after entering the 11th floor. He reasoned that the goats needed to work as a team if they wanted to advance to the lower floors of the goblin crypt. The hobgoblins on the 11th floor came in pairs. It was the perfect training ground for the goats to test their teamwork. Express gained 220. Express gained 220. William checked the notification and nodded his head. He had already anticipated that the experience points would be greatly reduced due to the number of participants in the battle. However, he didn't care. He was not in a hurry to gain massive experience points. The important thing right now was to train his army and polish their battle formations. Name Ella. Race Angorian War Ibex. Level 2. Hit points 2000 2000ths. Mana 800 800ths. Current Express 4920 seconds. William smiled as he saw his mama Ella gain a level. He then added the 3 stat points to agility. His mentality still hasn't changed. The boy still prioritized Ella's speed because he believed that being fast was just as important as being strong. Now, let's check the new skills. William opened Ella's skill tree with excitement. When Ella gained a level, she received 3 stat points and 2 skill points. William was very picky when it came to Ella's skills. He preferred to choose practicality over being too flashy. The first skill he chose was Mithril Armament. This was the stronger version of the steel armament that Ella had when she was still an ordinary Angorian goat. Mithril Armament. 10 mana points. Make the creature's horn and hooves as hard as Mithril. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration 30 minutes. Mama, please, test this skill, William pleaded. Me. The color of Ella's horn and hooves changed into a silver blue color. They were like crystals shining in the darkness. It also gave Ella a regal and elegant appeal. William playfully touched his mama Ella's mithril horns. It gave him the feeling of confidence and security. He knew that it would only take a matter of time to clear the goblin crypt with his mama Ella's newfound strength. Chapter 38. The Dungeon Raid, Part 2. The second skill that William chose was the skill War Cry. War Cry. 10 mana points. Unleash a rallying cry to increase your own and your allies' stats by 20%. This skill cannot be upgraded. Skill duration 30 minutes. Ella didn't need William's reminder and immediately used her war cry. Me. The powerful aura was excluded from her body. The other gloats bleated in acknowledgement as they felt their bodies become stronger. The powerful goat army cleared the entire map in a day. The goats gained 1 level. William gained 2, and Ella gained 7. It was a good start, but William decided to stop there. Dungeon raid, for the time being. He wanted the goats to feel what it was like to work as a team. William planned to take things one step at a time and let the goats get used to their new formation. Also, he felt a bit sad because his main stats could no longer advance. Stats Express bar. Current Express. 146,283 146,283. According to the system, his stats gauge needed to ascend to the next level in order to reset, which would allow him to continue to level up. This was similar to the other job classes he had gained where he needed to choose a means to advance them to a stronger and more powerful class. In order to solve this problem, William needed to visit a temple and pray to his patron god. Then and only then would the experience bar for his stat points reset. Unfortunately, the temples were at least 4 days away from Lant if you were to travel by carriage. Currently, beast tides were rampaging across the land. It was impossible for William to travel to a temple. Even if he could, James wouldn't allow it. The only silver lining was that the shepherd job class could still gain levels because it hadn't reached its level cap. William looked at his current stats and sighed. He silently thanked the beast tide for giving him the opportunity to advance by leaps and bounds. Based on his calculations, it would have taken at least 2 to 3 years to reach his current level. Fortunately, the millennial beast and his lackeys gave William the best opportunity to gain massive experience points in a controlled environment. Race. Half-elf. Hit points. 725 725. Mana. 1241,240. Job class. Shepherd level 30. Subclass. Ice Mage level 40 max. Strength. 22 plus 2. Agility. 35 plus 3. Vitality. 25 plus 2. Intelligence. 60 plus 2. Dexterity. 16 plus 20. Current Express. 146,283 146,283. Current Job Express. 2,411,503. The goats immediately fell asleep once they had returned to the goat pen. Although only an hour had passed in the real world, they had stayed inside the dungeon for a whole day. All of them were very exhausted and William didn't want to push them to their limits. Let's go to sleep as well, Mama Ella. Me. Ella returned to her normal mode, and laid down on the piled up hay in the corner of the goat shed. William followed suit and hugged his Mama Ella to sleep. That night, William dreamed of leading a herd of Angorian war ibex to battle against a wolf tide. All the wolves were trampled under their feet and even the centennial and millennial beasts didn't survive the battle. He. William chuckled in his sleep. So many experience points. While William and the rest of the children in Lant were sleeping, the adults were taking turns as night watch. Jekyll, time's up, Marcus said with a smile. Get your beauty sleep. I'll take over the watch. About time, Jekyll replied as he stretched his body. Sean, make sure to bring us freshly baked bread tomorrow. I'm counting on you, Mr. Bond patted Sean's shoulder. I don't mind as long as you pay for it. Sean yawned. Make sure not to fall asleep while on duty. That goes without saying, Mr. Bond patted his chest. If one monster comes, I'll kill one. If a dozen comes, I'll kill a dozen. Relax, those critters won't get past me. The night passed peacefully as the defenders of Lant stood their vigil. Only when the first light of sunrise fell upon the small town, did they hear the shriek of a hawk coming from the east. Finally, James muttered as he gazed at the hawk that was descending from the sky. Everyone was waiting for John's arrival, so they hurried towards the Ainsworth residence to meet him. All of them were eager to hear his report and understand the current situation. Inside the conference room, James was busy placing gemstones on a map that almost occupied half of the round table. The colored gems signified the current conditions of the various villages, towns, and cities in the western side of the Helen Kingdom. James and the others waited patiently until he finished his task. Even so, some of them were already frowning. They could tell at a glance that almost the entire western region was now in ruins. Dear God, Owen muttered. Such destruction. John heaved a deep sigh as he placed the last gemstone on the map. As you can see, the western region is as good as gone, John reported. The beast tide from the Forbidden Lands came 5 years earlier than expected. Lant faced a wolf tide. The town of Fuchsia encountered a bear tide. Prawn was besieged by harpies, Zyner by hyenas. John listed all the towns that he had seen along the way. According to him, there were almost no survivors from these territories. Blitz and I delved deeper into the kingdom and found traces of the beast tides. It seems that all of them are going to converge to attack Fort Windermere. As expected, James muttered as he stared at the map on the table. At Novelban at. Fort Windermere was a fortress that was built to resist the beast tide invasion. Usually, the beast tides happened every 15 to 20 years. It seemed that something big had happened in the Forbidden Lands that caused the beast tide to come earlier. In the past, the Helen Kingdom had amassed a massive army to clear out the Forbidden Land known as the Strathmore Forest. Unfortunately, they weren't even able to enter the outskirts of the forest due to a powerful restriction. When the genius scholars of the kingdom analyzed this restriction, they were surprised to find out that only those who were 20 years old and below could enter the forest. Because of this, all plans to conquer Strathmore Forest had been put on hold. Since they couldn't invade the source of the problem, they decided to build a fortress that would protect the kingdom from these rampaging beasts. Chapter 39. The expansion of Lant. John, are you saying that Lant is the only town that survived this disaster? Jekyll asked. Yes, John replied. Lant is the only town that is still standing in the western edges of the Helen Kingdom. The atmosphere in the room became heavy as everyone finally understood their current predicament. Their eyes fell on James, who was lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Owen, what do you think will happen after the kingdom deals with the current beast tide? James asked. What else? Owen sneered. Those scummy nobles will fight tooth and nail to gain a foothold in the territories that have lost their owners. They will reign on the sky like vultures and grab every piece of meat that they can find on this ruined land. Frankly, I think we can consider ourselves lucky if they don't come knocking on our doorstep. No greedy scum would miss this opportunity to add lands to their fief. Of course, there is another possibility, Ava commented with a smirk. The king will definitely use this as an opportunity to award lands to those of his knights that have done meritorious service during this crucial period. James looked at the territories that surrounded Lant and made up his mind. Fuchsia to the north and Zyner to the east, James said after careful consideration. Lant is at the farthest edge of the western region. These two places have been our good neighbors for many years. Since that is the case, we will not allow them to fall into the hands of those greedy nobles. James raised his hand and issued orders. John, take Blitz and raise the flag of Lant in Fuchsia. From this day onwards, it will be part of our territory. I will send some people to help you gather the dead bodies. We will give them all a proper burial and erect a monument in their name. Yes, sir. John nodded his head and left the room. Marcus, Ava, and Jekyll, go to Zyner and do the same. In the small chance that there are any survivors, make sure to take good care of them. I will also send some people to help later. Ha ha, I like this plan. Jekyll chuckled. Zyner is a good place to grow wheat. If we secure it, Lant will not have to worry about its food supply. Fuchsia is known for their silver mines. Ava brushed her hair. The nobles would definitely set their eyes on that one. Well, that will depend on their ability. James sneered. I'd like to see them try. Everyone in the room smiled. They had been living peacefully for so many years. Some of them were itching to beat some stupid nobles to release their pent-up urges. After the meeting had been disbanded, Mordred approached his father to talk more about their expansion. Father, are you sure about this? Mordred asked. The king may not like it. I'm sure that His Majesty has more important matters at hand than dealing with small fries like us. Compared to us taking a few lands on the edges of the western region, he would focus more on how to deal with the current beast tide, James replied. As long as we do not reach his bottom line, I'm sure that he won't mind our shameless attempt to take possession of a land or two during this period. You have a point, father. Mordred rubbed his chin in agreement. Even if we take Fuchsia and Zyner, there are still plenty of territories that have lost their owners. It will be more than enough to satisfy the nobles. Right. That's why. You don't have to worry about this matter, James commented. Also, it will still take a few months before the other lands are reclaimed. Even the greedy nobles won't be able to rebuild these territories in such a short amount of time. Besides, I feel that this beast tide isn't over yet. Mordred looked at his father in surprise. It's not over yet. The older man shook his head. I'm not sure. I just have a nagging feeling that this beast tide is not as simple as it seems. James walked towards the hill that overlooked the town of Lant. They had lived in this small piece of land for many years. Life here in the countryside was peaceful. Although it didn't have the lively atmosphere of the cities, it was still a wonderful place to spend your days in retirement. Send the messenger birds. It's time to call them back, James ordered. Time for everyone to have a reunion. All of them? Mordred asked. There was a trace of excitement in his voice. James turned his head to look at his son with a smile. All of them. At Nobleman at. Aunt Anna, shouldn't you be relaxing instead of doing the household chores? William asked. You're pregnant, right? Who said pregnant women can't do chores? Anna lightly pinched William's cheeks. Enough talk. Eat your breakfast. Although you can't go outside the town, you still need to take care of the goats. William smiled and nodded his head. After eating his breakfast, he didn't immediately go to the goat pen. He and his mama Ella decided to take a stroll. William sat on Ella's back as they traveled the familiar roads of their hometown. Along the way they were greeted by a bunch of people. Almost everyone in Lant knew each other. Of course, everyone knew who William was. Since the Ainsworth family was the overseer of Lant, it was impossible for the children and the adults to not know who he was. William watched the children playing on the streets with a smile. He greeted the busy adults carrying wolf pelts, and waved at the old people who were making wolf jerky. Although Lant was a small town, it was filled with smiles and life. The two walked up the ramparts of the town wall and gazed at the distance. The bodies of the centennial and millennial beasts were being dismantled by Mr. Bond. He volunteered to do it alone in order to preserve the quality of the goods. William watched the enthusiastic barber as he worked with a serious expression. According to his grandpa, Aunt Helen would make him a set of clothes made from the pelt of the millennial beast. This set of clothes could be considered on par with first-rate lightweight armor that he could wear for any occasion. For this, William was truly grateful. Mama Ella, I'm glad that we managed to prevent this town from getting destroyed, William said after looking at the scene in front of him. Me, I'm just a bit worried. Me, I'm afraid that the beast tide was just a prelude to something bigger. Me. Fort Windermere. The soldiers manning the fortress walls had grim expressions on their faces as they looked at the beast tide that was slowly, but surely approaching them. This was not the first time that they had experienced a beast tide, but the current one far exceeded their expectations. My lord, it would be best if we ask for reinforcements from the capital, Mont, the vice-general manning the fortress proposed. If we don't receive help soon, I'm afraid that the fortress will be overrun in 2 days. You're right. General Aerith sighed and nodded his head. Send our fastest messenger hawks to the capital. Tell them that we need the Griffin Brigade to assist us in battle. At once, General. The general's aide stepped out of the conference room to execute his superior's order. Aerith left the conference room and made his way to the fortress walls. All the high-ranking officers in Windermere followed behind him. General Aerith stared at his trusted aides and the soldiers who were awaiting his orders. He then raised his fist into the air and made a declaration. No matter what happens, Fort Windermere should never fall. The moment we fail, the Helen Kingdom will fall into ruins. Our mothers, brothers, sisters, wives, and children will then become the food of these monsters. Do you want this to happen? No. Then fight. General Aerith roared as he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the beast tide that was slowly approaching the fortress walls. Fight for everything that you hold dear in this world. Let us send these foul monsters to hell. Death to the enemies of the kingdom. Death. Kill them all. Kill. Archers aim. General Aerith ordered. Magicians, prepare your spells. Thousands of archers loaded their bows with arrows and took aim. Hundreds of magicians started to chant their long-range spells. The archers and the magicians focused their attention on the enemies before them. General Aerith watched as the beast tide came within range. He then resolutely thrust his sword forward and gave the order to fire. Fire at will. Thousands of arrows took flight and spells rained down from the fortress walls. The Battle of Fort Windermere had officially begun. Chapter 40. A Stubborn Fool. While the battle at the fortress was underway, John and Blitz had arrived in Fuchsia. After firmly securing the flag of Lant on the highest structure of the destroyed town, he then started to look for survivors. A few hours later, several men from Lant arrived and helped him in his undertaking. Surprisingly, they did find survivors amongst the ruins of Fuchsia. Some had hidden in their cellars, while others buried themselves amongst the dead. After half a day of searching, John and the others were able to rescue over 100 people. These were the last remnants of Fuchsia. A town which once housed thousands of people now lay in ruins. At Nobleman at. Uncle John, is that you? A young man in his early 20s stepped forward. Cedric. John looked at the young man in surprise. Where is your father? Did he also survive? Cedric was the son of the mayor of Fuchsia. Since Fuchsia and Lant were basically neighbors, the two had a good relationship with each other. James and Cedric's father, Sebas, were good friends. Cedric teared up when he remembered how his father pushed him and his sister towards the cellar of their house. Sebas ordered them to wait for his return. Cedric knew that his father didn't want them to die, so he obeyed and took care of his sister as they hid in the cellar waiting for his return. I don't know if father is dead or alive, Cedric said after regaining his composure. Only my sister and I are left of our family. John sighed and hugged the young man. He then patted his back. Your father is a brave man. He will live through you and never be forgotten. The survivors of Fuchsia looked at this scene and teared up. Some of them wailed in despair at the death of their loved ones, while others looked at the ruins with a tinge of helplessness. All of them knew that it was impossible for them to rebuild the town on their own. If Fuchsia was to rise again, they needed help in more ways than one. It was then when a young beautiful girl, who seemed to be around 14 years old, stood beside John and Cedric. She was the only daughter of Sebas and Cedric's younger sister, Leah. Her long midnight blue hair rested behind her back and her clear blue eyes looked at John with hope. Uncle John, what is going to happen to us? Leah asked. Did Uncle James send you? Yes. John nodded his head. We came here to place Fuchsia under our protection. Uncle, do you mean that, from this day onwards, Fuchsia is now a part of Lant? Leah asked. Leah, stop being disrespectful to Uncle John. Cedric snapped. Now is not the time to talk about these things. You are wrong, brother, Leah replied. There is no better time to discuss the ownership of Fuchsia than now. Since Uncle John is here, it means that Lord Ainsworth has no intention of letting the other nobles stake their claim on Fuchsia. For me, this is a good thing. At least, Lord Ainsworth is a good person. John was shocked by Leah's calm and rational explanation. He never thought that a 14-year-old girl would be capable of analyzing the current situation and give her views on the matter. Not only that, she was also able to tell John face to face that she was aware of James's plan for expansion. Is this true, Uncle John? Cedric asked. Does Lord Ainsworth intend to take over Fuchsia? Yes, John answered honestly. As for the details, it would be best if the two of you meet him. I'm sure that he will be more than happy to know that the two of you are still alive. For now, let's wait for the wagons coming from Lant. Why should we leave? Cedric asked. Isn't the beast tied over? Not by a long shot, John replied. The last time I saw the beast tied, they were converging to attack the fortress of Windermere. Until they have been annihilated, there is no safe place in the western region except the town of Lant. Except the town of Lant? Leah asked. Did Lant also experience the beast tide? Yes. How did you manage to survive? You will know when you get there. For now, I advise all of you to rest. We can't stay here for long. Dash. A messenger bird landed at the Ainsworth residence. Sebas, you're such a stubborn fool. James felt sad as he read the letter. You should have stayed with your son and daughter in the cellar or your house. Mordred, who was seated beside his father, sighed. Sebas and him were also good friends and he really liked the mayor's upright and straightforward attitude. Call William, James said after reading the letter. Tell him to take his goats to Fuchsia and assist in the evacuation. Also, tell the people at the town hall to prepare beds for the survivors. Father, can we let Cedric and Leah stay in the residence? Mordred inquired. Of course, James answered. Leah and Cedric can be considered as my niece and nephew. It is only proper that we take care of them. Understood. Mordred nodded his head and left the room. 2 hours later, 20 wagons departed from the town of Lant. William rode on Ella's back while his Team Alpha and Team Omega guarded the wagons on both sides. The journey between Lant and Fuchsia usually took 2 hours by carriage. When William and the rest arrived in Fuchsia, the sun was already at its zenith. William, over here. John waved and called out to the boy who was seated on top of the Angorian goat. William was the only boy in Lant who used a goat as his mount. Although no one questioned it, most of them found it funny. Uncle John, William greeted the older man with a smile. I heard that brother Cedric and sister Leah are among the survivors. Where are they right now? William had met Cedric and Leah many times in the past. Every year, there was a harvest festival that was celebrated within the western region. James had dragged William and Matthew to these festivals in order to let them mingle with the daughters of his friends. If not for the fact that William already had a fiancée, James would have definitely played matchmaker for him. Since William was off limits, Matthew became James's target. He even pestered Sebas to matchmake Leah to Matthew when his cousin was only 12 years old. Of course, Sebas just laughed it off and even reprimanded James that he shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the children. For him, love was something that shouldn't be forced. With that said, he also didn't mind if Leah and Matthew were to become a couple. As long as both of their feelings were mutual, then he would definitely give them his blessing. Cedric and Leah are in their house, or what remains of their house. James sighed. They are trying to salvage the things that they can salvage. It would be best if we leave them alone for the time being. William nodded his head in understanding. Cedric and Leah had just lost their father. Their mother had passed away after giving birth to Leah. In this world, only the two of them remained in their family. An hour later, Cedric and Leah arrived at the town plaza. Both of them had sad expressions because they didn't see their father among the dead in their household. Cedric was still clinging to the small hope that their father had survived. Leah, on the other hand, had already accepted the reality. Little William, you still look as stupid as ever, Leah said with a smile. Big sister, you're still as beautiful as ever, William replied. You've matured a bit. In the past, you would always retort when I call you stupid. Big sister, a boy that is as handsome as me is not that petty. Leah gave a wry smile as she looked at the handsome boy seated on top of the Angorian goat. She was fond of William because he was fun to tease. However, she felt that the current him seemed to be more mature compared to the stupid boy that had visited Fuchsia a year ago. Ella, you're doing well, I presume? Leah asked the Angorian goat with a smile. Me. That's good to hear. Leah couldn't understand goat language. However, that didn't stop her from trying to communicate with Ella. Cedric, on the other hand, only gave William a brief nod before talking to John about important matters. He felt that there was a need to negotiate the ownership of Fuchsia since it was a town that had been governed by their family for many years. William and Leah heard Cedric's words, because the older boy didn't try to hide it from them. John just smiled and kept on nodding his head. He understood what Cedric was trying to say. However, understanding and agreeing were two different things. As for who would govern Fuchsia in the future, James, Cedric, and Leah needed to have a proper discussion in order to smooth out the details of their cooperation. Chapter 41. Let's cross that bridge when we get there. This. Cedric stuttered as he gazed at the thousands of dire wolves that had been piled up outside the city of Lant. Just how did Lant survive the beast tide? Leah, who was seated beside her brother, looked at this scene with an expression of disbelief. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the corpses of the centennial and millennial beasts that were only a stone's throw away from the town's entrance. Well, who was the one who defeated the 1,000-men beast? Leah asked. William patted his chest and gave Leah a dazzling smile. The one who killed it was me. Leah and Cedric. William chuckled as he looked at the two who had an, "Are you messing with us?" look on their faces. Are you really the one who killed it? Cedric asked. Clearly, he didn't believe that William was the one who managed to kill it. Do you know what that is? That's a millennial beast. It's a moving one-man army. How can a little kid like you kill it? I know that it's hard to believe, but it's true, William answered. If you doubt me, you can ask the adults in the village. How did you kill it? Leah inquired. She had known William for a few years. Although William liked to boast, Leah knew that the boy was someone who was not fond of lying. Cedric glanced at his sister before shifting his gaze to William. The siblings were really curious about how William managed to do the impossible. Well, Grandpa and the others had weakened it considerably. I was just the one who gave it the final blow, William explained. In the end, he decided to downplay the battle against the millennial beast. This way, Cedric and Leah would be able to accept his explanation. At a nobleman at. I see. Cedric nodded his head in understanding. His father, Sebas, would often say that James was a very strong person. As to how strong he was, Cedric had no idea. Even so, he readily accepted this explanation. Leah gave William an appraising look. Although William said that he only gave the finishing blow to the monster, Leah felt that there was a deeper meaning to his story. William casually flipped his hair as he gave Leah a confident smile. Big sister, I know I am handsome. However, if you keep looking at me like that, even someone as thick-skinned as me will feel embarrassed. It seems that your narcissistic nature had only grown worse since the last time I saw you. Leah gave William a sweet smile. Thank you for your praise. I am not praising you. The two children bickered for a while as they made their way towards the Ainsworth residence. Cedric, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly. He put the matter of William slaying the 1,000 men beast aside and prepared himself to meet with the overseers of Lant. The other survivors were led by Helen to the town hall, which would serve as their temporary place of residence. Beds and other necessities were already prepared, including food and water. As for clothes, the townspeople of Lant had donated their second-hand clothes for them to wear. Although they still felt sad about what happened to Fuchsia, the survivors were touched by Lant's hospitality. After ensuring that their people were well cared for, Cedric and Leah followed William towards the Ainsworth residence. When they arrived at the estate, they saw 3 people waiting for them at the entrance. James, Mordred, and Anna were there to welcome their guests. Cedric, Leah, welcome to Lant, James greeted the 2 children with a smile. I'm very sorry for what happened to Sebas and Fuchsia. Lord Ainsworth, thank you for taking us in, Leah replied with a smile. I hope that we will not be an inconvenience to you and your family. Nonsense. James patted Leah's head. In my eyes, you and Cedric are my niece and nephew. The 2 of you are family. Call me Grandpa like you always do. Lord Ainsworth is too stiff for my taste. Thank you, Grandpa. That's better. Thank you, Uncle, Cedric said with a smile. I hope that the 2 of us can have a proper talk about the situation in Fuchsia. Leah sighed as he gave her brother an admonishing look. Sometimes, she really hated her brother's stubborn and straightforward attitude. Grandpa, please forgive my big brother for being too straightforward. Leah bowed her head in apology. He meant no harm. James glanced at Cedric and nodded his head. He didn't mind Cedric's attitude. He had watched the boy grow up to be a young man. Although Cedric may not be as smart as his little sister, Leah, he was someone who had an honest character. James didn't dislike these kinds of people. It was easier to deal with them than the old schemers in the capital of the kingdom. It's fine. James patted Cedric's and Leah's shoulder. The 3 of us will have a proper talk tomorrow. For now, let's have an early dinner so that both of you can rest. The siblings thanked James and followed him inside the house. Anna immediately dragged Leah away, so that the young girl could take a bath. Her face and clothes were covered in dust and it made Anna's heart ache. Cedric, too, was taken by Mordred to their guest room so that he could also wash the dirt from his body. While the 2 guests were away, James asked William to tell him the things he saw in Fuchsia. Everything was in ruins. William sighed. It was as if a hurricane passed through Fuchsia and destroyed everything in its way. Even the houses that were made of brick didn't escape the beast tide's rampage. James nodded. He had already anticipated this outcome. His plans to rebuild Fuchsia and Zyner was a huge undertaking, and he would need to lay the proper groundwork to make it happen. William, there is also something that I need to tell you. Yes, Grandpa, we currently have guests, James said as he rubbed his grandson's head with his hand. It is best to pick the right place and time when you activate the Ring of Conquest. William's body stiffened when he heard his grandpa's words. He raised his head and saw his grandpa's amused face. The old man had the, I know what you did last summer, smirk plastered on his face. It wasn't hard for William to connect the dots. Since the ring belonged to his father, it was only natural for his grandpa to know of its secret. The young boy lightly coughed and nodded his head in understanding. He was about to go to the goat pen when James gave him another reminder. Safety should always be your priority, James advised. Be aware of your surroundings and retreat when necessary. Life is precious. Do you understand, Will? Yes, Grandpa, William replied. He looked at the old man with a serious expression. I will be careful. Good. Don't go dying on me anytime soon. I'm still expecting to hold my great-grandkids in a few years. Let's cross that bridge when we get there, Gramps. Although William liked to be narcissistic with his looks, he still had a realistic approach when it came to relationships. Like all healthy young men, he was very interested in the opposite gender. Unfortunately, William had no experience when it came to romance aside from those short few hours with Belle. He hoped that in this world, he would be able to find a girl that would make his heart beat wildly inside his chest. Chapter 42. A Father's Love. The Ainsworth family along with their guests gathered for an early dinner. Although the dishes that were laid out on the table weren't extravagant, all of them were delicious. When dinner ended, James, Cedric, and Leah went to the living room to relax. William excused himself and went out to take a stroll with his mama Ella. Mordred also left the house to check on the survivors from Fuchsia. He wanted to know if they were in need of other necessities aside from the current supplies that they had provided for them. Seeing that her grandpa, James, was in a good mood, Leah decided to ask the question that had been bothering her ever since she arrived at Lant. Grandpa, William said that he was the one who landed the killing blow on the millennial beast. Is that true? Leah asked. Cedric, who was seated beside her, perked his ears in attention. Although he accepted William's reasoning, he wanted to know how the little boy managed to do it. Yes, James replied with a smile. The little bastard almost gave me a heart attack. However, if not for him, then Lant might have also ended up in ruins. James grinned as he reminisced William's courageous charge on the battlefield. It was something that made a lasting impression on him. Uncle, what kind of millennial beast was it? Cedric asked. His father, Sebas, had taught him a lot when it came to identifying the monsters that belonged to the Forbidden Lands. It was a Strathmore thunder-horned wolf, James answered. That critter is a pain in the bum. One mistake and everything will go boom. Strathmore thunder-horned wolf, Cedric muttered. Wait, thunder-horned wolf. That thunder-horned wolf. The one that can use storm annihilation. Yes. James nodded. That pesky and annoying wolf that only knows how to bring others with it to the afterlife. The bastard is a scummy vermin, I tell you. If not for Will, we would have been grievously injured from the explosion. Grandpa, could it be? Leah looked at James with disbelief. When William said that he landed the last blow, do you mean it was during the time when the thunder-horned wolf was about to unleash its suicide attack? Yes. James grinned. The boy got lucky and managed to hit the wolf where it hurts. He was able to cancel the suicide attack. This gave Ella the opportunity to deliver the death blow which ended the bastard's life. Ella. Leah's eyes widened in shock. Will's mama Ella. She gave the death blow to the millennial beast. Unbelievable, right? James chuckled. Frankly, if I wasn't there to witness the scene, I wouldn't have believed it either. It was simply a miracle. The siblings exchanged a glance at each other. It never crossed their mind that the narcissistic boy whom they had known for a few years was capable of such a feat. He was about to say more when he felt a familiar presence just outside the house. James didn't feel any hostility coming from that presence. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. The guest lingered for a time before disappearing completely. Grandpa, is there something wrong? Leah saw the sudden change in James's expression and wondered if their questions had somehow offended this kind old man. No, James replied with a smile. I'll go out to patrol the town for a bit. The two of you can do anything you want for the time being. Please, make yourselves feel at home. James casually walked towards the eastern side of Lant while humming a tune. The full moon and the countless stars in the heavens illuminated the path in front of him. Soon, he arrived at a grove of trees. A man wearing a traveler's cloak was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed over his chest. He had a sturdy build and his aura was that of an expert fighter. Aren't you going to see them? James asked. They are very worried about you, you know. Maybe I'll meet up with my daughter, the man answered. As for my son, he needs to stand on his own 2 feet and see the world for what it really is. I have pampered him long enough. Sebas, Cedric's and Leah's father, stepped out of the grove and faced James with a determined expression. What are your plans? James raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to help your son rebuild Fuchsia? Lord Ainsworth, I leave my children in your hands. Sebas bowed his head. I plan to visit some of my old friends and see if they are still alive and well. As for the rebuilding of Fuchsia, you can talk to my children about it. Sometimes, I wish that Leah was a boy. She has a good head on her shoulders and she's talented in magic as well. Although Cedric isn't a bad candidate, he is just far too naive. You spoiled him too much, James commented. Flowers raised in a greenhouse are beautiful, but they will not survive in the wild. Sebas nodded his head and thought for a while. Lord Ainsworth, if possible, please, enroll my son in an academy in the central continent. Maybe, that environment will become beneficial for his growth. James nodded his head after careful considerations. He had the same opinion as Sebas. Although Cedric was already 20 years old, he still needed to learn the ways of the world. Both men were worried that he would be taken advantage of by nobles if he remained the same. At nobleman at. That can be arranged, but how about Leah? James asked. Leah can also be considered a young genius, Sebas replied with pride. It would be best if she were to enroll at the Helen Royal Academy in the capital. I believe that little Matthew is currently studying there, isn't that right, Lord Ainsworth? Indeed. My grandson is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Then it's settled. I'm sure that Matthew will look after Leah. Oh, so you knew. The corner of James's lips curled up into a smirk. How could I possibly not know? Sebas helplessly shook his head. Whenever Matthew is in Lant, that good daughter of mine would sneak out of the house to meet him. To this day, I still don't know what that little girl sees in your grandson. James laughed as he patted Sebas's shoulder. Clearly, he was also very impressed on how Matthew managed to win the affection of the genius girl from Fuchsia. It's because Matthew inherited my charisma, James bragged. I'm sure that Leah saw that he has a lot of potential, so she decided to call dibs on him. Your daughter has good eyes for men. Sebas simply nodded his head. He had already accepted that his daughter was smitten with Matthew. The Ainsworth family had a good lineage, so Sebas didn't have a problem with their union. His only concern was whether their feelings would stay the same as they grew older. For him, it didn't matter who Leah married in the end. As long as she was happy, Sebas would give her his blessings. Chapter 43. Return to the Goblin Crypt. Leah knelt beside her bed as she prayed to the goddess Una. She was the goddess of rivers and lakes, and her deceased mother was one of her firm believers. Right after she finished her prayer, she heard a knock coming from the door of her room. It must be Big Brother checking up on me, Leah thought as she hurried to open the door. However, the one standing outside her room wasn't her brother, but James, the overseer of Lant. Sorry, did I disturb you? James asked. No, Grandpa, Leah replied. I just finished my prayer. James smiled and nodded his head. He then gave Leah a letter and bid her good night. Leah watched her grandpa disappear in the hallway before closing the door of her room. She looked at the letter in her hands with curiosity. Leah knew that James wouldn't do unnecessary things. If he wanted to talk to her, there was no need to use a letter as a medium. Since that was the case, then where did this letter come from? I guess I have no other choice but to read it. Leah sighed and started reading the letter in her hand. 5 minutes later, Leah left her room with hurried footsteps. Her heart was thumping wildly inside her chest. If possible, she wanted to run towards the door, but she didn't want to cause a commotion inside the house. The moment she left the main entrance, her calm demeanor broke down. Leah no longer cared about etiquette as she ran with all her might towards the eastern side of Lant. Her white robe fluttered in the night, not caring if it got dirty or not. Her lungs were already screaming at her, and the stinging pain in her chest made her aware that she was pushing herself to the limits. However, she didn't care. There was only one thing in her mind. She had to see him. The man whom she and her brother thought had died during the beast tide. Under the moonlight, the beautiful girl with midnight blue hair arrived at the grove. She leaned against a tree, panting for breath as she endured the pain in her chest. Silly girl. Why do you need to push yourself like this? Sebas asked. I'm not going anywhere. Dad. Leah cried out and jumped into her father's arms. Feeling the strong and protective embrace wrapped around her, Leah's final defenses broke down. She cried, and cried, and cried, until Sebas could no longer endure and teared up as well. There were so many words that they wanted to say, but all of them disappeared the moment they held each other. For now, those questions would have to wait. The reunion of father and daughter had started in this manner. William locked the main entrance of the goat open and closed all of its windows. His grandfather had reminded him that he should be more aware of his surroundings when using the Ring of Conquest. The goats lined up in order as their eyes looked excitedly at William. They had been waiting for this moment, and all of them were raring to explore and train inside the Goblin Crypt. Is everyone ready? William asked with a smile. Me. What is our main priority? Me. That's right. William nodded his head. Safety is our main priority. All of you are not allowed to leave your team and wander alone inside the dungeon. Troublemakers will be punished. You will be banned from entering the dungeon for a day. Do I make myself clear? Me. At Nobleman at. William smiled and mounted his Mama Ella. He then clenched his fist and activated the ring in his finger. Open. Ring of Conquest. A white light enveloped everyone inside the goat pen and transported them inside the dungeon. William's understanding on how to control the Ring of Conquest had made it possible for him to choose which floor to appear on. He didn't hesitate and chose the 12th floor of the Goblin Crypt. The two team leaders, Aslan and Kronos, stepped forward and their party members lined up behind them. William and Ella were at the front, while the two teams flanked his sides. The difference between the 11th floor and the 12th floor was the number of hobgoblins in a party. 2 warrior hobgoblins and 1 hobgoblin archer were the most common party composition on their current floor. Sometimes, there were exceptions where there were 2 archers and only 1 warrior in the party. Even so, it didn't make much difference against the small herd of goats who were looking at them, not as monsters, but as experience points. The tactics of the Angorian goats were very simple. They first used quick attack in order to get close to their targets. Next, They use horn attack to inflict greater damage. The arrows fired by the archers were immediately blocked by William's ice bullet. The battle would immediately become a one-sided beating as soon as the goats arrived in close combat range. 7 hours later, the group managed to clear the 12th floor with ease. William ordered them to rest for an hour before they continued their exploration. The 13th floor was a bit trickier because there were 4 hobgoblins in each party. In order to overcome this formation, Elyon and Kronos decided to split their team. William only gave them a suggestion and the 2 leaders acted on it with determined expressions. 3 goats per hobgoblin. That was the new battle plan that they had devised. The battle took longer, but the results were satisfactory. After 2 days, William and the rest cleared the 13th floor, and descended to the 14th. The goats had gained a level and all of them were currently level 20. Ella, on the other hand, was now level 10. After careful considerations, William decided to allocate her skill points on 2 offensive skills that matched her rank. Wild Charge 10/10, 30 mana points. Enshroud self with inner strength and charge towards the target with Wild Abandon. Damage dealt is equivalent to Strength stat x10. Deals 2x damage to beast-type monsters. Has a chance to stun the enemy. This was the more powerful version of Horn Attack. It was a skill that was meant to destroy everything in its path. The next skill that William chose was Mega Kick. Mega Kick 8/10, 30 mana points. Delivers a powerful kick that can shatter boulders with ease. Damage dealt is equivalent to Strength x8. Deals 3x damage to non-living creatures, objects, or constructs. If Wild Charge was a skill that was meant to take the life of living things, Mega Kick was meant to destroy non-living things. According to the system, there were several creatures in the world like the undead, and golems, that were very hard to kill using normal means. This was why William chose to add Mega Kick so that Ella would have a means to handle any kind of situation. Although the skill wasn't currently at its max level, its damage was still powerful enough to blow away everything that stood in their way. In truth, William wanted to call it a day, but the goats were still raring to go. Will and Ella were in a predicament. Both of them thought that it was time to go, but they were also curious about what was in store for them on the 14th floor. Chapter 44. William's Fall. In the end, William relented and led the way. After walking for a few minutes, the boy spotted a group of hobgoblins who were also looking in their direction. William frowned when he noticed a new monster among their ranks. He immediately used his appraisal skill to see its information. Hobgoblin Shaman. Goblins with the affinity to wield magic and have evolved to become a hobgoblin shaman. Specializes in the use of dark and elemental magic. This monster is stronger than the hobgoblin leader by 1 rank. William's expression immediately became serious. 1 rank higher than the hobgoblin leader. The hobgoblin leader was the boss of the 10th floor. Although Ella was able to fight it one-on-one, it was still a boss monster. The young shepherd knew that the hobgoblin shaman was a threat at the boss monster level. However, he reasoned out that his mama Ella was also very strong right now. After a brief internal struggle, William decided to give it a try. He dismounted Ella and stood at the rear. Mama Ella, I'll leave the hobgoblin shaman to you, William stated. Me, Elyon, Kronos, we are going to use the same strategy. William held the staff in his hands firmly and used bestow an ice armor on everyone, including himself. Bestow doesn't work on William. Only the ice armor. Go. Quick attack. William ordered. The goats turned into white blurs as they charged on their respective targets. The hobgoblin shaman was unfazed as it looked at the charging war ibex in front of it. It pointed its gnarled fingers at Ella as it chanted a spell in its mother tongue. Zak Ruta. A red beam of light shot out from its finger and hit Ella's forehead. The Angorian war ibex immediately stopped its charge and thrashed around like a crazed bull in a rodeo competition. Ella's wild attacks accidentally hit Kronos, which sent the goat slamming towards the wall. Wisp of red aura surrounded Ella's body and had forced her into a berserk state. She could no longer identify friend or foe and attack the creatures near it. Elyon commanded his team to retreat, but it was already too late. The hobgoblins had joined the fight and waved their wooden bats at the goats mercilessly. The archers fired arrow after arrow, which pierced the bodies of Echo, Flynn, Griffin, Hades, Io, making them scream in pain. No! William roared as he erected ice walls to separate the hobgoblins and his herd. Raka's Zok 2. The hobgoblin leader pointed at William and a black orb of light shot out from its fingertips. William's vision immediately darkened as the blind spell of the hobgoblin shaman landed on him. He was too focused on the hobgoblins attacking his herd that he didn't notice the shaman casting a spell on him. Black smoke oozed out of William's eyes. He couldn't see anything, but the darkness wasn't able to stop him from hearing the pained bleating of the goats. Clearly, they were seriously injured, perhaps even dying. Ring of Conquest. William activated the ring to forcefully eject all of them out of the dungeon. Before the light enveloped William and the goats, an arrow pierced his right chest. The darkness had increased his sensitivity, and the stinging pain made his body go into shock. The hobgoblin wasn't being idle either. Several orbs of different colors hit William's body as the hobgoblin shaman fired a barrage of spells. It had recognized the boy as the highest current threat and decided to finish him off. William's body helplessly fell on the ground and stopped moving. A few seconds later, he, and the rest of his herd, disappeared from the goblin crypt. James was meditating outside the goat pen. It had become his habit to wait for his grandson's return from the dungeon every night. When he heard Ella's mad bleating inside the goat shed, he realized that something was terribly wrong. The old man punched the locked door and made his way inside the shed. The scent of blood reached his nose and it made him anxious. There, in the corner, William laid on the ground with an arrow sticking out of his chest. Ella was bleeding and nudging the young boy's head in an attempt to wake him up. The effect of the berserk spell had worn off at the same time that they were ejected from the dungeon. When she saw William's current state, Ella panicked and immediately called out for help. She knew that James was outside the shed and only he could help William in his time of need. Black wisps of smoke were coming out from William's eyes and it made James's chest tighten. He was very familiar with this spell because he had experienced it firsthand on the battlefield. The rest of the goats were lying on the ground. Their white coats were stained in blood and several deep gashes showed the bones in their bodies. The corner of their lips were bleeding, and some of them were in near-death conditions. William! James roared as he rushed towards his fallen grandson. He checked his condition and was about to take him to Owen when the boy opened his eyes. "Gee, Grandpa," William said through gritted teeth. How is everyone? The goats, how are they?" "They are fine," James lied. "Does it hurt?" "Don't worry. I'll take you to Owen. He will fix you up in a jiffy." "No." William resisted. "I need to save them first. Or else, they will die. I can't allow them to die. It was my fault. My fault." William's tears streaked down the side of his face. His vision was covered in darkness, and needed someone to guide him to help him attend to his herd. He was hurting, but the pain of losing his goats was more painful. Please, Grandpa. Let me treat them." "Okay." James had no choice but to agree to William's pleading. He carried him in his arms and approached the goat whom William had named as Kronos. System. Help me. How may I help you? Closing square bracket. Mass. F first aid. Understood. Closing square bracket. Creating special skill. Host has learned skill. Mass first aid. William didn't have time to heal the goats one by one. He knew that time was running out and he could only beg the system to help him. Fortunately, the system accommodated his request and created the skill he required. Mass first aid. 250 mana points. Heals 20 hit points of every member of the herd. Only work for creatures that belong to the herd. This skill cannot be upgraded. James guided his grandson's hand and placed it over Kronos' head. The boy didn't waste any more time and used the skill, Mass First Aid, repeatedly. The entire shed was covered with a gentle green light. William kept using the skill until he had exhausted all of his mana reserves. After the last dregs of magic power left his body, William finally lost consciousness. At Nobleman at. James bolted out of the shed as soon as he saw that his grandson fainted. He made a beeline towards the only life magus in Lant. Ella was hot on his tail as she sprinted behind the old man. She was still in her war ibex form, which allowed her to keep up with James's fast movement. "Owen, help." James kicked the door of Owen's house without caring whether the other person would get angry or not. The wooden door broke, sending wood pieces flying in every direction. "You bastard. What do you think you're doing?" Owen roared as he angrily ran down the staircase. He was sleeping peacefully with his wife a few seconds ago when he heard the loud crashing sound of their front door being torn apart. The first thing he saw was James carrying William in his arms. There was an arrow sticking out of the boy's chest and black wisps of smoke were rising from his closed eyes. Owen's angry expression immediately became grim as he understood the situation. "Lie him down," Owen ordered. "Don't say anything until I've finished curing him, do you understand?" "Yes. I just said that you're not allowed to say anything." James wanted to slap the old man for being unreasonable, but knew that now was not the time to have an argument. William's safety was his priority, so he kept his lips shut and watched as Owen used his life magic on his grandson. Owen firmly held the arrow that was sticking out of the boy's chest and pulled it out in one attempt. He immediately applied healing magic to close the wound. After that, he used a diagnostic spell to give William's body a full scan. Darkness magic, blind, poison, and corrosion. Owen hissed. Damn. Just who is this dark magician who dares to bully a little kid? Does he have no shame? Owen was perplexed. These kinds of spells were not something that a simple mage could do. Only dark magicians on the fourth circle were capable of wielding this degree of dark magic. Although there was a dark sorcerer in Lant, that person would never harm anyone in town. Owen knew that this was the work of someone outside their circle of friends. For the time being, he pushed these thoughts to the back of his mind, and busied himself in dispelling the curses in William's body. Chapter 45. The old ginger is still spicy. How is he? James inquired after Owen finished treating William's injuries. Calm your tits, old man. Owen snorted. Your grandson is fine. Now, tell me, how did this happen? Are we under attack? Did the nobles make their move? No. James firmly shook his head. We are not under attack, and this has no relation to the nobles. Then how? Owen narrowed his gaze. Celine would never harm anyone in this town. Don't tell me this is her work. Even if you kill me, I won't believe it. No, this is not Celine's work. James sighed and decided to come clean. William has inherited the Ring of Conquest. Maybe he encountered a strong monster during his exploration. What? Owen exclaimed. What did you say? He. Shish. James glared at the stuttering old fool in front of him. Don't tell anyone. The only people who know about this are me, you, and my son, Mordred. You understand the consequences if this matter is brought to light, don't you? Owen clicked his tongue. If possible, he wanted to forget that James had shared this secret with him. The Ring of Conquest was a royal heirloom that belonged to the demon race. If they caught wind that it was in the possession of a 10-year-old brat, then the Demon King would definitely send his generals to retrieve it, no matter the cost. Fine. I will not tell a soul. Owen promised. However, we need to handle this matter properly. You were too reckless. Do you think that everyone in Lant are blind and deaf? You broke into my house and raised a commotion. It is impossible to cover this up. We need to think of an excuse. James sighed and felt slightly regretful. His worry had overcome his common sense. He had made a scene in front of everyone and their curiosity would lead them to ask questions. Fortunately, Owen had erected a barrier around his house to prevent anyone from spying on them. Although they trusted their comrades, they couldn't risk letting William's secret be known by everyone. The less people in the know, the better. Let William stay with me for the time being, Owen said after thinking things through. Tell everyone that he has suffered evocation madness and needs to be monitored for a few days. Evocation madness was a state where a magician's magic power went out of control. This was similar to becoming berserk. The only difference was that this time, magic was involved instead of physical prowess. That is indeed the best solution. James nodded his head in agreement. Everyone saw William use magic. Encountering this state is very common among those who have just awakened their powers. The two old men discussed for another half an hour before parting ways. James also promised that he would call a carpenter to fix Owen's broken door as soon as morning came. It took James a while to convince the worried Ella to return to the goat shed with him. Ella was very reluctant to leave, but James managed to convince her in the end. The night's incident was wrapped up the next day and everyone accepted James's explanation. Kronos, Aslan, and the rest of the goats were also on their way to a full recovery. Although they were still shaken by what happened to them, Ella's presence made them feel less anxious. William woke up 3 days after the incident. Owen was a very powerful life magus and it was very easy for him to heal the young boy's injuries. The reason why it took him 3 days to wake up was due to the mental exhaustion he suffered during the fight against the hobgoblin shaman. Thank you for everything, Mr. Owen, William said while bowing his head in a respectful manner. It's fine, Owen replied while casually waving his hand. Are you hungry? Very. Then eat. We will continue our talk after you finish eating. William happily ate the chicken soup that was served to him by Owen's servant. The enticing aroma sharpened his senses and the delicious taste brought warmth to his soul. Owen watched the young boy eat with a smile on his face. Dear, are you here? A soft and delicate voice of a lady sounded from outside William's room. I am here, Sweetheart, Owen replied. Come. It is a good time to introduce you to our guest. All right, I'm coming in, the lady replied. William raised his head to look in the direction of the door. A beautiful lady with blonde hair and green eyes walked towards Owen with a smile. William could tell that the lady was only in her early 20s. He assumed that she was Owen's daughter. The beautiful lady grabbed one of the other chairs that was sitting against the wall and carried it over, so she could sit beside Owen. She then sat down beside the old man and held his hand. Owen smiled and made a gesture to introduce William. Sarah, this is William. He is James's grandson. William, this is my wife, Sarah. I hope that the two of you get along. PFF'd. William spat the delicious chicken soup inside his mouth when he heard Owen's introduction. Wife. She is your wife. Yes, Owen answered with a smug look on his face. He didn't seem to mind that William had created a mess inside the room. This was not the first time that Owen had seen this kind of reaction. He was already used to it. In fact, he enjoyed seeing this reaction from people. It's true. Sarah smiled sweetly. Owen is my husband. We have already been married for 2 years. Hiss. This old cow hit the jackpot and managed to eat beautiful young grass. William thought. The old ginger is still spicy. Sarah chatted with William, but she didn't stay for long. After giving Owen a kiss, she left the room and returned to doing her duties. Isn't my wife a beauty? Owen asked. Yes, William replied with a complicated expression. Very. All right, since you have finished eating, it's time to talk about serious business, Owen said. James has already told me that you are in the possession of the Ring of Conquest. I'm sure that he already told you that this secret should not be known to many people, right? Yes. Good. Now this makes things easier. Tell me, what did you face to suffer such injuries? Only a powerful dark magician can use curses of that level. William decided to come clean and told Owen about his battle against the hobgoblin shaman. He didn't hide anything and narrated the event from start to finish. The old man listened as William told his tale. Although he didn't say anything, William could see the disapproving expression on the old man's face. Chapter 46. Fight fire with fire. And that's what happened. William sighed. It was my fault for underestimating it. Owen smacked William's head with the palm of his hand, which made the boy yelp in pain. Idiot. The first rule of dungeon exploration is to never underestimate your opponents. Owen nagged. You do realize that if you didn't react on time and use the ring, you and your goats would have died. Yes. William felt aggrieved, but it was the truth. He didn't dare to make any excuses for the mistake that he had made. Listen here, little Will, Owen said with a serious expression. There are instances where pure strength is useless. Dark magicians are feared by many. Do you know why? Is it because of their curses? Yes and no. Owen grunted as he summoned a white ball of light in his hand. The reason why dark magicians are feared is because they can kill people without their victim knowing how they died. Their curses can penetrate that person's body and destroy it from within. A black speck appeared in the middle of the ball of white light in Owen's hand. It then gradually became bigger until it encompassed all the light in the ball, turning it into a black orb of malice. This process can take years, but one thing is for sure, Owen stated. Once a dark magician decides to kill a person, it will be very hard for anyone to survive. Fortunately, the hobgoblin shaman you fought is only at the 4th circle. The spells can be dispelled by someone of my rank. However, if you were cursed by someone that equaled or surpassed mine, then nothing in this world could save you. I guarantee that you would suffer a very slow and painful death. This is why people don't like to associate themselves with dark magicians. William listened to Owen's explanation and frowned. He then looked at the old man with a serious expression and asked a question that he had been meaning to ask since the old man started to talk about dark magic. Then, Mr. Owen, how can I fight against it? William asked. Well, there are many ways to fight against dark magic. The first thing you have to do is kill the hobgoblin shaman before it kills you, Owen answered. I just find it strange for a 10-year-old like you to ask me how to fight a hobgoblin shaman. Do you know, even silver-ranked adventurers can die when facing those critters. The old man's voice was filled with contempt as he looked at the young boy in front of him. Even so, William's gaze never wavered. He continued to look at Owen with a serious expression which made the old man raise his eyebrow. You're seriously trying to find a way to fight a hobgoblin shaman at your age? Owen asked. Why? Are you trying to meet a deadline or something? No. William shook his head. I just want to become stronger. The fight against the millennial beast made me realize that I am just an ant that can easily die once a being of that level decided to step on me. Well, you're not wrong. Owen had to admit that the boy's logic held some truth in it. After pondering for a short time, Owen decided to give the boy some advice in order to overcome his current predicament. There are 3 ways that you can overcome your current situation. Like I said, the first one is to kill the goblin shaman before it kills you. This means that you have to use a long-range spell or an attack that can kill it at a safe distance. The second way is to learn light or life magic. Although both magics have the same roots, they still have different purposes. Light magic is widely used by clerics, priests, and paladins. You can even say that they are the nemesis of dark magic. Owen paused for a moment to allow William to digest his explanation. He understood that this might be hard for a 10-year-old to understand, but since the boy was serious, he decided to get serious as well. Added Nobleman at. Then the last way to beat dark magic is to fight it with dark magic. Owen grinned. Do you know of that saying? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and fight fire with fire. Once you master dark magic, there will be very few status spells that can cause harm to you. So, Little Wool, what do you plan to do? Let me just say this in advance. If you are to learn dark magic, people will avoid you like a plague. Although dark magic isn't necessarily evil, those who wield it are treated as such. William lowered his head as he sank into deep thoughts. He weighed the pros and cons of Owen's suggestions. After thinking for 10 minutes, William raised his head and said his answer. Mr. Owen, I'd like to learn. Me. After talking with Owen, William returned to the Ainsworth residence. After seeing his grandfather, uncle, and aunt, he went straight to the goat pen to check on his herd. He was immediately surrounded by Oslon, Kronos, and the rest of the goats. William crouched on the ground and gave everyone a hug. The goats surrounded him and pressed their foreheads against his body. The young boy felt their love and concern and it made him feel warm. Ella looked at this scene with a calm expression. She wanted to step forward and lean her head on William's shoulder, but she held it back. William's second mother understood that her son needed to give the goats some sense of comfort in order to calm the anxiety that had kept them stretched to their limits these past few days. After a while, the goats were finally sated and regained their lively demeanor. Mama. William stood and opened his arms wide. Ella walked forward and licked the boy's face. William giggled because his mama's tongue felt very ticklish. He hugged her neck and brushed the top of her head. This was their way to assure each other that everything was fine. The Ainsworth family, along with Leah and Cedric, had lunch together. The 2 siblings were relieved to know that William had recovered from evocation madness. William had been told in advance that this was the explanation that Owen and James had given their comrades, so he had to stick to this explanation. During lunch, William noticed that Leah seemed livelier compared to that last time he had seen her. She was even smiling and the boy could tell that she was not faking it. Did something good happen, big sister? William asked. You look more beautiful than the last time I saw you. Really? Leah gave William a very sweet smile. A smile that was sweet enough to rot his teeth. Yes. William nodded his head. Did something good really happen? Maybe. Leah replied. She playfully stuck out her tongue, but didn't say anything else. Cedric also noticed the change in his sister's attitude. However, he didn't say anything about it. For him, it was better for Leah to be like this instead of being depressed by their father's passing. If he only knew that his father wasn't dead, and had even met her sister, he would probably be feeling the same as her. Chapter 47. Your 15 minutes starts now. The next day, Owen accompanied William and Ella to a house that was located on the southern outskirts of Lant. The 2-story house looked very cozy on the outside. Several orchids hung on the front porch. The air was filled with their fragrance and William could feel that his body was feeling refreshed after inhaling their scent. Celine, I brought little William with me, Owen said as he lightly knocked on the door. Come in, Owen, a voice that was as soft as silk replied from inside the house. Getting the owner's permission, Owen opened the door and made a gesture for William to enter. The first thing that William saw was a room filled with the weirdest creatures that he had seen in both of his lifetimes. An orange fruit that seemed to have grown tentacles were sunbathing by the window. A fish that had the head of a tiger was swimming inside a fish tank. 2 potted plants were playing chess on top of a table, and a parrot with the head of a monkey looked at William in disdain. Awak! A monkey has arrived. The monkey parrot announced as it ridiculed William from its perch. A stupid monkey with a stupid goat. Awak. Mind your manners, Oliver. This is not the way we should treat our guests, the same silky voice reprimanded the parrot monkey, which made it shut its mouth completely. Celine, it seems that your pet is still as disdainful as always, Owen said as he scanned the room to look for the master of the house. Well, Oliver wouldn't be Oliver unless he acts this way, Celine replied. I'm on the second floor, Owen. Forgive me, but can the two of you wait for 5 more minutes? I'm about to finish my experiment. Quote. Of course. Owen had already expected something like this to happen, so he nudged William to take a seat on the couch that was near the window where the orange-tentacled creature was currently sunbathing. The parrot monkey made faces at William, but it didn't utter a word, lest it anger its master. William looked at this bizarre creature with interest. Aside from its weird appearance, it didn't look malicious. In fact, William felt that this creature was very intelligent and was only pretending to be stupid. Exactly 5 minutes later, a beautiful lady who seemed to be in her mid-20s walked down the staircase. She had long purple hair and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Ironically, the dress she wore was also purple-colored and it highlighted the delicate curves of her body. William was captivated by her surreal beauty and he wasn't able to stop himself from staring at her. She was like a beautiful painting and every side of her was flawless. You're quite cute, but sorry, I am not interested in boys that hadn't even grown their hair. Celine gave William a mischievous wink that made the young boy's heart beat wildly inside his chest. Damn, her beauty is over 10,000. William gulped as he stared at the beautiful lady in front of him. By far, Celine was probably the most beautiful woman that he had seen in his life. She was even more beautiful than his first love, Belle. William. Hey, young man, are you still with us? Owen teased the young boy as he lightly slapped his cheeks. Me. Ella's voice snapped William out of his daze. He then scratched his head in order to hide his embarrassment. Don't worry, no one will laugh at you. Owen patted the boy's shoulders. If I wasn't married, I would have confessed to her long ago. Celine snorted. Sorry, I'm not interested in an old cow who is after young grass either. You must have saved the world in your past life to have Sarah in your life now. Well, I admit that my wife may not be as beautiful as you, but she's quite feisty in bed, Owen replied with a smug expression. Celine, William, Ella, and the parrot monkey looked at the old bastard with disdain. All of their expressions were saying only one word, and that was, scum. Owen was unaffected by their disdainful looks. In fact, he even felt that it was the highest compliment. Celine snorted one more time before landing her gaze on the young boy in front of her. William, is it? Allow me to break your bubble, young man, Celine said as she fixed the glasses on her face. You won't be able to learn dark magic just because you want to learn it. Only those that have the affinity for the dark arts will be able to wield its power. I understand, but please, give me a chance, William replied with determination. If I really don't have any affinity with dark magic, then I won't pursue the matter any further. For a 10-year-old you sure have spunk. Celine nodded her head in appreciation. Very well, let us see if you have any affinity with dark magic. Owen told me that you have learned ice magic. Is this true? Yes. Interesting. Celine summoned a crystal ball on her hand and motioned for William to come closer. Place your hand over the crystal ball. William did as he was told. A few seconds later, a snowflake appeared inside the crystal ball. Celine observed it for a few seconds before shaking her head. Sorry, you don't have any affinity for dark magic, Celine stated. I suggest that you should just focus on your ice magic. Owen and Celine thought that William would feel depressed because of the result. However, instead of depression, what they saw made them puzzled. Why are you smiling? Celine frowned. Didn't I just tell you that you don't have an affinity with dark magic? Yes, William replied. I heard you loud and clear, Ms. Celine. Then why? It's because I don't need things like affinities to use any kind of magic. Celine and Owen looked at the boy's smug expression. Both of them felt an itch on their hands, and if not for William being a few years younger than them, they might have spanked his butt silly for saying something so audacious. In this world, magic affinity was supreme. Even if you trained for 100 years, you couldn't change this fact. A fire mage wouldn't be able to use water, ice, wind, and earth magic even if they spent many years practicing it. Even if they succeeded, the most they would be able to do was use simple spells like magic bullet and the likes because of the restriction in their affinities. There were rare cases where people were born with 2 affinities and, on very rare occasions, some even had 3. These people were considered a drop in the bucket, and the different kingdoms and empires would pay every expense to nurture these promising individuals. However, The smug-faced boy in front of them declared that he didn't need any kind of affinity to use any kind of magic. Owen was already grasping the walking stick in his hand very tightly and was so close to spanking William's bum. "Boy, are you messing with me?" Celine asked. Her tone carried a dangerous vibe like a hunter that was about to lunge at its prey. "You think that learning magic is as simple as eating rice porridge? Well, perhaps it is impossible for ordinary people," William replied as he answered with a confident gaze. "However, I am not someone ordinary. Ms. Celine, do you want to have a bet with me?" "A bet? Yes. In less than 15 minutes, I will be able to learn dark magic." Ho! Celine narrowed her eyes and gave William a devilish smile. "Interesting. So what kind of bet are we going to have, little boy?" "If I win, you will become my master and teach me dark magic," William said with a mischievous smile. "If I lose, then you can make me your slave for a year. Mr. Owen here will serve as a witness." William, Owen wanted to dissuade the boy. He didn't know where William's confidence was coming from, but he understood Celine's character. She was someone who hated those who treated the learning of magic as a casual thing. "Interesting." Celine eyed William with contempt. "Very well, I accept this bet. Owen, you will stand as our witness. I don't want to hear old James saying that I bullied his grandson." William, are you really sure about this? It's not too late to apologize, you know. Owen sighed and tried to convince the young boy one more time. "There are things in this world that you cannot force. Learning magic is one of them. Don't worry, Mr. Owen," William replied. And Ainsworth doesn't back down from their words. Seeing that the little boy had no intention to take a step back, Owen took out a blank parchment from his storage ring and chanted. His words flew in the air and danced around the parchment, making it give a white glow. After the chant ended, the parchment floated between Celine and William. "This is a contract that will bind your oaths by blood," Owen explained. "William, this is the last time I will ask. Are you sure about this?" "Sure, I'm sure," William answered with a smile. "HMPH. If you really succeeded, then I don't mind calling you young master from now on," Celine said in a musical voice that made the young boy feel lightheaded. Owen took a small dagger out from his storage ring and pricked William's fingertip. The drop of blood flew into the contract, making it glow dark red. He did the same thing to Celine. The moment her blood melded with the contract, a dazzling light appeared and split the contract into two parts. Added nobleman at. They turned into beams of light and penetrated William's and Celine's chests. A monotonous voice sounded in the air and made its declaration. "Your 15 minutes starts now." Chapter 48. Don't regret your decision, little Will. "Ms. Celine, can I borrow your weapon for a while?" William asked. "I promise not to do anything to it. I just need to hold it in order to gain an affinity for dark magic." This is the first time I've heard of someone gaining an affinity by just holding a weapon, but sure, here you go. Celine summoned a grimoire and handed it to William. Since the contract had already been established, she wouldn't be so petty as to deny the boy's needs in order to prove his claims. Added nobleman at. Owen watched at the side with a serious expression. This was, also, the first time he had heard of someone gaining affinity by merely touching a weapon belonging to someone else. He was half in doubt and half expecting for William to show him something he had never seen before. Grimoire of Forbidden Dreams. A grimoire that once belonged to the dark magician who was known as the Dream Eater. Empowers its owner to have the ability to visit people's dreams and convert their dreamscape into a terminal, which the owner can enter at will. Increases intelligence stat by 100. Increase resistance against curses by 50%. Allows the usage of the skill, Dream Eater, thrice a day. Ding. Closing square bracket. Would you like to acquire the Dark Mage job class? Closing square bracket. Yes, no. William smiled and chose yes. Immediately he asked the system to swap the Ice Mage job class for the Dark Mage job class. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Dark Mage job class. Closing square bracket. Host has learned skill. Taint. Host has learned skill. Seed of Darkness. Thank you, Ms. Celine. William handed back the grimoire to the beautiful lady in front of him. "You're welcome," Celine replied as she unsummoned the book in her hand. "So, did you gain dark affinity by holding my book?" Instead of answering her question, William opened his palm and chanted. Seed of Darkness. A blood-red teardrop hovered in the middle of William's palm. Celine flinched, while Owen's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a monotonous voice echoed inside the room. "William von Ainsworth has successfully fulfilled his part of the contract. May the losing party adhere to the discussed terms and fulfill their obligations. The monotonous voice made Celine flinch for the second time. It made her realize that the boy had really succeeded and what she was seeing wasn't a parlor trick. Of course, as a dark sorceress of her rank, she had already felt the authenticity of the seed of darkness. She just couldn't accept that William really learned dark magic by simply holding her grimoire. Is this really possible? Celine stuttered. Oi, boy, is this for real? Yes, William replied in a calm manner. This was also his grandpa's reaction back then, so he was already expecting that Celine and Owen would act the same way he did. Unbelievable. Simply inconceivable. Owen gasped in shock. You mean to say that you can learn every kind of magic there is in this world? William nodded his head. He didn't dare say that he could actually learn all the job professions in this world. He was afraid that it would cause Owen to have a heart attack if he heard his explanation. Ms. Celine, are you going to honor our bet? William asked. Ha tilde, since I dared to bet, I dared to lose, Celine replied as she placed her hands on her hips. You asked me to become your master, so I will do my best to make you the most powerful dark mage in history. However, I will tell you now, you might regret your decision for choosing me as your master. I look forward to the teaching that you will impart to me starting from now on, master. William said with a smile. He knew that his knowledge when it came to dark magic was very shallow and he needed someone to teach him the right way on using it. Just like his ice mage skill, although he could learn and use the skills at will, his knowledge when it came to ice magic was very shallow. Compared to those who had mastered their magic to the highest level, William was like an ice mage who could only cast ice cubes in their eyes. If William were to meet a magician of his level, even if they used the same skills, the boy's power would be significantly weaker compared to an expert who fully understood his element. Just like in martial arts. If two martial artists of the same practice were to fight against each other, 8 out of 10 battles, the stronger one would always win. This also applied to a fight between magicians of the same element. Let's see if you will be singing the same tune after a few days. Celine said with a sweet smile. I'm telling you this right now, William, the path of a dark mage isn't easy. You might come to hate me in the future. Are you still sure you want me to become your master? Of course. William nodded. Don't regret your decision, little Will. Master, you're scaring me. That's right. You should be scared, Celine said as a dark glint passed briefly in her eyes. Very scared. William gulped when he saw that sinister glint that appeared momentarily in Celine's eyes. For some reason, he felt that something bad was going to happen to him under his new master's tutelage. Celine frowned as she glanced at the ring in William's finger. It would be best if you ask Barbados to put a special enchantment to change the appearance of that ring on your finger first. Although not all the masters of Lant can recognize the Ring of Conquest, those who do will certainly know its origins. I don't doubt their loyalty, but everyone has a price. If someone were to offer me something that I really wanted, I might just spill the beans and tell them that you were in possession of that ring. William sighed as he thought about his grandpa's words. Maybe it was a mistake to place the ring on my finger. Should I wear it like a necklace again? Although wearing it like a necklace would hide it from everyone's eyes, it wasn't a long-term solution. After giving it some thought, Celine's advice was more practical. Thank you for your advice, master. That's more like it. Celine grinned and looked at William as if he was a frog that was about to be dissected. The boy felt a sudden chill run down the back of his neck. He then took a few steps back and looked at Celine anxiously. Celine giggled when she saw the little brat hide behind Owen's back. Celine, you are up to your tricks again. Owen sighed. Can you give William some slack? Fine. Meet me after 3 days, Celine said before heading towards the stairs. I still have an important experiment to finish. For the time being, you find Barbados and have your ring fixed. We'll start your lessons in 3 days. Thank you, master. William peeked behind Owen's back. I'll come back in 3 days. Good. Now, please, leave me. I want peace and quiet when working on my experiments. Celine had already gone up to the second floor, leaving the boy and the old man standing in the living room. Let's go, William. Me. As they left Celine's house, William felt the pressure on his shoulders decrease dramatically. Even though he wanted to raise his shepherd job class to the limit, it wasn't possible at this point in time. Of course, if he really wanted to, he could grind on the lower numbered floors of the goblin crypt until he reached his desired level. But William didn't want to do that. Since he already experienced how malicious dark magic was firsthand, he He wanted to understand this power to prevent the past incident from happening again. William admitted that fighting against the unknown was a scary experience. However, he was not alone. He has his Mama Ella, and his herd, to fight by his side. The boy patted his Mama Ella's neck as he mounted her back. Don't worry, Mama, we will win next time. I promise. Me. Owen watched as the goat and the little boy took the lead and walked towards the direction of the Ainsworth residence. His immature face and his small build were no different from any 10-year-old in Lant. It was his eyes. His clear green eyes always looked forward. Unwavering, uncompromising, and unyielding. The boy's eyes reminded Owen of William's father. The man who single-handedly kept the demons from invading the elven continent of Silvermoon. William's father, Maxwell von Ainsworth, was also known as the Dungeon Conqueror. The man whom the elves had acknowledged as a hero. He was also the one who had won the heart of the Saintess of the World Tree, Lady Arwen. It should have been a perfect ending, but fate had other plans for him. I pray that you will not follow your father's footsteps, little William, Owen sighed as he thought about the future that might have been, but never came to pass. For your sake, and the sake of the Ainsworth family, I hope. Chapter 49. Latest news from the kingdom. William laid his head on Ella's soft, and fluffy, belly as he read the 2 skills he had gained from acquiring the Dark Mage job class. Taint. 20 mana points. Disperses an aura that weakens surrounding enemies. All enemies within 10 square meters around the Dark Mage have their physical and magical resistances decreased by 30%. Increase the chances of inflicting status effects on enemies within the aura's range. Skill duration. 10 minutes. Dash. Seed of Darkness. 20 mana points. Deals continuous pulsing dark magic at the enemy for 10 seconds. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x2. Deals 6x additional damage to enemies for each status effect applied to them while Seed of Darkness is active. Damage can be stacked up to 5x. These 2 skills are quite good, William thought. Now let's check the other skills under the Dark Mage job class. William wasn't able to keep his excitement from appearing on his face as he opened the Dark Mage skill tree. Earlier, he didn't have time to check his skills because he was still in the presence of Celine and Owen. Now that he was alone, nothing would be able to stop him from exploring the job class that almost wiped out his entire party. Dash. Dash. Dispel. 10 mana points. Has a chance to remove a negative buff to a target depending on the user's skill level. Dash. Deadly Venom. 10 mana points. Fires an orb of concentrated poison at your enemy. Has a very high chance to poison enemies. Dash. Contagion. 10 mana points. Range Touch. The target contracts one of the following status effects at random. Blind, poison, paralysis, fear, weakened, and deafened. Dash. Void Arrow. 10 mana points. Fires an arrow of darkness at the target that may cause blindness. Dark Whip. 10 mana points. Conjures a whip of dark energy. Can be used to attack, defend, or let the user maneuver in the terrain. No more than 2 dark whips can be created at a time. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x2. Dash. Confuse Ray. 20 mana points. Fires a red beam of light to the target that may cause confusion. Once the spell succeeds, the target will enter a berserk state. It will randomly attack anyone within its range. Dash. Unholy Touch. 20 mana points. Requires 5 skill points to unlock. Range Touch. Prevents the target from regenerating. Healing spells, potions, and other items with healing effects will be rendered ineffective while Unholy Touch is active. Skill duration. 20 seconds. Spectral Hand. Summons a ghostly hand that moves as you desire, allowing you to deliver low-level, touch range spells at a distance. The spectral hand is also able to use Dark Whip. Dash. Dark Might. 10 mana points. Infuse weapon with Dark Element. Dark Mastery. Increases the chance of inflicting status spells to enemies by 10%. Increases the damage of dark magic by 10%. This effect stacks with the Taint skill. Dash. Shadow Conjuration. 100 mana points. Creates a shadow replica of the target. The created shadow is able to manifest the target's power by 30%. The created shadow can use any skill or spell that the target possesses. You can only order the shadow to attack or defend. It will not listen to any other orders. Only one shadow can exist at a time. Dash. One with the darkness. Increases your and your allies' resistance to dark magic by 10%. Decrease the effect and duration of status ailments applied to you and your allies by 10%. Dash. William finally understood that dark magic is not like other elemental magics that dealt devastating damage. It focused more on the impairment of the target and using its moment of weakness to finish it off using Seed of Darkness. Also, the spectral hand along with the shadow conjuration gives William plenty of alternatives to boost his curses to its limit. Although Seed of Darkness might look like a weak skill, its deadliness would shine once the target was inflicted with one or more status ailments. It may even be stronger than my glacial lance at max level, William muttered. No, it is definitely stronger. This darkness seed is quite sinister. It is definitely the strongest magic attack in my current arsenal, but the condition is that a status effect has to be applied to the target. What William didn't know, and Celine didn't tell him, was that the skill, Seed of Darkness, was a very rare skill. It was similar to the skill, Dream Eater, that could be acquired by using Celine's grimoire. In the central continent, aside from William, there were only 5 people who were able to use this offensive skill that belonged to dark magicians. Celine was one of those 5 people. This just proved how rare this skill was. So, which one should I get first? William mused. Should I choose one with the darkness first in order to raise everyone's resistance to dark magic, or should I learn a status effect skill first like Void Arrow or Confuse Ray? William had seen how effective Void Arrow was because he experienced it firsthand. As for Confuse Ray, it doesn't even need to be mentioned. Ella going berserk in the middle of her attack was a very scary sight to see. Of course, if he wanted to be practical, he could just get the Dispel skill that could effectively remove negative buffs on a target instead of getting that one with the Darkness skill. In the end, he decided to raise his Dark Mage job level to level 15 first before challenging the Hobgoblin Shaman. Due to Gavin's blessing, he would have a whopping 45 skill points available when he reached his target level. That would be more than enough to get the skill set he required to have his revenge match with the Hobgoblin Shaman. One step at a time. William smiled as he looked forward to visiting the Goblin Crypt tonight. Fortunately, I discovered dark magic early. If not, I might have grown conceited from having a smooth exploration inside the Goblin Crypt. After defeating the Millennial Beast, William's confidence had swelled exponentially. Only the latest incident against the Hobgoblin Shaman had managed to bring him down a peg. While William was busy daydreaming of his eventual victory against the Hobgoblin Shaman, Leah appeared in the goat shed looking for him. Aren't you bored staying with goats all day long? Leah asked as she looked at the lazy boy that was lying so snugly on his mama's belly. Big sister, as long as I'm with mama, I will never get bored, William replied with a smile. Me. Ella nodded her head in agreement. Leah eyed William with a curious gaze. You look very calm. It seems that nobody has told you the latest news regarding what is happening in our kingdom. At Nobleman at. Is there something that I should know? William asked. He was aware that his grandfather was keeping up to date with the latest news in the kingdom with the help of the messenger birds that were sent by his friends and acquaintances. John and Blitz would also leave town for a day or two in order to see the current situation of the beast tide. William had been unconscious for 3 days, so he was not aware of the recent development in the kingdom. Since his cousin's girlfriend was looking for him, it seemed that something big had indeed happened while he was busy thinking of his own problems. Leah sighed as she gave William the latest news that had just arrived from the front line. Fort Windermere has been overrun by the beast tide, Leah said with a serious expression. More than half of the defenders have died. Those who survived were rescued by the Griffin Brigade and brought to Windkeep Citadel in order to solidify the second line of defense. William frowned. If memory served him right, Windkeep Citadel was the kingdom's second line of defense just in case Fort Windermere fell to the beast tide. During the past beast tides, the defenses of the citadel had been reinforced due to the increasing strength of each attack on the kingdom. Even so, it was still significantly weaker compared to Windermere Fort. What does my grandpa plan to do? William inquired. Is he currently planning to join the fray and earn merits for the kingdom? Leah shook her head. I don't know what grandpa is planning. However, once Windkeep Citadel has been breached, the beast tide will have open access to the inner territories of the Helen Kingdom. I think you don't need to worry about this, big sister, William commented. I'm sure that everyone in the kingdom, including the nobles, have finally realized how dire the situation is. I'm sure that our king had already sent out a decree to all the nobles that they must send their private armies to help defend Windkeep Citadel. Big sister, the Helen Kingdom isn't that weak. Without a doubt, all the masters in the king's disposal are now headed to the front lines to deal with the current threat. Is that so? Leah may be smart, but she was still a young girl at heart. She wasn't like William, who had read many stories on kingdom building, and played many RPG games of the fantasy genre. William grinned as a thought popped up inside his head. The young boy was sure that his grandfather would definitely not stand by idly. James would certainly join in the fun and earn some merits for Lant. That way, the king would turn a blind eye on the expansion plan that they had started under his nose. Chapter 50. Hidden Danger Within the Depths. William was unable to go to the Goblin Crypt for 2 days because his ring was currently being modified by Barbados, the blacksmith of Lant, at Nobleban at. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. Even though William hated to admit it, he had somehow developed a trauma to entering the Goblin Crypt after their face-off with the Hobgoblin Shaman. Similar to when you experience a car accident, you will have a subconscious fear of driving again once you put yourself behind the wheel. Of course, these fears would fade in time. Some even say that the sooner you face it, the less powerful the trauma would be. William gave himself 2 days to prepare his heart and mind for the inevitable confrontation that would happen in the future. James had come to look for him a few hours ago to tell him that he would be taking some of the veterans of Lant to attack the rear of the Beast Tide. William thought that his grandpa would bring him along on this expedition, but the old man simply said that he should stay in Lant. The reason? According to the reports, there were over 20 millennial beasts, and hundreds of centennial beasts. Those were the ringleaders of the Beast Tide. However, one had best not forget the sheer number of lower-tier beasts that comprised the rest of the Beast Tide. According to an estimate, the numbers had easily surpassed 1 million. It was not surprising that Fort Windermere was overrun. The numbers were simply impossible to resist with half-baked forces. Only true masters would be able to oppose such high-end monsters and live to tell the tale of their encounter. I guess I can't be too greedy, William thought. Getting another bonus round might max my job levels, but it will also make me stand out. I guess Grandpa didn't want me to appear this early in the game. Although it was a bit regretful, William still thought that staying low-key would be for the best. Since he had the Ring of Conquest, it was only a matter of time before he leveled his job classes to their max levels. There was no need to be in the spotlight if it was possible to hide in the darkness. 2 days passed by in a blur. William and Ella went to the blacksmith to get the ring he had commissioned. So, do you like it? Barbados asked. I put aside my other commissions in order to work solely on your ring. Your father saved me once on the battlefield, so this is the least I could do for his son. It's perfect, William replied. Thank you, Mr. Barbados. Well, I'm glad you like it. Now, go. I still have work to do. Thank you. The Ring of Conquest had a complete makeover. It was now coated in gold and several rune letters were embedded in the surface of the ring. If not for the fact that William could sense the bond he shared with the ring, he would think that Barbados had given him a different ring to scam him. Seeing William's happy expression, Barbados felt that all the effort he had put in these past 2 days was worth it. It had not been easy to place an enchantment on the ring because it was a ring that was forged with the flames of Tyr, that could only be found within the Demon Kingdom. Barbados, along with his best friend, the jeweler Seraphi, worked hand in hand to embed the runic words along the ring's surface. It was a monumental task performed by 2 masters. Even if the reigning Demon King were to stare at the ring, he would definitely not be able to recognize it. William bowed many times to express his gratitude before he left the smithy. Barbados watched him go with a smile. When the boy was no longer within sight, he returned to his forge to catch up on the commissioned works that he had set aside for the past 2 days. William. Oi, William. Theo called out to him when he saw William walk past his house. Where are you going? Me. I'm going back home. Why? William asked back. I'm going with Chris and the others to fish in the river, Theo replied. Want to join us? Fish. All right. I'm in. William nodded his head. He had been cooped up inside the town since the Beast Tide and it was taking a toll on his mental health. Fishing in the river was a good distraction. The river was only 300 meters away from the west gate of Lant, so the adults guarding the gate decided to turn a blind eye to the kids who were looking at them with pleading eyes. Fine, the watchman said after careful consideration. You can also swim in the river, but don't go too far. Do I make myself clear? He could understand what the kids were going through, so he decided to be a bit more lenient with them today. Yes, the children replied in unison. Like a band of misfits, the children of Lant cheered and ran in the direction of the river. Of course, some of the adults followed secretly to guard them from the shadows. William and Ella were the ones in the lead as the other children trailed behind him. When they reached the river, some of the older children took off their clothes and jumped in for a swim. Naturally, not everyone joined them. Others contented themselves with dipping their feet in the water in order to cool off their boredom. What the kids didn't realize was that a horde of dark-scaled crocodiles was currently at the bottom of the river. These crocodiles, that were over 5 meters long, had hidden themselves when the beast tide struck the western region of the Helen Kingdom. Together, they migrated towards Lant, for this was a place that had survived the calamity. Originally, they planned to hibernate for a few months, but the boisterous sounds of the children swimming above them made these cold predators open their eyes one by one. Their bestial instincts were telling them that this opportunity was something that they couldn't miss.